Okay. Hi, and welcome to the January 14th, 2026 Historic District Commission meeting. We are starting with the pre-application review for 1048 Moorhead Street, which is the First Church of Christ. And we will roll into our public hearing when we have quorum. We need a quorum of 7 to open our public hearing. So with this, I'll turn it over to Chair Bell to start the workshop.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. If you could just give us an overview of your project and we'll give you some comments that are non-binding, but just to kind of help you with whatever the next phase is.
Press the green button. Press the button to print screen. This one. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Bill Ashland. I'm the architect on the project working with First Church of Christ Scientists at 1048 Moorhead Building. You've probably passed by it, hundreds of times. It's sits right on Moorhead Street, very prominent address in Dilworth there. It's on the corner of Arosa and on Moorhead Street. This is the front elevation. We've got a set of plans from 1936 when it was designed, which is for an architect really rare that you come up with a really good set of plans. But from that, we've put together this presentation, and we're working with the church, and we're at this point we're looking for feedback because they have some ideas, and we're trying to present to them the most doable options. They've got an idea for some items inside that really don't affect everybody here, but as well as that, trying to enhance the building interior also sort of relates to the exterior in some of these situations, and I'll get to that. We've laid out several options, option A through E here. They're not like you do one, but you don't do the other. It's just we would need feedback if you can on all the options as I present. Option A, very good, thank you. Yeah, these are the original plans that we've copied on here and are presenting. They have the entrance into the church before you get into the main nave is the narthex. The narthex right now is extremely dark. It's foreboding. It doesn't really have any sense of entrance, and it's just not, it needs enhancements. The best way to do that is essentially get more light into the narthex. And the best way to do that is either underneath the front canopy or on the side. They have these short transepts that's drawn over there is within the black border and then projected up on top, enlarged. Those windows that are on both sides of that lower door the option is to move or to redo a couple of identical windows next to those doors to allow light that would get into the narthex to make it more to enhance it. The other one would be thank you. Yeah, move on down. That'd be great. Thank you. Is on the left is the original plan. On the right is as a second option to getting light into the narthex, doing identical windows down below underneath the portico there on both sides of the front door that would allow light into the narthex. So that's option one, or option A, I should say. If you walk on option B, if you walk on Moorhead Street right now on the sidewalk, which is probably in 1938, the main entrance to the church. The church, if you look at this, that's the entire site. There is no parking whatsoever on the site. People walk down Moorhead, probably walked up these main set of steps there in that picture to the right. You've probably seen this. If you've ever gone up those steps, the steps are they don't meet, they're not even close to meeting current code. They're very steep, irregular. The height of the riser varies anywhere from about 6 inches to over 8 inches, and there are no handrails in there except on both sides. And we've got a detail from the original plans as to what those handrails are, so we're in good shape there. What we would propose would be to reset that front entrance back so it was at a current code pitch and tread and riser ratio and add additional handrails that would match the original handrails on the building, but put them at a code spacing. So when you walked up, you had easy access to a handrail going up and it wasn't dangerous for you. Additionally, on this, there is another thought that they have a program at the church that would benefit from having a separate addition, and that addition would be on the Rosa Street. Okay, that little black box there represents roughly what that addition would be. Again, this is schematic level. We don't have a floor plan of this yet, but that's the location that is being proposed. Okay, that if you look at the, yeah, keep this up, yeah. Back to the other one would be great. Yeah, okay. The front building is 1936 building, okay? Where that black box is attached, and you'll see it on the elevation, that is a 1947 addition on the back of the 1938 or 1936 building. So that also brings up one other question we have. But so we're not adding to that original building. We'd be adding to the 1947 building, and we'd be matching the detailing of that building. Yeah, so. Yeah, that shows, that's the 1936 building right there. The 1947 building in this option is on the back of it right there. The final option here that we need some input on is whether they can provide handicap parking in, well, a total of 5 parking spaces, 2 of which would be handicapped on the back of the building. And to do that, they would have to remove the 1947 building to have enough space back there for the access aisle as well as the parking spaces. So that gets all the options in a schematic form. Any questions about any of those? Again, these options are not like do A, B, C. We're looking for feedback on all these options.
All right, thank you. The one thing that jumps out to me, I think, is or when you're talking about adding windows to the front of the front elevation. And so like if you refer to our standards on windows, there's a standard about avoiding adding new openings or changing openings on front elevations. So I would just look at that when you're trying to figure out final design that you would bring.
So it's okay to add windows as long as we follow this. Okay.
Well, you would need to follow the standards, and this standard 414-6 says avoid adding new openings or changing existing openings on primary elevations. And so what you're proposing is adding a
Right.
new opening.
And so are you saying that we can't add openings on the front of the building?
I'm saying that you need to go by the standards. And so if you read the standard, it is saying to avoid adding new openings on those primary elevations. And so front elevation, I think there's another option on the side.
Yeah, a ROSA, but of course, a ROSA is on a street.
Yeah, it's the side elevation, right? So it's primary elevation.
It's like the building has 2 primaries, Moorhead and Rose.
Got you. So yeah, so you have 2 primary elevations there. And so according to the standards, you would not be able to add additional openings.
Okay, no matter how what the detailing matches. Okay. Okay. Any thoughts about the front steps?
I was curious, what's the material on those?
They look like slate to me, which is, and they're very,
Bluestone, slate? kind
yeah,
of thing?
yeah.
Is that what the congregation is gonna rebuild them as, or have they talked
I
about
wouldn't, if it
materials?
were up to me and I had more freedom there, I wouldn't do that simply because of the slip resistance on bluestone. But that is what was built there in 1936. We believe that's what the original plans show. And again, that front edge of that step, if I took pictures from the opposite side, looking at that edge, it's all over the place. And if you've been by there, you'd walked up there, you'd say, yeah, you would. If you're over 60, you don't want to walk up those, that set of steps.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, making the stairs safer and, up to current code, of course,
Sure.
is something that makes sense. I think that the material is going to be where you're going to want to focus your attention. From me looking at it, the bluestone or whatever that original material is character defining, I think, and kind of sets off, the structure itself. So I would, when you're looking at materials, look at something that is going to either mimic or be, the original
Sure.
material.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Yeah.
I think there's a standard on that. I'm sure, let's see, if we look at porches. Oh, this is non-residential, right?
Yeah, I think it would be like Secretary of the Interior standards, like
2.5.
matching, yeah, 2.5, like matching historic materials when things need repaired or replaced. Yeah. Okay, any comments on the new addition or removing the 47 edition?
I mean, it's really hard, just speaking for myself, it's, not knowing, like, you've got two very, very wildly different situations. Like, one is removing a piece of the building, even though it was an addition, it is still now part of that building's evolution. And then you have another proposal to add a piece to it. So I'll just say, for me, it's hard to judge and give you direction one way or the other.
Yeah, and that's kind of adding that as owners program driven. We're just looking to get comments as to whether should they even go down that road, right? Yeah, that was somewhat of a second thought compared to the other. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, not to change the topic, but going back to the entrance on Arosa at the corner where you had proposed adding the windows. Yes, exactly. What's the window that's above that ground floor door? Is that a second floor that's,
Yes.
so that there's no landing or stair inside that?
You see, yeah, that's right. You see the steps? So if you walk in that door, the lower door,
Oh, I see.
and you
Okay.
go right, they've traced, the original architect traced the inside profile of those steps on the elevation to help you understand.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
So
very-
that window does light a landing, or does it actually light?
It lights a landing upstairs, and then from that landing, you go into a short corridor, and then there's the choir loft beyond, and then up in front of there's a meeting room. Yeah,
Gotcha.
so it doesn't light the narthex down below.
Okay, so there is no light that makes it down, even though.
No, that's unfortunate. Yeah, and when you walk into the current narthex, the first room in, it's closed in, the ceiling height, it's a pretty decent sized room, but the ceiling height is like 8 feet tall. It really feels like, so that, that's obviously what the owner's trying to do, and we're working with them to enhance that, to make it more, just feel better and more sense of welcoming in that narthex.
Okay. Any other quick comments or questions? All right, well, thank you so much.
Was there any comment about, do you have any input on adding the parking? Even, let's say the 47 edition can be removed, is the parking, does that impact your work? That was the 47 edition was removed, and they were able to add handicap parking back there and 3 others, but the idea is they don't have any accessibility on the site right now.
So that's a driveway that you would get it from Arosa.
Right, that's right. Mm-hmm.
So just,
Yeah, you come off, bingo, thank you. That's right, Arosa. And then the handicap walk would be altered to get you from right there, the handicap, down the side of the building into really the front entrance, which you see the snake like a ramp there. There's a ramp that is, it's very close to 1 in 20 slope for handicap accessibility.
So I would encourage you, I think parking's 8.2. So I would encourage you to look at the guidelines on parking on 8.2.
We can set up a meeting too.
Okay, yeah, and work with staff. They're really good at,
That's a good next step.
okay.
Okay, we have to move on to our public hearing now that we have quorum, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Evan.
We have a public hearing for the National Register of Historic Places for the nomination of McCrory Heights neighborhood and the Oaklawn Park neighborhood, so two distinct neighborhoods. Chair Bell, if you would officially open the public hearing.
I officially open the public hearing.
Okay, and noting that we have a quorum of 7.
Yes.
Okay. We do have some people who are here to speak on behalf of the nomination. And before we get to that, I just wanted to run through and show anyone joining us from home how to access the National Register information. So on our homepage, oops, there's that. On our homepage, we have it linked. You click the link here, and that opens up the National Register Advisory Board meeting. And this is the state of North Carolina's advisory board meeting. They're meeting on February 12th, and this public hearing is a required component prior to the February 12th meeting. And we are holding this public hearing because the city of Charlotte is a certified local government, and part of our responsibilities as a certified local government in the Historic District Commission is to hold public hearings whenever a individual property or a neighborhood is nominated to the National Register. So that is what we're doing here today. If you scroll down, they have the entire agenda listed. Oaklawn Park is first. You can view the National Register nomination, all the maps and the photos. So some photos are here of Oaklawn Park. Just a sampling. And then further on down, this website, McCrory Heights, is down here. Again, the National Register nomination form, maps and plans, and photos. And with the National Register, you have to fill out a specific template with very prescribed information. So as you can see, it's a long document, 154 pages for McCrory Heights, and Oaklawn Parks is long as well. And then they also have some representative photos of the streetscape of McCrory Heights. So there is also linked on our January agenda right here. If you click this link, there's a presentation about the project and all the work that staff and the consultants have done over the past year and a half. We were awarded a grant from the National Park Service to support the completion of this work. And this work was started back in before COVID in 2016, maybe, Dr. Hanchett, by Tom Hanchett. And we wouldn't be where we are today with all the work that he put into researching the homes, the people, the events of both McCrory Heights and Oaklawn Park. And his work is what helped us have those designated as local historic districts that are run by this commission, but it also helped us apply for this grant to secure funding for a consultant to finish the work. We asked Dr. Hanchett to finish the work, and he had moved on to other things. And so we hired a secondary consultant to use his work and compile it into these very specific documents. So we're really happy that this project has moved forward. A quick reminder is National Register is very different from a local district. There's no zoning requirement. It doesn't prevent demolition or regulate land use, restrict any sale of property. There are no changes required. It is an honorary designation that has benefits. It benefits property owners by making available federal and state tax incentives for rehabilitation work to historic buildings that can be anything from a new HVAC system or new roof. So very practical applications that can support people maintaining their homes. In Charlotte, we have a few National Register districts. They are in blue. Our local districts are in green. And we have 3 areas and neighborhoods that are both local districts and National Register districts. So they have both the protection and the zoning from the city of Charlotte, as well as the state and federal recognition of honoring the history and heritage of these communities. The information about the project kickoff from December. The draft maps are included. These are the maps that are part of the National Register. And the next steps. So we are here, we held public meetings with the neighborhoods in December and January, and then we are holding today's required public hearing. The next step is the February 12th National Register Advisory Committee meeting, where the public, again, is welcome to attend, and it will also be live streamed. We will post a link to that on our website as well to make it as easy as possible for the public to access that. But with that, I would like to welcome Dr. Tom Hanchett up to say a few words. We're, again, so thrilled to have you here, and just we couldn't have got where we are without you, Dr. Tom.
Just talk for a moment about how important these neighborhoods are. I am delighted with the way that this project continues to move forward. I actually didn't get it started. A guy named Marvin Brown, who's one of the most respected historic preservation consultants in the Southeast, did a study in 2012 in advance of the toll lane project, which continues to roll forward. And he found that both Oak Lawn Park and McCrory Heights were eligible for the National Register. And so that process is what you're working on today. I know a fair amount about Charlotte history. I've written extensively about the city, particularly a book called Sorting Out the New South City, about how Charlotte became a big city and how it became a segregated city, and have delved into the history of many of the older Black neighborhoods in particular. And Oak Lawn Park is really special because it's a time capsule. It was developed by the Irvin Company, major white developer of mostly white suburban Charlotte, one of the largest development firms in the Southeast in the late 50s, 1960s. And it's changed very, very little. And so getting a sense of kind of the ideal suburb as it was realized here in Charlotte, it's a powerful thing. Important people at many different levels. This was a neighborhood because of the abilities to use the GI Bill and things like that. Not easy for Black people to do, but they did. Laborers had houses in there. School teachers had houses in there. Ministers and C.W. Williams, who was one of the doctors who led the desegregation of the hospital. There's C.W. Williams clinics in Charlotte. So a very important neighborhood. McCrory Heights, even more important because it was laid out beginning in 1912 by the head of Johnson C. Smith University. Black professors, Black teachers, professionals could not live in the new suburbs that were being built around Charlotte. And he determined he was going to build his own suburb, laid out the streets, and not much happened because it was so far out of town. After World War II, suburbia catches up with McCrory Heights. About 160 houses, is that about right? Almost every one of them, someone who made history, in some way, shape, or form. People who were nationally known professors at Johnson C. Smith University, people who were teachers, who were incredibly well educated people. Almost everyone in the neighborhood, every adult had a bachelor's degree. Many had master's degrees, many had PhDs. This is something that is beginning to trickle into the United States more widely in the years after World War II. But this neighborhood was the elite of the elite. Three people to think about as important people there. Thomas Weich. You may know Julius Chambers, the NAACP assisted lawyer here who did so much in the late 60s and 70s. Thomas Weich was here on the ground with help from the NAACP doing legal work around civil rights and around just matters of justice in the 1950s and 60s. Thurgood Marshall stayed at his little tiny house. His house is smaller than the space in amongst the tables here. Just a remarkable story. Elizabeth Randolph, who was a professor, who was a principal, and who became one of the top administrators at CMS, guiding the busing implementation through in the 1970s. And Reginald Hawkins, Dr. Reginald Hawkins, a dentist, leader of many of the civil rights marches here. He was not dependent on white folks for his income. And so he loved getting out and helping desegregate the hospitals, helping desegregate the YMCA, helping desegregate the upscale restaurants here in Charlotte. And in thanks, his house was bombed. Bombed in the night in 1965, and it is still there. So thank you for all you do to safeguard those neighborhoods, and I'm so glad it's moving towards the National Register.
We appreciate you. All right, thanks to Dr. Hanchett again. Do we have any other speakers that wish to speak, Marilyn?
We have historic landmarks online.
Okay.
Comment.
Sure. I would say anybody, yeah,
I didn't see anyone else.
no one else? Okay. Hi, Historic Landmarks. Can you unmute them?
They should be able to, but I'm
Okay.
trying to.
They may be just listening in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's John Howard or Stuart Gray. Okay, well, I don't think we have anyone else signed up. Is there anyone else who wants to talk about this? No? Okay, great.
John, it just popped up as John, so he might be trying to go.
Oh, trying to go. Oh, here he goes. Hey, John.
I think we're just excited to get going.
Hey, John, I think we, oh,
I'm so excited.
John May. Oh, from John. Sorry, John. We'll be with you in a minute. Okay, that's it. All right. I would recommend that we perhaps leave the public hearing open throughout the rest of the meeting, or until, a break, just in case anyone comes and wishes to speak on this project. But with that, we will then call for an official vote of the commission, whether or not to support these National Register nominations and move them forward.
Now or after?
We'll do it at the end.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else that the commission wishes to state or share, Chair?
I just want to, once again, thank Dr. Hanchett and all of the support that y'all have had from staff on getting this to this point. The neighborhoods are special. There's a lot going on, and I wrote down, because I didn't realize that the toll lane stuff started in 2012. And so this, I think, is just continues to speak to the reason that we're fighting the current situation that's happening with the toll lanes that's threatening these neighborhoods. So thank y'all.
Thank you. All right. With that, we can open the hearing for the cases for today.
Okay. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the January 14th, 2026 meeting. I am Shauna Bell, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:04 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Christopher Allred, Sarah Kerm, Emily Sowash, Ann Stanley, Sean Sullivan, and Scott Whitlock, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Draith, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, Claire Light Graham, JT Fawcett, Paige Inman, Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that this is an in-person meeting. However, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decision. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The commission's jurisdiction is limited. The commission must base its decisions upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the design standards and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and ordinance standards, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it is only given limited weight. Participants in today's evidentiary hearing are required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silent electric devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating and spelling your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may request the applicant and the HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Our first agenda item is a consent item. It is 312 North Graham Street. And the commission will remember this is the large new construction project in Fourth Ward. That's along 6th, Graham, and 7th. The request is for signage. The HDC signage standards are mostly written for, the commercial structures on East Boulevard and are very limited. So when it comes to what staff can sign off on, this exceeds that, even though it is it's a very limited signage package. They have the request for a sign on the historic building that was saved and being included as part of the development. They have another possible location of a blade sign on the building there at the corner of 7th and Graham, and also at the corner of 6th and Graham. And then they have some directional parking signage. So that's, oh, we don't get into numbers, but that's it. That's what they're asking for signage. I believe that in reviewing it, there are a couple of notes about internally lit signs. So we just included that as a condition that they not glow from within, and that's per the sign standards and regulations. And that's it. So over to you, Chair Bell. There's no one to speak, just the applicant.
Does anyone object to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the application because the project is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, numbers 9 and 10. I'd like to add the following conditions under the staff recommendation number 3, items A and B. I think that's it.
Commissioner Sowash, if you could also, given that this is, a special circumstance related to the location of this property, having 3 primary frontages, if you could include some of these facts as part of your,
Sure.
thank you.
So it is not incongruous because of the location of the property on 3 primary street frontages. Therefore, we will make an exception to our standards due to the location.
Yeah, it's these right here.
Oh,
If you
sorry.
could just, yep,
Yep.
thanks.
The lot and building orientation have 3 primary street frontages on Graham Street, 6th Street, and 7th Street. The project location is at the edge of the 4th Ward District in Uptown, and the project maintaining the historic facade of 306 North Graham Street. Based on the overall building height, size, scale, and massing, and the proposed location of the signage.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Sowash. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes, motion passes 7-0.
Great. Now we are moving into, we had a number of cases that were not heard at our December 10th meeting. And I believe the applicant is in the room. Eric and William, would you like to come up? And I am handing this over to Candace Leite to run this application. Oh, Angie, are you with them too? Come on up, Angie. It is a party.
Okay.
And everyone has been sworn in.
Okay, application is for 224 through 236 West Kingston Avenue. Some of the more seasoned commissioners, we do have a few new commissioners, will probably remember this project from the 2024 year. This project did go through the process and hit the 180 days and was ultimately denied as a whole in February of 2025. So it's back in front of us today under a new application, new slate. The applicant has provided current condition photos. Oops, sorry, too small. A current site plan, a proposed site plan on slide 18. As you can see, one of the buildings here, I'm going to point out C1.1 as labeled on slide 18, is set back further than what is proposed for the rest of the buildings on the front facade. To the point of, the commission had, this is a gateway project and typically we give latitude to the corner buildings. So just take a look at this property. It's set back about 90 feet from the rest of the buildings, and to the benefit of the applicant can probably do with a little bit more density at this particular corner. The applicant has provided elevation drawings on slide 24 of the front buildings, and you can see the little carriage C1.1 building sits back farther. The back buildings are on slide 26, and the elevations start on slide 29 through 34. And the applicant has also provided detailed drawings that start on slide 35 through 39, as well as wall surveys on slide 40 and 41. The applicant also provided supplement information to staff's comments, commenting that all of the buildings are duplexes, although they have a couple of them are in the form of a historic quads that are in the neighborhood. So at this time, if the applicants can each say their name and their addresses, and then let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Sure. William Haga, 301 East Tremont Avenue.
Eric Weiner with Insect Group, 2459 Wilkinson Boulevard.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte.
Thank you, Eric and Angie, and thank you to the commission and staff for having us back. Thank you so much. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the Greer family, whom is the owner of this property and developer, and I assist them with that. And we're back and polished off our design, and these folks here did a great job of making it transform into what the Greer family would like to see within the confines of the historic district. So thank you for having us.
Okay. Well, thank you to the commission and thank you to staff. Over the years that we've been looking at this now, as I think Candace set that up pretty well. As you recall, we were here last year, and I think, we just kind of ran up against that 180 days, probably needed one more meeting. This is a little bit larger site. We have 7 buildings on it, and we'd spent a lot of time focusing on scale and massing. I think primarily just ran up against the time limit with some details at the end. I think we can start maybe on page 2, Candace. We could just.
Slide 9 of your.
I was thinking A2.
8.
A2.
A2. I'm so sorry.
Yep. There you go.
Slide 10.
Yep, I thought I'd just start at the beginning here and quickly run through this for those on the commission that might not be aware fully. So the prior buildings on the site were obviously allowed to be demolished by the commission a number of years ago now, and there was a previous developer that I believe went before the commission different things. Currently on this last submission and today, we are very privileged to work for the, as William said, the owners of the property that have owned the property for decades now and really want this to be a legacy project for them in the neighborhood. And we're so excited about how this has come along and how this can be that legacy project. So before coming back to the commission, obviously we focused very strongly on the outstanding feedback that did remain, and as well as those details, and as well as kind of brought Angie Lauer in, which I think a number of people on the commission are familiar with. She helped just with some peer review, given the number of buildings and stuff, and looking at some details and that sort of thing, just making sure maybe nothing was overlooked. So I think Candace actually did she gave a pretty good overview, but I'll just quickly run through this. As you can see today, this is a project at the very edge of the district. It is a commercial project that, due to scale and everything going on, ends up very much residential in nature and tendencies. And also the gateway aspect. So going on, as you can see, we have a number of slides here where we did analyze the neighborhood extensively as far as the types of structures, both the single family as well as the limited number of commercial buildings in the neighborhood, including the quadplex across the street and the one down the street as well. So special care was taken to relate to those buildings at all times in all ways that we could. If you go on to the next page, extensive study as far as setbacks as well as spacing, which I think, we really did, I think, a good job of achieving. I don't think we're pushing any boundaries on that. We're staying in the front within the aligning the spacing of it. And you'll see that we do have deep 8-foot porches, similar to the quadplex across the street as well. But all those things as far as setbacks and to thermal walls have all been extensively studied, and we did make some tweaks on spacing even as well, just to make sure everything was really aligning. Next page. And this is just going through, we extensively studied the heights as well and made sure that, we weren't pushing any boundaries on that as well, because that wasn't the goal. Next page is, and again, just a lot of information. So some of this is broken up across different pages so it can be read more clearly. Next page. And just more summary of the scale and spacing. Next page. Detailed site plan. As you can see, we have the 7 buildings on the site. At this point, all duplexes. When we first came in for our first meeting last time, some might recall that we did have townhomes in the rear, as and just a little different proportions on some things. But as the meetings went on, we carefully, we realized a little bit that the townhomes just weren't conducive to the scale and spacing, and we changed those to the duplexes, which you see today, and adjusted some scale, and that happened kind of in the first couple of meetings last time. We also, as I think Candace mentioned pretty heavily, that gateway aspect, and we carefully studied that building in the upper right-hand corner. And I'll tell you that building was, that was a challenge, but I really feel proud. I think we've done a good job of respecting the gateway aspect. The reason why we did set that corner building back is that it just did not, you can see that there's more space on that side of the site, and it did not work to make the building, the larger building, wider, really. And just really respect the neighborhood if we did that. A building of that width would have felt incongruous with the neighborhood. So what we ended up with is we thought it'd be a great gateway opportunity to introduce some green space, let it breathe, let the spacing be what it is, and take the form that you see there, and really not overpower the neighborhood or the other buildings, you know, but also set up a gateway opportunity. So we yielded square footage, as Karen just mentioned, and really tried to respect that aspect. You can see just, you know, we have the buildings in the front, we have the buildings in the back with a drive aisle. Yeah, and then we do on all these buildings have the deep porches, which you can see with the slightly different shading, as well as the stoops for them as well. Okay, next slide. This is just, you can kind of see this is from the rezoning and conditional landscaping. You can see you know, how this has changed, where we've reduced scale from the townhomes and stuff that were in the back and stuff. That's actually a pretty good reminder. Next page. And this is our current landscaping plan, where, you know, we're preserving trees and trying to make sure that we're both following city guidelines as well as amenitizing the neighborhood. Next slide. So one of the things about this is I think you can see in this slide, is we pay careful attention to how this transitions from the edge of the neighborhood into the single family home on the left. You can see that we've spent a lot of time carefully studying how this steps down across the buildings into the neighborhood, as well as aligning the roof pitches, the eaves, the stoops, everything like that. As well as I think you can hopefully see how the shapes and forms play a role in being congruous. Next slide. So this is a kind of extensive study we did of the sections of what you see, as well as both distances between things. Just it helps, I think, tell a pretty good story about how the site lays out and how it looks also with the grade and kind of what you see, and also how building heights line up between these buildings, the buildings behind them, that there's 127 feet of space, that there's an abandoned alleyway, there's an additional setback required by zoning, as well as you can see in the upper, you know, we got into also showing that we are required to have a buffer with green space, which in addition to the alley makes for a bigger setback than you'll see actually than the structures and the adjacent homes nearby that actually are only off that alley about 5 feet, where actually I believe, to do the math, my eyesight's not that great. I think 25 to 30 feet at least. Next slide. And this is just showing it, you know, we cut it in 2 different sections so you can see how it changes as it goes down the street. We want to make sure that we're seeing it, but very similar information stuff, looking at those sight lines and relationships. Next slide. And then we're getting into, again, just more detailed view of how you can see how these buildings relate to each other, and they transition, and how they relate strongly to buildings that are in the neighborhood. You can see some of our influences. We were influenced pretty heavily, obviously, by the quadplex across the street and the quad down the street. We carried forth a lot of similar characteristics, but one of the things we made sure to do was to not over detail or overwhelm, and let the neighborhood kind of shine through as well, but really pay attention to scale and detailing on that. Next slide. This is the back of those front buildings. You can see we do have some garage doors that we've broken up to look like, to be single doors and such. We do have some porches that we've outlined as that back area kind of feels more like not just a back service area, but feels like a livable space. Next slide. And then these are the buildings across the rear of the site. You will see from the last meeting, we did reduce the scale of the A3 building down to a story and a half. And then we are stepping up at the periphery of the neighborhood, particularly how it relates to grade. And then the ancillary structures already being in the back. I thought that was appropriate. Next slide. And then these are the rear of those rear facing buildings facing the back neighborhood. And we've altered some things and introduced some more scale reducing techniques, as well as added some detail on one of the things the commission wanted to see is us step back. We had one of the buildings, I believe it was C2, that kind of stepped forward just to do something a little different with the how it was with that bay in the back, but we've stepped everything back and just I think we've got a nice relationship how it relates now on the scale. So next, Angie.
I want to add one thing. So what you're seeing on slide 28 is alley facing, and then there's buffer. So just to point that out.
Yep. Thanks, Angie. And I think this slide shows that, we're trying to be pretty conservative of what we're doing here, but this is showing that we actually are required to have a fence per the zoning. That alley is already there and abandoned and really, it can't be put into service and has mature trees on it. So there actually are mature trees back there throughout the site. And even in the winter, you can struggle to see through those trees. So we've shown those trees as well as some additional trees as they mature in the buffer. We do need to, I think for anybody familiar with Charlotte zoning, we do need to plant that buffer full of maturing trees that will reach substantial height over the years. But you can see, kind of what peaks over the fence, and just keep in mind the alley already has mature trees. Next slide. So here we get into the details for the individual buildings. As you recall, there's 7 of them for this site, which is a little bit more than maybe some other sites might have. So apologize about the number of pages, but to respect the neighborhood, they aren't all the same. So they all are different buildings with some different unique characteristics as they go through the neighborhood. I think to save time, I'll just touch on, I think staff still had just maybe 1 or 2 details that they asked about in the staff report that we responded to at the supplement. I think we submit maybe just because the number of buildings, a few too many pages for the graphics to be included at the supplement, but we've already made those changes and I feel really comfortable we can work with staff. But for instance, on this page, the Eve returns, they just wanted us to look at the dimensions of that again. And that's just, I think that hopefully staff would agree that's a pretty minor thing. And we've gone ahead and I think we've got a plan to address that. And it just needs to get a little bit wider. And then they asked about the beam above the porch. And we did go ahead and adjust that to be just a couple inches deeper, while there are examples of shallower beams at porches in the neighborhood. I think having a beam that's just a little bit deeper would be nice as well. So next page. Now these are pretty similar ones in the back. They are a little bit different. Obviously, we don't have the rear porches, and they also respond to the back neighbors a little bit different. But in general, they're pretty close, so I won't belabor them. Now, one of the things we did do, and you can see in the rear elevation, staff also had a comment about the size of some of the windows on upper floors. And on the sides, I think on the A buildings, they were, I think, appropriately sized, but we did reduce we reduce these back windows 6 inches in height, which will get them off the eaves a little bit too. And I think it kind of maybe a little bit of a good catch that those could become a little smaller. So we're going to do that. Next page. So this is that front middle kind of building there. Also aligns with the drive entrance, and it's based on that quad architecture. And I think it's come a long ways. We also clarified how that porch and the elevation works in the back from the last meeting. And I think, hopefully people agree it ties in nicely. And like we said, we want this to be a community, have that feel. Again, staff, as I mentioned the upper windows and doors, and just looking at that, and we kind of agree, especially on this building, reducing. So what we propose is reduce the height of those windows and the doors on the upper floor by 6 inches, which also will bring the head height down. There was also a comment about the projecting bay on the sides, just on a little bit of the detailing. And I agree that we tweaked the brackets at the bottom to extend to the bottom, as well as just looked at kind of how the lines work on the detailing on the trim on that bay window to be consistent. So those brackets at the bottom need to get larger and go down to the bottom of the board. Next slide. But I think we can hopefully submit that to staff. Okay, so this is the similar building of it in the back, but it is, again, different, particularly in the back, where it is different, and it has some different scale reducing techniques that we've introduced even further than last time. And again, in general, we made sure we were stepping back with it and getting smaller. And you saw that alley view, street view with the fence and the trees and how that all related. But obviously similar comment I won't keep making about the upper level windows and doors. Next slide. This is that gateway building that's at that side of the site, and it's pretty heavily influenced kind of by that quad commercial building across the street that we looked at. And I think we've done a lot of good things, hopefully, to relate to the scale and anything. I do know that staff had a little bit of a question and a comment about the roof on that building in the front and how it kind of related to the building across the street. Wasn't sure if it was the same setback and was maybe set back a little bit further than the building across the street, and how that might look. I will tell you that we paid very careful attention to how that building across the street reads. We like how it reads with that roof line and elegance, and particularly how it reads from the pedestrian level at the street and the angle of it. It does look a little bit more complex, especially in the side view. But if you do look at the axonometrics, the Google's, the pictometry of it, I did go back and review it, and I think we have it nailed. Actually, that is how it sets back. I think what maybe was a little bit confusing is the example building across the street is 20 feet longer. So it kind of changes maybe how staff might have seen. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but it might have changed how they perceived how it sat back. But it does align, and I think when you look at that building from across the street and from the ground, it really does have a nice flow to it up there and kind of minimizes the roof as it steps back. So, but probably propose keeping that the same. And then next slide. This is the rear one. And again, the rear elevation in particular is different. And again, we've made it stepping back. We didn't keep the same rear elevation of the building next to it. We're trying to add some character and, look at these as individual situations as they flow through the site. And again, I know I mentioned this once, but we do have the usable big front porches in the front. Next slide, obviously we have details and columns. The second floor column is a little bit smaller, just taking into account proportions and such. As we go up, next slide, we have our railing details, our door details, our window details. We aren't proposing anything. We just want to keep to what the commission has approved in the past with the sight line windows with the 3.5, the bottom rail. They are wood clad, aluminum clad wood windows. But with all the materials and everything, and I know the materials actually were on the first page, but it's, natural and painted brick, matching the colors, and the mortar consistent with the neighborhood, and then the 6-inch reveal hardy plank flat siding and everything. We're just really trying to be consistent with the neighborhood, not introduce anything new. And then you can see the section there and how it relates, the beam detail, and then we have the street view elevations where you can see where we already looked at the enlargements, how we're stepping down and everything. But we spent at the start of this project an awful lot of time analyzing how these relate. So, yeah, I think that's where we're at. I think I addressed the staff comments as I went through, trying to save a little bit of time there. Okay.
Thank you, Eric. Just a friendly reminder that this is the first time the commission is seeing this application. We do have some new commissioners that weren't here before, so comparison is not in the best idea. This is a new application. Do we have any callers?
One that signed up and one unknown.
Okay. I think is Grant. Grant, are you available?
Hey, yeah, Grant here.
Hi, Grant. Before you get into your comments, do you have video?
I don't. I just stepped away from a meeting, and so I'm just on my phone here, if that's okay.
Okay. Have you been sworn in?
I was not able to make the beginning of the meeting, so I was not.
Okay. We're going to need to swear anybody new into the room or anyone new online. Please be sworn in now.
Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Grant. Can you state your name and address for the court reporter, and then you can state your comments?
Yeah, Grant Babbage, 239 West Park Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, and just speak loudly and state your comments.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, Grant here, owner and resident of one of the historic homes behind this development. For the new members here, I spoke up at each of the previous meetings on behalf of the 4 property owners that this site backs up to, who all continue to not support this project. And ultimately, this development was rejected in part, and I think largely because of its relationship with our home. So it wasn't just minor details at the end, as the applicant says. The relationship in the rear was nearly the entire conversation point for the last meeting, where it was ultimately not approved. So to start, I do want to remind everyone what one of the gating issues was at the time it was rejected. So if you look at what's changed since then as it relates to our homes, I think specifically, yeah, my home is marginally in a better position because they replicated, I think it's building A2, which is of lesser scale in place of that A3 building behind my house. But that's all I really see here. And it still doesn't address quite a few concerns of ours. I think first, there remains meaningful scale behind our homes. 14 total second story windows looking directly into our backyards. And the applicant here referenced page 20, which kind of shows that tree coverage. I do want to point out that page 20 of the PDF still grossly misrepresents the visibility of the project from the backside. Not only is there not complete tree coverage as it exists today, but the majority of that coverage is coming from overgrown brush that will not exist post-development. And so when I can look out my back window and see traffic on Tryon, which is far past this site, I don't get how they can claim that there's this tree coverage that just makes this project invisible to us. And so then you take a step back, this proposal still remains multi-level, multi-resident, primary housing, not garage space or secondary structures, which they reference 11 feet from the property line. Regardless of the utility easement here, which that's all it is, there's no mature trees along a utility easement. There's no precedent for this in the neighborhood. And particularly for the multifamily, that's so much more impactful to the community. There would now be, at least, 8 families or residents, renters, owners. I don't know what the structure kind of post-development will look like here, but living in our backyards, we have young children and grandchildren. This is, concerning to have them literally just living in our backyards, particularly when that doesn't exist anywhere else in this neighborhood. I think it's also worth noting these homes are wider and taller in nearly every instance compared to our homes. The site will become largely building and concrete space with minimal green space, which is not represented in the neighborhood. And so I understand the zoning here. It's never going to be 4 single family homes, but that doesn't mean it should intrude on the living of us 4 historic homeowners, create new precedent for what this neighborhood is. New construction should fit in, not stand out. And this couldn't more clearly stand out. It competes with our homes. And you look at the multifamily projects in the rest of the neighborhood, it doesn't have this relationship with the neighbors. And I still don't understand why this isn't structured with similar green space and scale as all housing, again, including multifamily, exist in this neighborhood. So I'll leave it there, and I do appreciate the time from the commission here.
Thank you, Grant. To the applicant for any comments.
Sure. Yeah, well, thank the caller, I guess. We're reminded that this was a new application versus a lot of reference to previous time. I think as a team, we've spent a lot of time looking at design standards and taking feedback from staff, and you can see the relationship in actual data versus the generalities that are being proposed by the homeowner. And I also believe you could only represent yourself, not a group. But with that, I'll just let the architect speak.
Yeah, and I might probably let Angie speak too after I'm done, but thank the caller. Obviously, throughout the meetings, we've actually been very respectful, I think, in listening to the concerns and responding to the concerns, just as we did this time, including reducing the scale, particularly behind his home as well. And the reason we did that is not just because of his home, it was because how we did, we were already stepping down into neighborhood with the home next to it, but we thought, okay, maybe it does make sense to continue to step down a little bit more. We thought at the edge, especially with how it was set up, it made sense to step up. But through the meetings we had, and again, this is a separate application, but just to reiterate, we had balconies in the back. We listened to the feedback, didn't want views in the back and the balconies, and so forth. So we've responded to it the whole way. There is the scale and the buffers. We've not tried to do anything. The one thing I do want to just highlight that I think, in the interest of trying to get through a longer presentation I did miss is that I think if we look at the overall site plan with the neighborhood quickly, that we can actually, if we look at the upper right image, one of the things we did talk about, and again, I'm sorry, this is going through past meetings and it's hard to keep it separate. But if you look at one of the things we did talk about, there is precedence. For one thing, this is obviously a commercial site and not a residential site. But one of the things you will see in the neighborhood is on the side of the blocks and elsewhere, you will see the homes on the side of the blocks. Actually, this precedent is set up where there are homes directly behind. That was something that was historically done when they can make use of land for additional square footage. They did, and those homes are a lot closer to the alley, and they are the scale, probably a little bit larger scale than we're presenting. So we've outlined this in this graphic, and we tried to show it a little bit clearer. And I'm sorry that I didn't touch on it earlier, but there's a lot of precedent like that. I don't know if Angie, you want to?
I do. First, I want to thank, is it Grant or Graham? Graham, thank you for calling in, because I do want to say that we did take your comments from the previous application to heart. I do want to point out on slide 22 or 23, where you can actually see 22, please, where you can actually see the aerial. The back of the alley, right behind this particular development, there are two ADUs that are 2 stories in height. And you can see them at 231 West Park and then 227 West Park. You can actually see that right behind there are 2-story structures. And then at 243 West Park, there appears to be also an accessory dwelling behind it. So there is not just with the buffer that is there, the tree line that is there, but there is a buffer. There is the alley, the trees, the fence, and then another additional 11 feet of separation from the fence line and from the property line. Also too, on this particular slide, slide 22, if you may zoom out to the bottom left-hand corner, you'll actually see the distance between 243 and A2. There's 152 feet between the structures, and the perspective of view, as you can see, there's the blue individual. I'm just going to stand if I may. You'll see that there is a scale of a human and their perspective from the road here, and also standing in the backyard of 243 and the perspective of view if you're looking over versus looking down. And I know there was a comment made about there's going to be 11 windows looking into his backyard, but they are greatly screened. And we did take that comment from the previous application into consideration, as well as looking at reducing those structures in the back. So it wasn't just an arbitrary decision to place them in their existing location. The other thing I do want to touch on is this is not single-family residential structure or a single lot to create a duplex. This is considered a commercial site. And while it looks like residential, and it is residential, and we're abiding by residential guidelines, it is not a single-family residential development.
I just want to make one clarification. For the commission's purposes, this is multifamily, not commercial.
Oh.
And so we'll use our multifamily standards, which are in chapter 6. And it talks about what we look at for considering context. For multifamily, it's from the center of the lot and not in front of the property. So it is slightly different than single family, you're right, but we're looking at multifamily standards.
Yeah, multifamily, I stand corrected. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, so the context of the other structures that are used as inspiration, if you will, it is a quad, as inspiration, but this is a duplex, a 2-story duplex. So again, scale reducing techniques, windows fenestration, header heights, boxing heights were all taken into consideration. And so I did want to respond to Graham about that, so that we did take his comments into consideration, but I do want you to look at that particular slide again, slide 22, to see the great distance in between. There is tighter distance in between the units on the development, but from property to property, there is the distance of almost another lot in this neighborhood. They're usually about 150 feet in length. So that's
Yeah,
pretty much
and
it.
I just quickly want to touch on one thing too. You can see how the roof lines, given the slope of the site, nearly align, just as far as scale. And then I don't want to belabor this, but if we could go to the building, the A2 building, the A3 building, I just want to look at the back elevation on that really briefly. Candace, I think if we go back, maybe slide, I don't know what it is, 28. That's probably, or maybe the next one. So as you can see, you know, the windows in the back, obviously when you talk about 14 buildings, we're talking about 4 lots. There's only, you can see one paired window per lot on that upper floor that overlooks even the fence, really, from a pedestrian scale standpoint. So anyways, I think that's enough.
Thank you. Marilyn, was there another caller that was?
That's the,
I'm not sure which.
Okay. Rebecca, are you calling about 224 through 236 West Kingston? Rebecca?
No, sorry, I'm not sure how I ended up off mute.
Okay, what application are you calling for?
I'm sitting in to listen to the item number 4, the demolition of 316 Rinsler Avenue. I'm a neighbor, and frankly, I just want to know what's planned for something half a block away from me.
Well, that application will be coming up shortly. Thank you.
How long do these meetings last?
Rebecca, if you're on the list, you should be getting emails from staff telling you when your application is being heard. These are long meetings.
You can also follow along on YouTube.
YouTube.
And then hop back on when you see we've gotten to 316.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may add one more thing, I know that a lot of the staff comments were related to details, and I think working with Eric as a peer consultant, I think that we can certainly work together with staff to resolve some of the particulars that maybe staff would be looking for. So I would ask that we would be able to have staff review with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Over to Chair.
All right, thank you for your presentation. I had a quick question. So A1, it's, I should have written the page number down. I think it's I can't remember what page. Or maybe this will work because, sorry, where you just were. 28?
29?
No, 28, I think.
28. That's the rear
Nope.
of the back buildings. Are you looking for
I was looking
elevation?
for, there's a slide that shows the height and the width compared to the historic site next
Gotcha.
to it. Um, 26.
Slide 14.
I don't know, I'll look for it. My question is that it looks like it's taller and wider than the, I think it's 24, whatever the historic site is to the left of it. And so can you just speak to that? I know you said you've done some stuff with massing, but it looks like on one slide, I saw that it's like 3 feet taller and 3 feet wider.
Sure. This, again, I'm sorry, this goes back a ways with the prior submission, but we did, look at that and study that and worked with staff on that as well as, coming up in the commission. And one of the things we're doing, it's stepping down into the neighborhood as far as scale. So it's that little extra serves as a bridge of a scale reduce and aligning things from the building next to it.
Eric, and Angie, team, you're still gonna have to make your case because this is a new application. So, if you have additional slides or exhibits you'd like to share with the.
Yeah, if we could maybe go, I guess, to that front elevation of it. And I think
Slide.
the one above it, maybe the simpler, no, sorry, hold on. Slide 24.
Slide 24.
Okay. So if you see slide 24, you can see how we have the dashed lines in there showing how the eaves and the ridge lines step down with the grade and how they relate. And I think hopefully you can see in that A1 how we've aligned the peak of the gables with the building next to it, and then just kind of bridge down from the buildings adjacent, the B1, the C1, as it steps into the building as, obviously, I mean, from a development standpoint, we would have liked to have another quadplex there, a little bit more scale, a little bit more mass, but we were trying to be real cognizant of how it steps down, and then just keeping the proportions of that. And I think we're within the 10% also on all of that.
Commissioner Bell, so to answer your question, you can see it as stepping up from the adjacent house or seeing it stepping down. And we took the approach of stepping down. And, having worked so much with the commission, we know that max 3 foot is kind of that, like, don't go above that line. But if you look at the ratios as it came down the site, there is another streetscape with the Zootwell streetscape, and you can actually see how the structures, it could be like 2'7". I think there was one that was just under 3 feet. So even from historic structures to the existing structures, there's still a little bit of a delta, and it's based on the grade. So to answer your question, I hope that does.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question, or just an observation. In a project like this that's pretty significant, I think a 3D of the site would have been very helpful. Is that something y'all consider doing?
At one point, I think at the start, we had some 3Ds, given the amount of information, it seemed to, confuse things. And then with the size of the site and changing it every month, felt was, sometimes providing duplicate information on a lot of things confuses things. So we tried to keep it crisp and clear was our thinking.
So I see Grant has his hand up. Did you have any new information you forgot to share, Grant?
Oh, yeah, that was, I didn't know if I had an opportunity to rebuttal, but my hand was up, after the applicant had addressed some of my comments. So, nothing in addition to that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question. You referred to, I think the roof form on the C buildings and how it related to a building either adjacent to it or across the street, and there's a photograph of that building in the package. I couldn't find that. With the side elevation right there, the
Sure.
side
If
elevation.
we're on
that-
page 24 still, where do we end up?
Okay.
If we could go back to A24.
Oh, it's the one with the,
It's the one directly, we try to relate them. You can see the photo directly below it, and that's the quadplex 241 across the street. So our roof, I mean, it's essentially, it's a dead match.
okay.
And I think, again, you know, sometimes it's a little hard to look at, but if you look at the side and the aerial, you can see how that gable is actually stepped back along the side view, and we match that distance. I think it's just kind of an optical illusion. Probably how it was looked at, you know, from whatever view it was looked at,
It
but
does look.
it's a dead match, and you can
Thanks,
see,
Side elevation.
you can see from that pedestrian kind of view looking up and how that roof just kind of even goes away. But it's nice how that gable is set back, and we just
Got it.
thought that was, you know, something that's actually a really great thing for that building.
And that particular roof form was created just to echo that building across the street.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
A kind of a clipped hip gable combination.
Yes.
Oh.
Mhm.
It's
I
kind of hard to see on Google because it's up on a kind of a hill.
Well, and it kind of,
Yeah.
it reinforces what the applicant was saying about the roof
Right.
form and
Yeah.
how it
Yeah.
doesn't
but-
look so odd from the street as it
Yeah.
does from the face on side elevation.
Yeah, and you know, like I said, I went back and looked at the pictometry and everything again, just to be sure that, you know, nothing was missed.
Thank you.
If I may add one more thing, a lot of the details were taken, as Eric said, on slide 24, where there's a comparison of historic structures to proposed structures, roof form, roof pitch, details, fenestration patterns. There was a lot of similarities to the historic structures as inspiration.
Yeah, but I just touching on that, if you look at like 241, we got rid of, for instance, the spoke spindles that we actually had at the start of the previous application, because just to, you know, stay more humble and not overwhelm the neighboring properties. We didn't want to be more complex. So that was one of the things we focused on is, you know, matching, but not overdoing things either.
Any other question?
Yeah, a question on going back to our favorite buildings, C1 that we're talking about today. I appreciate you drawing the example to 241 because that helps me understand what this would look like without the 3D. And I also appreciate the scale reduction on that. Is that a garage? That's the C1.1?
Yeah, I mean, that's really kind of the inspiration for it, trying to look for, you know, how we can reduce the scale as we looked at like a carriage house inspiration.
Is that
Really.
to be used as a garage or is that living space?
It is partially garage and may be used as a little bit of living space if there's anything left.
My only comment on that beyond, you know, reducing the scale at that corner, I think definitely helps with the overall feel of your proposal. The gable pitch and the roof style to my eyes, don't really relate to the main piece of that building that it's attached to. You know, you've got, you're mimicking that quadplex at 241, I think is the inspiration that you cited. And then this little building doesn't really look like it's related to the building it's attached to.
I think we could change that pitch. I think that the goal was to try to keep that building pretty simplistic, so it just kind of, fade into the distance. But I think you might have a point how we can change that gable to be a little bit shallower, probably.
Yeah, just in terms of
With staff, hopefully.
as you said, sort of keeping it simple. You have the main building, which is 4 units. C1, and then the smaller building attached to a C11, and there's sort of like a hyphen that sits between them, which looks like it's maybe the width of a door, an access door, so like 3 or 4 feet. That I think also you might want to restudy, just in terms of the complexity that adds to the overall look of that building on the corner.
Okay, thank you. And just, it's based on the quadplex, but it's a duplex.
I'm sorry.
It's based on the quadplex, but it's actually proposed as a duplex.
Gotcha. And then just to clarify, there was a staff note about, and I think, and you also addressed it in the supplement on bump out detail. And if we go to, I think it's slides 31 through 34, is the bump out detail, let's see if we're looking at the slide 31, the right side elevation. Is that where it's where you have a solid wood panel? Is that the bump out detail we're talking about? Okay.
Yes, it is. And as I mentioned, we had a little bit of a drawing revision. We were trying to get in the supplement, didn't quite, make it in, but we certainly feel like we can work with staff on that. And as mentioned, I do agree. I think I'm not quite sure what staff, they just said, the detail, but those brackets underneath are definitely, I think that's an oversight. They ended up a little small. And I think we can either include different brackets or just provide a foundation underneath it to simplify it. And those would both be, I believe, characteristic to the neighborhood, but we definitely want to just touch that up, hopefully with staff.
Yeah, just to clarify, staff's comments was just to restudy that because it was undersized and under detailed.
I had a question. On sheet or page 33, can you discuss what constitutes the connector between the garage and the main portion? It just points to what looks like an undivided light window, large panel window.
Right. We were kind of taking some inspiration. We wanted, again, to, have that smaller building breathe and make sure we're reducing the mass. And we took some inspiration from historic standards on how, like building additions might use a connector and a clear visual break. So I think, that's what we were trying to do with that, is to have a kind of a clear visual break between them that was simplistic. And again, it is also set back, I believe, over 90 feet from the street.
Understood. Is that a window though?
It is a window. That is what's currently proposed.
So it's not represented in the window schedule that you're showing, you provided?
Unfortunately, I think we might have had that oversight. I'm sorry. We can definitely provide that, but it is currently an undivided light window to not add complexity, but we can certainly look at alternatives as well.
Okay, one question. Page 20. The trash enclosure between B2 and C2, is that the only trash enclosure for the entirety of the facility? Set 15 units, 14 and a half units?
Yes, it is.
And there's no details for that enclosure provided?
It has 6-foot wood screening fence on it, and we can certainly work on providing additional details to staff. It is in the middle of the site, but fully screened.
Any other questions for that?
Yeah, I have a question on the, back to that C 1.1. You say you're basing this on a quad, but is there any precedence of a quad with a appendage like that?
So.
It is, and if, understanding that it's gonna be potentially just garage. It just seems like you're forcing something and just wondering why.
So Commissioner Whitlock, I think one of the things that I think Eric pointed out, not that I know Eric pointed out earlier, was there wasn't, that particular piece of property for that development wasn't wide enough to do another unit. And a way to give additional living space was to do it as an attached garage. Although attached garages are not in the district, but to create that connector, that breezeway, that visual connector to it is not an uncommon feature, but it is nonetheless considered a smaller structure. And I think some of the staff notes was that there is a little bit of leeway because it is on the corner, it is the gateway, it steps back, it's, I don't know how many feet from the street. So it's really more visible from its internal alley side than it is from the street view. So from the street view, it appear more as a garage.
So, I mean, setting up that the gateway. Gotta turn it on, setting up that gateway. The goal was just based on how that site works with the proportions. You're gonna see that corner of the C1 building with that nice 8-foot deep porch prominently as the gateway feature, as well as the landscaping in front of it. And it's set back, and so the C 1.1 is set back actually the 90 foot too. Does that help? Or do you have a follow?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It just,
Are you
seems, yeah. Just out of place.
Are you asking because we don't do attached garages in historic districts? And it looks like, or side additions like that?
That's a good point as well.
Would it help if it didn't have the connector piece?
I don't know.
Is it possible to get a single unit in there?
To do what?
Yes.
Christy's
Yeah.
asking if it would be possible to get
Why don't you get another unit?
Yeah.
Why don't you do another unit? I think that solves every single problem there is. And you can do it as a separate unit. It can even have that little connector in the back. But it gets you another unit and it gets rid of any sort of concerns about connectivity or garages, or it adds more to that corner as a gateway. Do you want another unit to sell? Maybe?
So while we.
Liam says yes.
So while we absolutely appreciate that feedback,
Okay.
it is, I think, a consideration. It might not be as deep, it might not be as wide, but as long as it'll fit. Now, remind on the corner that I think it's a convenience store or something on the corner, so it backs up to something that has a lot of activity on that corner. Is that in the historic district, the corner? Yeah, see, that's the other issue. It is the gateway. It's the end or the beginning of the district, however you want to look at it. And so I think there is an opportunity to be had there if we can possibly just restudy that one. What we don't want is the entire project to be held up for this one particular unit. If there's any way to possibly consider that separately, I might be speaking for this, but
You know, projects like this with, this is really like we're talking about the back buildings, and it is a new project. I've been listening to a lot of things. I think it sounds like you're working towards a continuance for a number of items, and that could include more specific direction on this corner building. With some reassurance to the applicant that there are, a lot of the large things that the commission looks at first are fine, right?
Yeah,
Did
I
I-
agree with that. I think, and I know that I was here when they were coming through before, and I know that there was the resounding objection to the view from the neighbors on the street behind it, which, I never really thought that was the big issue, but I think that was one of the big ones. But I think it's a non-issue to me. I think you have a good program here, and I think it's more or less the details to work through.
Would you consider approving everything except for that one building? So that we can work with staff on the other details?
We'll talk about that in discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never hurts to ask, does it?
Right, absolutely.
Ask.
Got to ask, or the answer you don't know.
Yes. All right, any other questions before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. So it sounds like we'll put C11 to the side for a second, but it sounds like there's some additional details with the bump out, and I think Commissioner Allred was talking about the windows. That feels like that can be worked with staff. Was there anything else that I missed?
Just going through the answers to the staff comments to see.
Commissioner Sullivan, if you can just get closer to your mic.
Pardon me. I'm
Thank
just
you.
reviewing staff comments and then the applicant's sort of responses to those in the staff supplement. Agenda supplement, pardon me.
I guess while he's doing that, question for other commissioners. When we talk about massing and we talk about not everything, so not taller than and wider than. And so this is that one that's next to the residential property is taller than and wider than. So to the applicant's point, you can think of it as scaling up or scaling down. Either way, it's still the 3 feet, whether you go up or down. So I'm just interested in how we think about that. Because from what I've heard in the past, it's like you can pick one or the other. So I didn't hear anybody else say anything, but I'm just interested in what y'all are thinking.
I think we also need to keep in mind that this is a gateway. And so the site next to them is outside the district, which is going to have a lot of density and height probably. So stepping down into the neighborhood is something that we like to see. And I think that if you look at slide 24, there is an illustration where they did go and try to align using the Zotwall survey, the eave heights and the header heights. So just take that into consideration.
It's also multifamily, which is the comparison is across the street.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's, that one, right, yeah, those multifamily.
I also think they provided examples of other houses on the street and in the neighborhood that are similar scale. Maybe not the house right next to it, but not too far away. To me, it seems like it fits the other houses, on the street.
I would agree with that, and that streetscape elevation on A16, I think really illustrates how it's stepping up towards the, being outside of the district. And it kind of grows. And the pitch of the street too is kind of helping the argument, I think.
Okay, thanks. Any, oh, Commissioner Sullivan, you were looking at staff notes.
Yes, I'm pretty sure unless somebody else sees another commissioner sees anything, that the applicant did address the staff notes, with the exception of the detail on the bump outs. That was C1 and 2. And there was a comment on the dumpsters, I think, and the trash. Getting there. And just for the commission, it looks like if we were to propose continuation, it would be based on my analysis, bump out details for C1 and 2, trash, sidewalks, parking, trash enclosure, fencing, details and dimensions. And yeah, basically everything that's under number standards for private sites.
Are those items that we could give enough direction on that they could work with staff, or do we need to see that?
It seemed like staff type issues to work through. But
I can just put that in the motion, potential motion, and see what happens.
Okay.
Well, I've got a
So what-
question before we make a motion. To the council members. Basically from the information we're looking at, we have 7 buildings, but we really only have 3 different buildings, as A1, 2, and 3 all are identical from the public realm. B1 and B2 are identical from the public realm. And C1 and C2 only differ from one another due to the appendage to the C1 building. As this is one project with multiple buildings, how do we think that relates to massing and complexity of form and the repeated design of the buildings overall? And literally A1 and A2 are front to back, exactly the same. And A2 and A3 are exactly the same.
So is your question that as taking them as a whole, like the whole site, looking at that from a massing standpoint?
Yeah, and we're not looking at it as a commercial project, correct? So it's residential based on multifamily,
Yeah, multifamily.
but multiple buildings on the same lot within the multifamily section. I lost that already. I'm just have a curiosity with the fact that we're introducing 7 buildings with 3 different building designs within the neighborhood, historic neighborhood, that I do not feel would meet the qualifications for maxing and complexity of form as one project inside the historic neighborhood. It's not specifically addressed, but I just don't feel that it meets that requirement.
Yeah, so I would say go to your multifamily context requirements and look there. And we have previously done projects that have multiple buildings on a lot. Specifically, now we cannot compare it because it is in a different context, but on Kingston, West Kingston and West Boulevard, there was a large project that had 6 or 7 buildings on a lot, and then 3 buildings across the street on another lot. So, you know, it is unusual, but we have done this before.
And I guess my question, the fact that they're identical buildings. A1, A2, and 3 are exactly this, have the exact same facade.
Yeah,
Room.
multifamily usually is, we had on East Boulevard, they have 2 identical buildings that are connected by a connector right across from Paper Skyscraper on East and Cleveland, maybe?
But the fact that they're connected wouldn't mean they were one building.
They're 2 separate buildings, but we required a little bit of a connector. But if you look at them, they look like 2 separate buildings. So I think what we're getting into, I think it's really important what you're bringing forward, but it's more of a policy discussion. So Paige, could you help me remember that we need to talk maybe about this at a retreat? But for now, yes, we've done multiple buildings on a parcel, and multiple buildings that look alike on a parcel in the past.
I think they made it such that from the front elevation, those vary. I mean, you have it stacked, which I guess in reality, it could be all single family and the developer could have built the same floor plan right behind the same floor plan. I mean, historically, I'm sure that we could find that. It's so I don't know.
Chair,
The way it's staggered and if you had those A1 and A2 right beside each other facing that, I think that would bother me. But front to back, I don't think that doesn't bother me.
I think I agree with Commissioner Whitlock that from the street itself, the 3 buildings that about the street are very different and contextual. And then what's behind that, which is not really seen from the street, I don't think, is the replication of the plans. If I'm understanding what you're saying, Commissioner Allred.
Chair Bell, I believe the applicant has their hand up.
We'll reopen.
Thank you. To your response, Commissioner Allred, you know, right now you're seeing it on paper, like a carbon copy, and I think there's opportunity for certain finishes that can be distinguishing difference. You know, it's not unlike, especially in this neighborhood, Wilmore, Wesley Heights, to have sister homes that were built on the same, in the neighborhoods that were just carbon copies of exactly the same homes as developers went through and built the neighborhood. And so I think here there is, if we can work with staff, maybe a different brick selection, you know, a lap siding exposure difference, just something a little different that would distinguish, you know, unit 1, unit 2, unit 3. still have the same geometry, still have the same detailing, but in its finish, as you know, color makes something look different. Red brick versus, an off red brick, a slick brick versus a textured brick will give it a different dimension. And that if we were, allow us to work with staff, we can present a package to them that maybe could work.
Thank you.
All right, we will reclose. Okay, so it sounds like you have a motion in progress, but we didn't talk about the C1.1.
Just ask them to
Yes.
look at that and see what alternatives they might come back with.
So then if we are or
We'd be looking for staff to do
I-
that if we move to approve.
I don't think for a whole nother building.
Yeah, not for the
No.
entire thing.
Can we approve all the buildings except for
That's what I was trying to figure out.
C11? And they can submit that as a different application if they want to.
Are there any other things that you want to review? Like details or materials? Usually we ask for like brick samples, those types of things.
Yeah, I feel like we're asking a lot of staff to review materials and all those things. This is, again, I go back to it being a pretty big project and we don't have a great overview of the project as a whole. I can look at it online and I can see sort of what they're showing me, but I personally have a hard time visualizing the whole project.
So rather than a separate motion, it's how we handle any big project that is at this point where you need to resolve some details, you want to restudy on something. It's a continuance with very specific direction to the applicant on what the continuance is about, where you state very clearly, like, we're good with these buildings, and so that they have the comfort of knowing that, the commission's good with A1, B1, you can list out which ones you're good with. So you'd like a redesign on C1, you'd like a brick sample, you'd like X, Y, Z detail, and you just need to look at the details of a project.
And just a reminder, when a project comes back to the commission with a continuance, you're only looking at those items.
Yeah.
So not, rehashing out the entire project again. It's just those specific items that you've requested continuance on.
All right, Sean, you good?
Okay, well, for the purposes of preparation, what if let's go through each building so we can understand, if we're going to request anything building by building. Does that make sense? So if we start with A2.
Back,
Oh, I'm sorry.
are you good with A1 and B1?
Let's see. Yeah, I'm sorry. For the sake of clarity, let's restart and start with at the street with A1 and B1.
Okay, as shown on slide 24. You have a detail page of A1?
Yeah, so it's down here.
Here.
That's A2 and 3.
Okay, and the detail page of A1, slide 29. Sheet A21 in the presentation.
So if we're looking at that, then let's start at the top. We're for good with massing. What about roof forms and fenestration? I'm
Okay,
taking quiet as an okay.
so that's A1.
Any other comments on A1?
Do we need to request material samples of brick and whatever siding they propose to use for all the buildings?
Yeah.
Does that go each one individually, I guess, since we've also talked about having different materials for,
I think the brick would be for any of the building, like if you're using different brick, whatever that's gonna be. So overall samples of materials. Anything else for A1? Okay, B1, which is what, the next page, I think.
So this is slide
Think there was
30 and this
details
is
on the bump outs we were requesting.
For B1?
Yes.
Which slide is the detail for B1?
31.
31.
Oh,
bracket details and paneling details probably. That.
that's at the bump out, correct? Okay, so bump out bracket details. And panel details. Anything else on B1?
Are we okay with the size of the windows in the upper floors? The applicant did say that they were considering reducing them by 6 inches. Typically on historic structures, windows on the second floor are slightly smaller.
I would say yes on the 6-inch reduction and to align the head heights of the windows. I think that that's what you all said.
Yeah.
All right, anything else on B1? C1, the building.
This is slide 33, sheet A25.
So I know there was conversation, I think, about the roof form. Everybody's okay with that? Massing, size, fenestration, we're all good?
We need, I guess, the same bump out details for C1.
And I think the same second floor window requests.
And I believe the applicant talked about reducing the size of the windows in buildings A1 and A2 and A3 in the gable ends to match the other windows on so in the rear elevations. Can we include that too?
You said on A1?
A2 and A3.
We hadn't gotten to those yet. But you said on A1.
I'm sorry. Okay, so A1 was.
We did A1.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think they're going by front buildings and then back buildings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else on C1? All right, so then we will go to the back buildings, A2. Oh, sorry.
C1, what are we doing about the appendage as C1.1?
We said that they needed to restudy that.
Yeah, we're gonna,
Okay.
I think the idea is to
Yeah.
separate them.
Okay, A2. What were you saying, Commissioner Stanley?
The applicant had mentioned, and I think it's a great idea to reduce those windows by 6 inches as well. Keep the head heights consistent, but make the smaller windows in the gable on the rear elevation.
That would be A2 and A3.
Correct.
Yep.
I'm sorry, what was the note on the rear vent?
Prevent. Reducing the windows by 6 inches in the gable on the rear elevation. And aligning the header heights.
I think there may have been a staff note about the event,
Oh.
right? On the front elevation.
Wasn't there a note about the ridge height on the that gable coming off the back? Get full 6 inches.
So staff notes are located on the memo, which is page 1. And the comments were to study the gable and beam size, the roof eave return proportions, which I think the applicant has already done, but it didn't make it into the supplement. And then restudy the front gable, yes, siding to vent proportion. It just seems that the vent is a little small for the size of the front gable, and then to also restudy the window and door trim eave relationship, which I believe we've already discussed.
Anything else on A2 and A3? Okay, B2. There's a staff note about restudying the rear elevation for coplanar walls. Was that addressed? No. Rear walls, there's a note.
Or C2 for the
B2. Well, the staff note says B2, and then in their supplement, they said the rear walls of C2 were made non-coplanar when addressing B2. So they just need to make sure that they're restudied for non-coplanar. Anything else on B2?
And B2 is on slide 32, sheet A24.
Just the details of the window box bump out. Similar to B1.
They would, and the windows, right? And they need to be smaller up top also. Okay, so windows, same thing with the windows, reducing the size and aligning the header height. And then C2. Again, with the coplanar walls. And then there's a staff note about the gable not sitting as far back from the front thermal wall. I think this goes to what Commissioner Kern was talking about. You were asking for like a 3D, some type of something.
And that roof line matches the C1, which matches the historic multifamily across the street.
Okay, anything else on these? And then there's an overall restudy of C1.1.
Anything on the trash enclosure?
Well, I think he had that.
Yeah, I've got that on here. Trash.
The applicant, somebody has something to say, and the applicant. Need to open it.
We're open again.
I'd like to propose if we got rid of C1.1. The only thing we need to do is restudy. That's the only thing we need to restudy, and we can handle all the other details. That's just my proposal. If that's the holdup, I don't need it.
So that's
Still need
You still need
materials.
materials.
That's
Yes.
fine. Okay. All right.
So is,
I'll keep it then. That's fine.
Okay.
I was just asking the question. I know we have materials on the first page, but I realize they're not physically here. But we had addressed materials on the slide 1.
And the brick type, the brick on slide 1 is the actual brick we're proposing.
And that's fine. Just a friendly reminder, projects of this size rarely get approved in the first go around, so a continuance is not a bad thing.
Yeah, you're getting.
okay, so we're closed again. All right, are we, or you need standards, right? As we go?
I think we can cover that as we go.
Okay.
I just wanted to double check before I jump off. We are moving to continue.
Yeah.
Based, and that's continue across the board. Very good. All right. I move to continue this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the following standards. Starting off with building A1, request that the applicant revise the second floor windows, making them smaller by 6 inches, and align header heights. Standards 6.15. Number 2. And then moving on to building B1, request that the applicant provide bump out bracket and wood panel details and trim details per standards 6.14 and 6.15.2. On to building C1. Oh, pardon me. Back to B1. Also request the applicant reduce windows on the second level by 6 inches and to align all header heights. Moving on to building C1. Also request the applicant to reduce second floor windows by 6 inches and align all header heights. And bump out details 6.14, cornices and trim, 6.15, doors and windows. And then moving to building A2, also requesting second floor windows, reduce in height by 6 inches and align all header heights. Also restudy rear elevations to ensure non-coplanar rear walls.
We're on A2 and A3.
Yes,
I thought it was the front gable siding for vent proportions for those, not the, sorry, I thought it was the front gable siding for vent proportions for A2 and A3, and coplanar walls was a different building.
So A2 and A3 are on slide 30. It does not have the bump out.
Yeah, so A2 and A3 are the windows and the proportions, the vent proportions in the front gable
Front,
siding,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, I'm sorry, that was A2
A2,
and A3.
A2 and A3.
And moving to B2, also to restudy the front gable vent and siding proportions to ensure non-coplanar walls. C2, restudy front gable siding and vent, and also to ensure non-coplanar walls. Standards 6.14, 6.18, 6.14 cornices and trim, 6.18 materials. And C2, yeah, restudy, applicant to provide details on bump outs, cornices and, or excuse me, bracket and siding detail. Six point 15 doors and windows, 6.14 cornices and trim. Also, applicant to restudy front vent and gable relationship and ensure non-coplanar walls. Standards 6.13 roof form materials, 6.14 cornices and trim.
Commissioner Sullivan, for the vent and gable detail for C2 on slide 34, are you comfortable with that? I think the vent to gable detail was mainly for the A buildings.
A2 and A3 only.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, we can, yeah, we can eliminate that from the motion. And then for the overall project, applicant to restudy the dumpster and trash site, standard 8.6. Also to provide a tree study, standard 8.5.
I think the site is pretty clear of trees that are, okay. Okay. I think there are,
It was just for the, yeah, walkways and trash and fencing,
okay.
Provide a tree and landscaping plan.
and to provide a tree and landscaping plan.
Oh, no, it has been provided. It
Yeah,
has been
it
has been
provided.
provided.
Yeah.
There's some staff notes on site 3 about site work.
That's of the supplement.
This is the, no, the memo on page 3 under staff comments. If you're looking for site work.
See, applicant to provide information about location of HVAC units, dumpsters, and other site appurtenances per standards 8.9. And provide details, dimensions, and materials for walkways, trash enclosure, and fencing. Standards 8.8 and 8.6 and 8.7.
And material samples and
Applicant also to provide all material samples for, yeah, all material samples for review. I'm sorry, what was the
6.18.
6.18? Thank you. And in the motion, do we need to clarify the 6.11 has been eliminated?
No, just for that one building, you were just, voiding out the, siding to vent detail on, I think it was B1 on the B buildings. It only applied to the, A buildings.
he's talking about 6.11. I think we just say restudy, and if they don't want to do it, then they just
Oh,
come back.
C 1.1, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Okay.
Just restudy,
Just
yes.
restudy and then.
Okay, and applicant to restudy building 6.1.1. For standards 6.6, 6.8, 6.9. And commission requests the applicant provide three-dimensional perspective images of the buildings and the site as a whole.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Sullivan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion? Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. Can we get a quick break?
We appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, do we need a break? Yes. Okay, 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:10. Hello and welcome back to the Historic District Commission meeting. Shelley, have you been sworn in? You're on. Have you, yeah, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Okay, great. Our next application is 2214 Sarah Marks Avenue. And this project is in multiple parts. It has a front porch change. Right now, the house has a full width terrace, but only the center portion's covered. They're asking to add shed roofs over either side. They're asking for some window changes on the left elevation first level, right elevation first and second level, and rear elevation second level. And then they're also proposing a couple of additions. There is a right side one-story entry addition on the right elevation. And then there is a larger rear elevation that will bump out to the left side, approximately 4 feet at the rear corner of the house. All of the materials and information are listed, as well as some staff comments after each section. With that, I will turn the project over to Shelley. Shelley, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yep, it's Shelley Hughes. I live at 7421 Coors Drive, Arvada, Colorado, 80005.
Great. Shelley, I will start you on your first slide, slide 7.
Yep.
Just let me know where to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to go here from kind of the macro level with the site and context, and then we'll kind of drill down into the micro level. So I guess first to point out here, I've included several of the houses on this end of the block. We only had the Zotwell survey for our side of the street. We don't have one for the opposite side of the street. But you'll see there on that elevation that there are 3 or 4 houses here on this side that have a larger scale and massing than the others on the block. Most of the others across the street are smaller bungalow style and 1 or 1.5 story houses, where there's 3 or 4 on this side that are 2-story or 2+ stories. And then also this lot is also slightly pie-shaped. It's a little bit wider at the back than in the front, which is important to why we have our additions projecting out on the sides a little bit, and I'll get into that in more detail. The house is a typical colonial 4-square originally, and there is an addition on the back that I think was done 20 to 30 years ago, but I couldn't find information on it. I dug everywhere I could in Google and in tax records. I can't figure out when that later addition was done on the back, but I'm thinking probably in the 90s. There's 2 important things to point out on that addition. There are no windows on the right or the left of 2-story walls. So they're only on the rear. So we're trying to improve that as one aspect. And then we're also trying to add some space for this family. I won't go into too much depth here on the site photos yet. We can go back to those if you have questions. This next slide that you're on right now, I've included a couple of nearby case study examples of other projects that have been approved nearby with similar front porch additions to cover the side porches like we're proposing, as well as scale and massing of their additions and what we're trying to propose. These are all nearby within a few blocks of the client's house here. If you scroll down just a little bit more to the bottom of that page, you can see the Zotwell survey shows our house with the additions included on the sides of it. So you can see the massing there with the other houses on either side. Okay, let's go to the next slide, the site plans. If you'll zoom in a little bit on those so we can see them a little better. Basically, where we're proposing an addition, you'll see in the left version of the site plan, that's the original, there's a wood deck and a patio behind and to the left side of the house, and we are proposing addition in the exact same location. So we're not increasing any more coverage on the site. There is a little deck addition that we're asking for behind our addition, and then we're also asking for a small addition on the right side at the end of the driveway. It's important to note here too how narrow this site is. Most of these houses on this street either don't have driveways or they only go to the front of the house. And in this particular case, the driveway stops about halfway back down the right side of the house. And then it starts to get pinched by the neighbor's fence and the neighbor's property line. And so we can't take the driveway back any further. So the client was hoping that we can get a little small entry there. That's a secondary entry on the side. That's just a little one-story mudroom addition to come in there because there is no informal entry on this house. It's only through the front door. And then at the back where the deck was, we're proposing a one-story dining room addition there. And then next to it in that back left corner will be a two-story addition with a little small 10-foot by 10-foot deck behind that. There's an existing shed that's sitting in that back corner near the setbacks that will remain for now. We may end up replacing it down the line, but for now that's going to stay. Yeah, go to the floor plan next. I won't go into great detail here. You can study these to see why and where we put windows where we did. We are proposing a little small sunroom addition off of the back left there and then into a covered porch at the rear. The dining room additions directly behind the kitchen there. We are kind of rearranging and flipping around the interior floor plan to move the kitchen to the back corner so it connects with this new dining room space. And then we have the little side mudroom addition there shown on the right that that Christy was circling there as our kind of informal side entry. At the front porch, you'll see it does have a terrace that goes all the way across. It's broken up into two different levels with a higher level in the center and two side pieces that step down one step. And we're just proposing that we'd like to cover those to kind of create a full covered porch across there. When you go back and look later at our neighborhood context examples, you'll see that almost every house on the street has a partial or a full front porch. So we're just proposing the same. And second floor addition currently is 3 bedrooms with like a little sitting playroom area, and they have 3 kids and need another bedroom. So we're proposing a new master suite over the rear back left addition to expand their bedroom count up here and also move the laundry room upstairs as well. You'll see the little right side roof appendage where we have the little mudroom addition down below, and the roof to the rear is the one-story dining room addition down below. And then at the front, if you scoot that up just a little, you'll see our roof additions at the front porch down below. One thing I'll note here too is the original house has 2 skylights on the back roof. We're proposing to remove those when we add our new roofs, and they will not go back in. So on the front elevation, next slide, I've tried to color code these so it's easy for you to tell what's new and what's existing. So anything that's shaded dark is the original structure and windows and siding and roofing and all of that. And anything that's not shaded in are our new additions, so you can see them clearly. So on that bottom right elevation are our 2 front shed roofs that are going to go on either side of the front porch that's already there. And then to the right, you've got our little single-story mudroom addition side entry. And on the left, our addition at the rear is going to stick out about 4 feet on that side, plus the chimney there. But that is pretty far back. You may have to zoom in on that, Christy. I've got the dimensions there on how far those are back from the front thermal wall. We're like more than 40 feet on the left side. So that step's pretty far back. It's not near the front of the house, even though it's hard to tell in these flat 2D elevations. And I've got the dimensions on the right side one as well. If you zoom in there, I think that one was 20 plus feet back too, 24 feet back from the front. And it's also behind the chimney that's existing on the side there. I guess one thing to note here, just looking at the staff comments, we didn't have a dimension on those 2 front porch roofs that we're adding. As far as like how tall those are, they're going to be about 8 inches below the original front gable porch roof. So we're keeping those a little bit lower. And then, yeah, as you go to the rear, we'll look at the sides here in a second. But as you go to the rear, we're keeping the original rear gable that was added in the 90s. But then we're proposing another double gable that kind of comes more to the rear to create that addition at the back with the porch underneath it in that kind of shaded area down below. All the windows on the house are 6/1. We're proposing the same for all of our new windows. We do have a couple windows that will be casements to look like double hungs where we have to meet some egress codes and we couldn't get the right window height in a double hung, but they will look like the double hungs. On this particular house, the second floor windows of the original structure are a little bit shorter than the ones on the bottom, but they are the same width up and down on both floors. And we've kept that same language all the way around on the other elevations as well. one of the original windows there on the back didn't have any grills on it. It's just a 1/1. We may replace that if we can, but it may stay like that is. We are proposing to take one window out on that rear elevation. That's just kind of an odd little square window that's in the left side of that rear elevation. But we are going to match all the siding, roofing, all the eave details. There's only one place, the current siding has about a 9-inch exposure on it. We are proposing wood. But there is one little section when we go around to the side elevation where we're going to change the exposure slightly above the master bedroom to like the two windows that are above the sunroom there, that are the master bedroom. The little gable that's above that, we're going to carry an eyebrow roof across there, and the siding that's above that will go to a 6-inch exposure just to give it a little bit of differentiation from the original. And then we're connecting everything with some shed roofs between the gables and keeping it pretty simple. The new chimney detail on this side will also match one of the original chimneys on the other side of the house. I will note that the two chimneys that are currently existing are painted and have been painted for a while. We don't plan on removing that paint, but the new chimney will be unpainted and the new foundation brick will stay unpainted per your guidelines. We're at this time not looking to screen in the porch either. It'll just be open porch underneath that rear addition. And then we'll have a small little wood deck off of the back there for just kind of entry and exit and a grill spot. Next slide. This is the driveway side. Again, our driveway kind of comes back to where the that little new side entry is going to be, and it stops there. We aren't changing the driveway at all. We're just building right up to the edge of it. And that will just be a little 1-story addition. And then at the front, you can see the little side shed roofs that we're adding at the front porch. Now on the side of the original house, you'll see a tiny little door that goes into a basement stairwell that goes underneath the front portion of the house. That's going to stay. And the windows right above that, the twin double hungs there, are in a stairwell at a landing. So they're a little higher up. We're going to keep those, but we're going to add another set just like them right above to give a little bit more light in the upstairs hallway. And then behind that second chimney, we're going to add a window at a little bar area in the kitchen. This is one of those original elevations you can see up above that did not have any fenestrations in it at all. So I hope we're improving that. And then at the rear, you'll see a shed roof that is our dining room addition. And beyond that is the 2nd-story master suite addition on the other side of the house and our little deck behind that. We've given a sheet with some details on there you can look at. At our back porch, we're proposing a brick roll-lock edge and a brick foundation with a bluestone field stone on the inside of the porch. This is all behind the house. Nothing is visible from the street. We've got our column details and information there. The next page has all of our siding and trim details and window details. Again, we're going to be matching as much as we can on the original house. I think the only new detail is this little mudroom roof bracket that's on number 2 there at the top right. We felt like we needed to cover the new door there a little bit, but we didn't want to bring the roof any further forward because it was going to get into the other windows on that elevation. So we just wanted to create a nice little slightly deeper overhang there to protect the door a little bit coming in and out. And that will have a brick step and brick foundation on that as well. The sunroom and dining room addition at the back, we are going to do the siding a little bit different on those to differentiate those as a different type of space and not do the horizontal siding there. Instead, we're going to do a panel detail below the windows that'll just be in a wood or maybe even a hardy material if you allow that. Since it's all painted, you can't really tell that it's hardy in that type of application. But we are sort of matching the column details that were on the front of the house, but the front columns are round columns. And back here, we're going to go to a square pilaster and square corner columns on the porch. Same type of cap and base details are close to them, but we want to switch to a square column in the rear. Is that the last page I had?
It's the last page.
Okay. I think staff noted a couple of things that we maybe didn't give dimensions on or they couldn't find them. I can answer those for you if you have specific questions on some of that. If you go back to the elevations, I will note that our new ridges in the back, one of the ridges is 9.5 inches below the original rear ridge, and then we're about 18 inches below the front ridge, so none of it will be visible from the street side in terms of height. And I think that's probably the gist of it. So I guess let me know what questions you have or what I can clarify for you.
Thanks, Shelley. We have an unknown caller. Hello. If you've called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, can you let us know if you were calling in about this application, which is 2114 Sarah Marks? Okay. Over to you, Chair Bell.
All right, thanks, Shelley. Any questions for this applicant? Right.
Just to clarify, on that slide right there on the bottom left, that looks like 3/1, but I think it must just be missing a line. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah, it's just missing a line. It should be
Okay.
6/1.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
it's an error.
Good
We'll
eye,
fix it.
Commissioner Kern. And
You can, if you look at the side elevation, I do have 6/1 there. We just somehow missed a line there.
Great eye. I forgot to announce that Commissioner Wojcik and Commissioner Holtz joined the meeting at the beginning of this hearing. So just let the record reflect.
Hi, Shelley. It's Commissioner Wojcik. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you doing?
Good. I have two questions for you.
Okay.
One is kind of basic, general roof form. You know, you've got your front, your Georgian that would have had the front or side to side gable, and then you talked about there being an addition at some point that gave us kind of a simple front to back gable. But then now that we're doing this addition, the roof lines seem a little complicated to me in terms of complexity of form for the historic structure. Can you just kind of explain? I mean, I understand it's all watershed, but how you kind of came up with this?
I probably should have included the other roof studies that we did. They just didn't look good. Like we tried turning the gable on the addition side to side over that master suite, and it actually ended up more complicated on the side elevation. And so we felt like from a simplicity standpoint, if you go to the side elevation, that's where it seemed to get more complex. And so by kind of doing the simple like side facing gables here, we could fill in with just a shed roof between for water runoff. But look at that original structure up above. You'll notice, I don't know if this was part of that addition in the 90s, but you'll see that there's a gable and then there's a little shed roof and they end funny over top of that triple window. So we're actually simplifying that and like making that look better and more like it should, I think. And I forgot to mention, we are moving one window on the original house on this side to the back a little bit for some interior space planning. But we are going to use that original window. We're just going to pick it up and move it over about 6 feet. But we felt like that this elevation was a little bit more prominent and visible, like coming up and down the street and from the neighbors, and that we could stand to do a little bit more complexity in the back to keep this more simple on this side.
And that's awesome. And so that's my next question, specifically that on that left elevation, you have an applied pent eave roof detail at that new gable. Is there a reason why you did that when I'm just not seeing that on the main structure? So I was wondering, I'm assuming that you're specifically doing it for a reason. So I was hoping you would explain that.
Mainly just per the guidelines, just differentiating old from new, because the original does not have that. We thought this might be a way to differentiate that new gable. If that's something that you'd rather not see, we can absolutely take it out.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only two things.
Any other questions?
Yes. On page 17, can you explain the new additions roof form? Where the way you have it set up, the peak of the gable is offset from the center of the addition. Is there a reason you did that outside of using, say, a shed roof or something to extend out over the doorway?
Mainly just trying to kind of fill up some of that exterior wall space there, because if you look at the picture above of the original, there's just nothing on that wall right now. At one point, we were playing around with a window up above that into a bathroom that we're adding on the second floor, but the client didn't want a window up there in bathroom because these houses are very tight together and they're looking into each other's windows from neighbor to neighbor. But no, we just felt like because we had the two side-facing gables on the opposite side, this little gable kind of mimics the original larger gable that's on the house. And then we went back to the shed roof on the dining room because that's kind of bookending the shed roof that's on the front porch.
Okay, I understand that. I guess what my question should have been is leaving the gable the way it is, did you consider adding a second shed roof to reach out over the entryway as opposed to offsetting the gable from the
We
mass?
can. I mean, we would absolutely consider that. We just felt this looked better.
Thank you.
Shelley, I had a question on the left elevation. I think page 16. I know you're talking about moving that window on the bottom over, but then it feels like it's off. Could you just like add the window and keep the existing window?
Well, if you look at the floor plan, we've made this a living room inside, and so that space between the front windows and that rear window is where a TV wall is going to be. It might help to see it in the floor plan. I mean, if we can't move it, we can work with that and we can figure it out. But this was one of the only original windows we are asking to move, and it's pretty far back on the side. If you look at that, the floor plan number 2 there on the right, it's like we're moving it back 6 feet, but that's so we can create like a wall there in between those 2 windows for symmetrical TV wall inside.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's I have heard before from all the design people, there's ways to be able to show the window outside, but not inside. It just looks off, like once you move it, and then, to me, at least.
I mean, we could show it like a fake window if that's something that you prefer on the exterior. I personally try to steer away from the fake windows whenever we can. Like, I just don't, I feel like I would much rather us pick up this original window and move it back to where we want it than to cover it up on the inside and put a new window in, if that makes sense. But that's my personal opinion. We did originally meet with staff on this, and we were also proposing to move one of the front windows on this side on the first floor, but we ended up keeping that aligned in the end because it aligns with the second floor windows. But this particular window didn't align with anything up above. So we felt like that could move over a little bit. And this side of the house also has all the utilities. It has the air compressors and the power meter and box as well. And so it's sort of a utility space anyway that we don't really want to look out onto.
Sorry, I turned off my microphone. Do we have any pictures from the street that are on an angle so that we can kind of see what you see, or is everything kind of straight on?
There may be one. Go back to slide 8 and 9. There might be something there.
You know, typically we don't do window replacement on like the first 2 rooms of the house, and just the way this is set up, it's first 2 rooms are the only 2 rooms, right?
Right.
Let's see here.
We're flexible. We can work with you on that if you prefer it to stay. We knew that was going to be a tough request, and I did talk with the clients about that and told them that that might be something that you might not allow.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Well, it helps.
Yep.
So, I mean, from that view, to me, it doesn't look like you would even notice, like the average person wouldn't notice that moved further back to me, but it's that window that's right next to that bush on that left side there.
Oh, but then you get into patching, siding, and there's just all of these elements that create an illusion of something else. And so I think, but thanks.
Hey, Shelley, it's Commissioner Sullivan. I just wanted to talk about the front porch. Specifically the precedents that you cite. I think it's slide 10.
Yeah.
So it
There were
looks to me
2 or 3 other houses that have similar porches approved.
it looks to me, you know, starting at top left, 2225 Charlotte Drive. I don't know if that's necessarily an original porch. That house looks like it's kind of undergone a couple different metamorphoses maybe. But that, but let's just say that that porch is part of the original structure for the sake of argument. It's very much a bungalow kind of style porch, to my eye.
Right.
And the subject property we're talking about here, I think, is very much a sort of a simple colonial revival. And then if we move over to the top right at 1225 Ideal Way, that house to me is a Dutch colonial, and the roof and the sort of the gable, portico that's over the front door, that's not really a porch to me. That whole the setup on the front facade is, I think, meant to, look like a dormer, but those walls are actually coplanar, and that's all to achieve a kind of a Dutch colonial style to the house.
Agreed, understood. These photos were included for several different factors, not just the front porch. Like those two houses have the little side appendage with the porch or sunroom to the side too. So I included that as well because we have ours sticking out on the sides, on both sides of our house as well. But we did feel like there were several examples, in the neighborhood that have a similar style front porch, maybe not exactly the same style, but we felt like that they still read that same way and felt like that was a reasonable proposed addition there. The client would just like to be able to use those front side terraces a little bit more. And right now she really just can't because there's too much sun on that side and too much weathering to furniture and stuff. So we're just trying to give a little cover to make those a little bit more inviting and a little bit more enjoyable where they can sit on the front porch and converse with neighbors.
Gotcha. I would just suggest that you find some precedents, that support the porch kind of extensions that you have on there, so that you can see how it relates to some examples in the neighborhood.
Maybe staff has some ideas of like where some others have been added like that. I feel like I've seen them before in the neighborhoods. These were ones that I found. Maybe one or two of these may have even been referred to me by them already, but I don't know if Christy or Candace may have other precedent where this may have been done before, but I'm not sure there's any other way we could add roof here, just based on like how the windows are. So this really kind of is the only solution.
We've done it before.
And I was gonna say, isn't that, porches are something that we usually work well with,
Yeah.
and
And I think the reversibility of this too, not touching the windows. We've done it on Ewing. It was kind of a colonial, but it was a story and a half with dormers. We've done it on Summit, which was kind of it was a bungalow with colonial elements that had a center front porch, a center portico, and we added on either side. We did it on Grandin. I think it was Grandin. And that was sort of a colonial Tudor situation. And then we did it here, the Ideal Way and the Dilworth Road. But again, these are Dutch colonials. I'm trying to think of anything that was like a true colonial that we've done this on.
I know we did a front porch on a little kind of 1930s cottage, which wouldn't normally have had a front porch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure this one was originally covered either. Christy and I talked about this when I had a staff meeting with them. We think that front porch gable that's there now might not be original. It could have been done later, but we are not sure.
Yeah, it's different.
It's got some odd detailing.
Yeah. It's got some really odd detailing.
Yeah.
Actually, like this situation, just not sure. And it looks like the columns maybe aren't wide enough for the beam. So
we could even work with staff on like repositioning those possibly, like when we add the side wing additions too, so that we get them in the right spot.
Did you say it was done in the 80s, Elizabeth?
Oh, no, I just said it looked 80s.
Oh, okay.
It does.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. I think the other thing that makes me think is because it's kind of covering up the front windows, and usually front original porticos let those front windows breathe and didn't cover them up. So there's a lot of things just looking at this architecturally that I just don't think that this is original either.
So we kind of felt like the new front porch additions kind of help balance everything out a little bit. It's because I feel like this is a little bit oversized as well for that position. I feel like we would have shrunk it down a little bit if we were drawing that from scratch.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought, was that if adding on to this portico, I'm not, it doesn't to me speak to what you would have seen perhaps on a colonial revival, at that time. Not that that can't be done, in context, and scaled and proportioned to look, appropriate for this house and for the neighborhood and the district. But just something to think about is that you may want to look at not just adding something to the sides, but perhaps something involving the overall composition of that porch.
We just didn't want to rip off what's there. It's just, I think wasted to throw that in the landfill at this point and start over. But I will tell you that the client is not still 100% sure we're even going to build these little side roofs on the front porch yet. That's probably the first thing that will get cut if they get into budget restrictions. They're meeting with builders and kind of finalizing that now, but we wanted to go ahead and try to get, full approval on the whole project, but those may end up getting omitted if it comes down to a budget issue anyway, because that's not as important as the rest of the addition.
Shelley, looking back at slide 10, I think you said that you put this in for context for the bump outs. But if I look at the context for single family, that's out of, if you go up, Christy, like
Where would you like me to?
that same slide, but just up to the map, the district map, yeah. So those seem out of context. If I look at 6.4 with the map on what's context for single family, are there any examples of that within the context of the project?
No, like I said, most of this street, this block, if you go back to, I think it's slide 7, maybe, that shows some of this photos from the street. As I mentioned when I was starting the presentation, there's 3 or 4 houses on this side of the street, on this end of the block, that are a little bit different than everything else on the block. The rest of the block is pretty much bungalows, a few colonial style bungalows and more craftsman style bungalows. But you've got 2 or 3, 4 houses right here that are kind of more in a colonial style. There's our project, and then there's one that's 2 doors down, 2206. That is very much a colonial style, has a similar front porch. And then there's some on neighboring streets, but not anymore on this block.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
Hi, Shelley. Can you speak to the change in height? I think it's on the left elevation, the upper floor. I'm sorry, I scrolled away from that page. They dropped down in the addition. I'm
not sure what you're talking about. All the floors align. All the eaves align.
The left elevation, new proposed under the, maybe it's a drafting error then, under the new gable there. Those look like they drop down 6 inches at least below the.
It has more to do with the windows on the rear. The original addition on the rear, so the original house windows, I think, were at 7'2". And I think we dropped this back down to 7 foot or maybe 6'10". I can't remember. And it was really to align when you start going around the other sides. We felt like this offset enough on this side that we could lower them a little bit there and not have to align with the original front part of the house. But it makes a difference when you start going around the other elevations.
Okay.
So if you go to the back elevation now,
see.
see there's an original twin double hung window on that rear original gable that's at that height. And so we felt like if we started pushing the windows up in different spots, it was going to start to look all over the place.
Okay. I noticed that. And then the other question I had or observation I had is that the rake detail at the new front porch, the sides is different than, it looks like drawn slightly differently than the original house and the side little bump out entry that has a note about matching the existing rake detail.
We can, so the original rake has a slight little angle in the dog ear there instead of a straight dog ear. We can do that there. Sorry, that's probably just a drafting error, but we do not return the roof there. It's just the beam that's turning and going back there.
Okay. Thank you.
While we're on the right elevation, I've got a question about the windows. I'm surprised to see there are no windows on the second floor toward the back of the house. That seems very odd to me. Can you walk me through why that's the case?
Can you zoom that back out? Tell me where you're talking.
Slide 17, the right elevation. There are no windows on the upper floor?
That's a closet. So, and we can add one there if we need it. But we were hoping to have the wall space for hanging. And it doesn't look out.
I understand the interior programming, but to me, that blank wall, both on the two long blank walls upstairs look odd. I defer to the architects on that.
Where that second chimney is, that's original wall space that didn't have any windows to begin with. And we could look at adding one there. Like I said, the one that's further back beyond that dining room addition, that's a closet, but we could add one if we need to. We just didn't feel it was looking out to anything important, and it's tucked so far back there that nobody will see this. Maybe go to our floor plan. That might kind of show the relationship of these walls. It's hard to tell in these flat 2D
I understand the
elevations.
interior programming. It's more just the exterior positioning.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, didn't we have one last time where we asked them to put a window in the closet for that reason?
And we do have one facing the rear, but just not on that side.
Yep, I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions before we close for deliberation? Okay, we will close. So it sounds like there's some conversations about fenestration on the left and right elevation. I don't know if Heather, you had your questions answered about roof form, and then I still have some questions or trying to understand how people feel about the bump outs in terms of context.
Well, I think piggybacking on to Commissioner Stanley's comments, I think the window head elevations on the new addition need to be studied. There's a few different situations going on. In the rear elevation where the main front indicates 7'3", which is higher than the existing, but the windows around the corner from that on the right elevation lists 6'8", which again goes back to some of the existing on the rear. So I think that there's some restudy of the window head heights, as Commissioner Stanley indicated.
And I have some issues with the side bump out and the gable being off-centered, the ridge being off-centered from the the bump out itself. I kind of agree with Commissioner Allred that maybe a shed roof would be a better way to go, to a layered shed roof to keep that gable ridge in the middle of the bump out. I also have a little problem with the degree at which the left side bumps out from the original house. I think it's 4 feet. 4'2". I know it appears that it's almost 30 feet from the front thermal wall, but still seems a little bit excessive.
Overall, I don't think that having the bump outs on either side is inconsistent with the architectural lines that would be present on several different styles of house. I mean, you would see side porches, side covered stoops, sunrooms. So I think that the concept of bumping out and how they are working and where they are on the property, that doesn't, I don't feel that that's inconsistent with the neighborhood. I think my biggest concern is just the complexity of the roof lines with the simplicity of the structure. There seems to me to be a lot of offsets and a lot of roof changes that I feel like would simplify the structure overall. I do think, in general, the header heights are important to keep as close to the historic house as possible, especially on the side elevations, because the rear elevation is not as consistent. I would rather see a change on the rear elevation than I would on the side elevations. And then fenestration, I mean, we're pretty consistent with our requests for, a nice fenestration and breaking up of large walls. Not that we're asking for something that's not being touched to change, but if we're building something new, I think, a window proportionate to the wall would be appropriate. So but I really think at the end of the day, I personally would like to see a simplified roof line.
Any other comments?
Commissioner Wojcik, are you looking specifically at the left elevation roof line, or which roof line is giving you pause?
The rear.
The
The
rear.
rear. It's just, I mean, I'm really looking at the roof plan, and I understand that most people won't see that. I just, it may not be a thing. It's on the back of the house. We talk about private realm and how we allow, for variation, to that. And so, if it doesn't bother anybody else, I'm fine with it. That just seems to be the offsets and the different roofs seem to be complex compared to the simplicity of the main structure, historic structure. But again, it's on the back of the house, and so maybe that's not as important.
I would agree. I mean, I think that the simplicity of the front elevation, and the complexity you're discussing in the roof plan really shows up in the number of gables that appear on the rear elevation.
Yeah. And I do appreciate her effort, and when she was talking about they did try a side to side gable and the complexity that created on the side elevations, and the side elevations really don't feel, I mean, the way that her solution for the sides, I feel is more appropriate for the architecture. I don't think we need the pent eave and the change in siding, spacing and things like that, because I think that, again, that just adds a complexity that the house normally would not have, but I'm more for the back rear elevation and just the number of offsets and the number of gables.
I would agree regarding the closed gable on the left side. With the removal, though, I would ask that the gable itself be studied, whether a ventilation louver would be added, would need to be added or not. Are there any thoughts on the front porch extension?
I mean, the existing gable is probably not set up in proportion to the space, but overall, I feel that that is consistent with what we typically allow and what we kind of want that engagement on the front, and because it is reversible.
The only thing that gives me pause is how it feels uncomfortably attached to the direct edge of this front of the structure. The example, I think it's on page 10, has a little relief from the edge of the existing structure, which I think makes it feel more
Removable.
but also more within kind of keeping with the thought.
Yeah.
Which example is that, Commissioner Albert?
It's the top right corner on page 10. If you zoom in, you can see a little bit of relief between the edge of that front porch extension and the edge of the structure.
It's a great catch. That's a common requirement that we have when we add these.
This is one of the reasons I love serving with you guys. I had not even noticed that, but you're right, it feels different, and that would be an excellent adjustment.
Yeah. Yeah, and normally if we were talking about the foundation, we would have automatically asked for it to offset. So yes, makes sense.
Can I go home now?
Yes.
How about a gold star?
I can add something on that if you can reopen.
Okay, go ahead and reopen, or we'll reopen.
Because that's existing porch foundation there, we're trying to get the columns on the corner where it can be supported structurally too. If we pull that in, that's going to pull those in away from the corner. We'd have to put some additional reinforcing under that porch to land it in a different spot. So, I mean, I could pull it in, or we could have like a zero overhang on it to give it that little edge there. But just keep in mind that that's sitting on an original porch foundation.
I mean, in my opinion, I think the means and methods would be up to you, but determining allowing that relief from the edge of the structure would be ideal.
And then just one more comment on those rear roofs. Like we can, if we get continued, I can bring back the additional studies that we did on the roof. But this really was the best roof solution in the rear. Anything else we did, it was taking the gables taller than the original house. And so we were trying to find the most simple form that we could here. Yes, it's still a little bit complex, but anything else that we did, it created a taller roof structure than the original house. So if no other questions, just wanted to add that.
We will reclose.
And as far as the complexity of the roof on the rear elevation, it seems like by making that more complex from what she's saying, that the side elevations get a little bit more ordered. If we ask that she change the gable on the whatever side that's on, that you all were talking about, the left elevation, new gable. That's my opinion about the rear, since the rear is the rear of the house and in the private realm. My only other issue with the front porch is how kind of awkward the existing front porch gable is, after looking at the pictures and, it seems like a lot of work to.
But that's
build
not in
on
our
a-
purview.
What's,
That's not in our purview.
well, it is existing, they're adding on to, and it just seems like if it's a non-historic addition, that maybe the whole front porch should be restudied somehow, but I don't know if that's a question that we can ask or not.
Just curious about how some of the other commissioners just feel about, I know Commissioner Wojcik, you were talking about the bump outs on both the left and the right side. Just looking at our standards and some of the diagrams that we have as examples on 6.22, 6.23 of our standards, those rear additions are offset from the sidewalls at the back. And in this case, we're doing the opposite. We're bumping out on both sides.
Yeah, I am still struggling with that. I know, like, to Commissioner Wojcik's point, that this is not abnormal to see on this style of house. But then I go to the standard about the context, and the context provided was not in the 360, and they were bumped out on one side, not both sides.
I definitely have concern about the addition side. I think that it seems very natural on the bump outside, the side entry door to have a little shed. I feel like there's lots of historic examples of that at the end of a driveway to, and since that driveway has been there, and I don't have as much problem with that bump out. I do have a little issue with the roof of the bump out on the right attention, right side. I keep getting confused which side's which. Yes, right side.
I mean, I feel like the additions themselves, the bump outs in elevation don't overwhelm the front. The question, however, is potentially, what does it look like in 3 dimensions when how you actually see it? With the house, the bump out itself in elevation, is it overwhelming? But as the house grows towards the back, as you view it from the public realm, does it then overwhelm the overall project, the existing structure? And in a similar vein, the size and width, understanding that, detailing for chimneys has changed. That new chimney on the left side from the front elevation really seems to overpower the existing. It's almost twice as wide.
Do you think that's an elevation issue, or do you think just that we're seeing it flat and it's really so far back that it would not overwhelm in real life? Do you think we need to ask for a 3D rendering of that, perhaps?
I would think that to come to a consensus, we might need to see a 3D rendering.
Thank you, commissioners, for that. Because I am struggling with the multiple bump outs and the complexity, not necessarily for the projecting gables on the rear. I mean, that does add some complexity, but the applicant has stated that there was no real good way to resolve those gables and extend towards the rear without having those multiple gable projections. For me personally, that's the elevation that we get on that left side specifically that is really complex and just doesn't seem to harmonize with the original structure.
When we have this much discussion, it's really good, but it also signals to me that you're not prepared to make an approval. So, and since we don't design things for the applicants, maybe we can look towards a continuance motion. Of
Can we have one more comment?
course.
Regarding the window schedule on the last sheet, how do we feel about approving some casements, some double hungs, and the casements appearing to be double hungs? Because the shadow lines of those types of windows will change from one to the other.
In general, we do that so that we can keep the proportions of the windows appropriate, but allow for code standards. So typically, we will approve a casement that has the mutton design to look like a double hung so that the applicant can have code compliance and we still get our historic design element.
Understood. The windows indicated as casements aren't where you would expect to have egress requirements.
Oh. Well.
Okay, so there's a few things. It sounds like we're headed for continuance. So there's window elevations, bump out, roof forms, fenestration on the both left and right elevations, and some additional details around the windows. Anything else as someone is thinking about a motion?
Try to make a motion, and y'all can add in. Make a motion to continue this application for a restudy of the offsets or relief on the front porch sides per 4.8. And also add dimensions from grade to ridge and sill above, as noted in the staff comments, 4.8 as well. A restudy of the windows with consistency of header heights around the house, possibly changing the ones in the rear to maintain consistency on the other three sides. And that is per 4.12 and 4.14, 1 and 5. Restudy the side entry for roof form and the brackets, 6.1, 6.4, 6.8, and 6.14. Rear addition massing and width 6.8 and 6.9. Size 6. Oops, sorry. That's something different. And consider a 3D rendering for overall, to show overall massing, complexity, the roof lines and fireplace rear form. Let's see, what are those? Massing, 6.8 and 6.9. Am I missing anything?
Did you?
Oh, the left elevation gable, simplify that gable per roof massing.
6.13.
6.8.
Oh, what roof form is 6.13, 6.8 is massing and complexity.
Okay. 6.13.
Did you mention, I heard you say something about windows. Did you mention the fenestration on the left and the right side? So like to Commissioner Holtz's point on the, I think it was the left, right?
Window rhythm on, restudy the window rhythm around per 6.15 and 6.16
On left and right elevation.
on the left and right elevation.
I think we also, but I think that should also mean, I think we should define new walls because just because there's a whole area on the left that is not in our purview because it's not being modified. So I would say just in new construction.
Restudy on the window rhythm of the new structure.
Yeah.
Of the proposed structure per 6.15 and 6.16.
That's on the right elevation. I think on the left elevation, for me, we didn't necessarily talk about it, but the moving the window or adding a window. So that's
the left elevation existing.
left elevation. Yeah.
correct?
Yes. And you got the bumped out pieces around like context and.
Yes,
Okay.
the massing and width of the structure.
Okay.
I think I covered that.
All right, there's a motion made by Commissioner Stanley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Shelley. The next application is 316 Rensselaer. It's at the edge of the district down here in Dilworth. Are the applicants online? Hi, Garrett. Have you been sworn?
I have, yes.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so this application is for demolition and the applicant has provided the information listed on page 1 of the staff memo. Floor plans, property survey, photos, and a Zotwall survey. There are a couple of items that we usually request as part of this, including as-built drawings, some more photos of the left and rear elevations and some additional detail photos, and then a notation of front setback. But otherwise, this is a very straightforward request for demolition. The Zotwall survey is shown on slide 5. That gives, the different heights. We do have a floor plan. We just don't have elevations. The floor plan is on slide 6. The property survey is on slide 8. And some photos are on slides 9 through 21. As far as I can tell through our research, the building was always here, was not moved back here. So it is a bit of a unique situation with a very long drive and parking lot. Garrett, is there anything else to add? Usually these are pretty straightforward, not a lot of presentation required from you.
No, nothing to add. The only thing I guess I could add is adjacent to the left, we also own that parcel as well, and we'll be submitting the same request within the coming years. But other than that, pretty straightforward, just asking for approval to demo.
Thanks, Garrett. And I forgot to mention, could you please state your name and your address for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Garrett Sullivan, 214 West Tremont Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Great, thank you. All right, Chair Bell?
Has there been a structural evaluation of the structure to determine if it was unsalvageable?
There has not, no.
Thank you.
Well, isn't it? Christy, do we usually move forward if we don't have all the documentation?
You've done things different ways. Sometimes you've said, no, we need all this documentation, come back. There is a provision in the delay period that we have to receive as-built drawings before new construction can be considered, or you've continued things. You've either continued it or you've made them conditions of approval. So you've done both.
I think we need that information to be able to move forward.
Okay. And that might
Sounds like a
be
motion.
on your motion sheet. Oh, and just remember to close.
Oh, yeah, sorry, we're closed for deliberation. Any motion?
Christy, can I ask you another question? So it doesn't say actually drawings on here for required documentation.
That's later.
Oh,
But there are still photos, detail photos, front setback dimensions.
okay.
You can just say you're continuing. Like, it's just a normal continuance at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Mhm.
Can you want me to?
Or
I make a
or-
motion.
Okay.
I make a motion to continue this application for submittal of the items listed in the staff comments. Item A 1 through 4.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Allred, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Soash,
yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0.
Thanks, Garrett. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Nancy and Angie. I think Angie's with us in the room. Is Nancy joining us online?
Nancy is online.
Okay, Nancy, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Excellent. So just to clarify, this is another example of a project that the commission has seen this project before. It was withdrawn so they could restudy things. So you are reviewing this project. Again, this is the first time you're hearing it. It is for a dormer addition on the right side of an existing garage. The garage is from 2014. The application is after the fact. And they are proposing to have a low slope shed roof on the dormer with an overhang. The materials are German lap siding, wood corner boards, and double hung wood windows to match existing window on the front elevation. The house is on Rensselaer, right near Euclid, right in this corner, and it's a different shaped lot, so the accessory structure is actually right here. And back in 2014, I went through the whole variance process and all those good things. So here's some existing conditions photos. Survey, and then the proposal. And for the proposal, I will turn this over to Nancy and Angie. Angie, if you would start and state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte, 28208. And Nancy,
Maybe
me.
she wants to, Nancy, do you plan to speak?
I don't intend to speak, but I am Nancy Weekly at 425 Rensselaer Avenue. I am available for questions if there are any questions after Angie covers it.
Thanks, Nancy.
Okay, thank you very much. As Christy said, the garage was approved in 2014. As you can see on slide 9, what was originally approved in the hand sketch in the center of the page, and then what was actually built as a, and that's the reason for the notice of violation. And bottom of slide 9, you can see we have 2 roof options, option 1 and option 2. So it does, the addition does currently have the thin hardy, and we are requesting to put back artisan hardy or wood at this point. So it's to replace the siding. I'm sorry, with German lap, excuse me, German lap, not wood. So to match the house, German lap siding. And then the windows to be replaced, because right now I think they are vinyl windows, and to go back with wood in their existing openings. We do provide, actually you can go to slide 10. Thank you very much. So slide 10, the dormer has a fairly flat roof right now. It is a 112 pitch, and as an option to not to remove the roof, but to overbuild the roof that's there, because it's already a finished space on the inside. We are requesting an option 2 is to overbuild the roof. Also, there's no overhangs on this. So we're going to, by overbuilding, we would extend overhangs on either side, left and right. In the staff analysis, there was a question and the spacing between windows. And it does say that ganged windows typically have 5.5-inch mold between them. I would not consider these a ganged window. They just happen to be 2 windows within a smaller dormer. And the distance between them internally is 1'10", externally is 2'6". So that you have a proportion. So again, internally, it's just a small space for this dormer. I'm going to ask to go to slide 11, please. So slide 11 just gives you front, back. And one thing I do want to point out, and I'll get to the photos in a minute, the proximity of this garage to the adjacent structure and the property line is very, very cozy and tight. And internal space, I think the dormer was actually built structure over structure, so it would not be coplanar. It is coplanar, and that is something that we're asking to remain instead of rebuilding the entire dormer. Change the corner boards, change the siding, change the windows, and adjust the roof in its entirety. So slide 9, please. I'm sorry, there's another slide of context. 7, excuse me, slide 7. So you can actually see it is, within feet of the telephone pole that's there and feet from the other structure. It doesn't look out onto anything. It is seen from the street, standing at the right angle, and you can see this is slide 7, upper right-hand corner, standing across the street. You can see the dormer getting a little closer. You can see the dormer on both the bottom of the slides. If you're standing directly in the garage or at the driveway on the left-hand side of slide 7, you really can't see the dormer. So it's a perspective of where you're standing. The slide 9, please. Again, excuse me, slide 9. So just wanted to give a comparison. I think there was some staff analysis in the previous submittal of similar type dormers, and 729 Templeton, you can see a shed dormer on the left, and then 1510 Euclid, there's dormers on the back, and then 1418 Euclid, you can see a shed dormer in the very back of the house. If you go up a little bit on the slide, please. Excuse me, down. You'll also see 601 Berkeley. They do have shed dormers on a gable garage. So these are just similar examples within a stone throw away of this site. So what we're asking is to replace the siding, replace the window, and possibly overbuild the roof without rebuilding the entire structure from the inside out.
No colors. Where do you, Chair Bell?
All right, any questions?
I have a question. So, Angie, you know that we don't like coplanar walls, and you know that we're pretty strict on window fenestration and detailing. So why is this project any different than any of other ones that we've reviewed or approved or not approved?
So coplanar walls, let's start there. So based on its location, what it's up against, and trying to maximize the footprint on the inside, that's why the dormer was done. It's only on one side. So trying to get that extra 5 or 6 inches internally is greatly needed and was greatly needed, and therefore coplanar. So structure over structure, instead of having to restructure the garage from the inside to create the load-bearing wall. That's number one. Windows, I think, was your next question. Separate windows to get more light in the space instead of ganging them together, but it was also function from the inside. And so while I don't have any interior photos, it's just a big open space. And I understand that it says that typically it doesn't say you have to gang windows together. So therefore they are, like I said, they're 1'10" from inside of trim to inside of trim as they're placed, and 2'6" from jamb to jamb. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Do you have any precedents for the coplanar walls in historic additions in that area?
So there is one of the examples that was submitted, and I can't tell, but it looks coplanar 729, looks like it's stacked right on top of each other.
I disagree.
It's pretty straight line. Visually, it appears, now I can't go on someone else's property, but it appears that way. And if you look at the side view where you can see the overhang, it's the closest thing. So if I may, I'm going to stand up and point. Point. It could be debated by a couple of inches, but it's not significantly inward of the load-bearing point. And that's a small garage as well. It's the closest thing we could find. And Christy, you might have approval of this one that I'm not aware of. I just know that it is in the historic district and it was built. And hopefully it doesn't receive.
I don't know.
Okay.
Again, I echo Commissioner Wojcik's point. We don't approve coplanar dormers. We just don't.
Totally understand that.
And I'm just inclined to change that standard or to go against that standard without a very compelling example and documentation in the district that would give us reason to go against that standard.
Other than it is very small dormer, and structurally, the garage would have had to have been completely restructured to do that. That's the only argument that I could make at this point. It's only a 12-foot wide garage.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, we will close for deliberation. Coplanar wall and windows.
Well, I don't mind two separate windows if they're proportionately spaced to the width of a wall.
Yeah, and
It's
spaced
not
away from the
crammed
corners enough.
to the outside corners.
Yeah,
So
to
if
me,
the-
it's non-complaint or the windows are wrong, I would deny this.
we originally would not have approved that.
And that's what we're supposed to be doing right
Right.
now.
Would we
So-
approve it? Not.
I don't think this is approvable according to our standards.
Do we want to give them an option for a restudy? Sometimes we give people one chance for a restudy. Well,
This is different than because this is
The
new.
last.
this is
one?
new. We haven't heard.
Oh.
New application. This is not
Oh,
continued.
thank you.
This is brand new, so
Okay.
usually we give people one chance
Mhm.
and for a restudy and ask them to take their time
Mhm.
and then come back and offer, all the reasons why we're asking for the restudy, which might be in the staff memo.
Yeah.
If I could also make a suggestion, it seemed that there was some disagreement that the example that was given by the applicant was not a coplanar wall. Can you provide some information for the record about that disagreement?
You can ask staff to research it. We can do that.
Okay. Anybody want to take a shot at this?
I will. Oh.
Scott, you can do it.
Yeah, I move that we continue this application. It's not congruous with our standards, specifically the coplanar walls. And does anyone have that standard? Let's see.
It's a massing standard.
6.8. Number 1, 2, 6. And the restudy the windows and the spacing of the windows. 6.16. And I guess that's it.
Can I add that we specifically, number 1A, it's the ratio of solid wall and void windows and doors. And B, which is the rhythm and placement of the window and door, not because we're not necessarily saying you can't have two separate windows, but they need to be in proportion to the scale of the wall that they're sitting on. So,
Yeah.
thanks.
Except there.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Allred. Any discussion? Commissioner Holt?
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0.
Great. The next application I'm handing off to Candace Lady. It is 612 South Summit Avenue and 614 South Summit Avenue. The applicants are in the room with us today. Have you guys been sworn in? Okay, if we can swear them in. Come on.
Still come.
Yep.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you.
Okay, as previously stated, this is 612 South Summit Avenue. This is an after-the-fact case. The applicant is proposing to install wood lap siding over concrete block on the first level and proposing to remove the faux brick asphalt siding and install wood lap siding on the second level, as seen on slide 10. This project came to staff as a repair and maintenance, and a COA was written in July or June of 2021 with the assumption that there was lap siding under the vinyl siding that existed at the time. In the COA, staff did note that any total siding replacement or repair that exceed 30% was to come back to staff. Unfortunately, the project also included an additional garage door and a man door that did not exist prior, as you can see on slide 18. Slide 18 also shows the existing conditions as was written in the COA at the time. Time had passed and the project was complete. And on slide 9, you can show what was then with the vinyl siding and what has then been completed. During a review of another project on Google Street View, staff discovered the CMU was on the first floor and the asphalt brick siding was on the second floor. We had reached out to the designer at the time and requested some staff changes to bring the building into compliance, basically exposing the CMU on the first floor, adding some trim, and then we were okay with the lap siding on the second floor. Again, time passed, the designer was no longer with the project, and during that time lapse, we then issued notices of violation since there was no movement on the project. The homeowner is here today, and I believe the contractor, and they are proposing to keep the structure as is. And they've included some photos of the structure from the 90s, just as historical evidence. However, 1994 is not 50 years or older yet. So I'm going to hand it over to the applicants. If you could state your name and addresses for the court reporter, and then let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
My name is William Martin. I go by Billy.
Oh. There you go.
Yes, my name is William Martin and I go by Billy. I live at 1352 Carolyn Drive, Charlotte, 28205.
My name is Christopher Litchfield. I'm the part owner of this house. The address I live at as 10134 Victoria Mill Court, Charlotte, NC, 28277.
Presentation to the commission and let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start. This is kind of a project that we had a designer on, as mentioned before. The history, the context that Candace kind of summarized is pretty accurate. We were essentially done with this project, looking for our COA, our CO, certificate of occupancy, when staff came to us and said, hey, it was done wrong. We really tried to figure out what was done wrong based on the original application. I'm unsure if we should be talking about the original versus like what this is in terms of an after the fact application. We would like to keep it the same. We're asking to keep it with the woodlap siding. Billy here has, as the contractor, he took a lot of time to put that siding in based on the original interpretation of that COA, which actually does not say repair it versus replace it. It actually says replace it versus repair it, just the way the syntax of that sentence on the original application was. So when we go through this line by line and we're looking for, what we should do, total siding repair, replace exceeds 30%. I think the letter, or the way that was supposed to be written for what was intended was replace, repair exceeds 30%. So if we replace 30% or more instead of repairing it. But at the time, this was just interpreted as we know that there's no lap siding. Again, we did not create this plan. This plan was created by the previous homeowner. We bought this plan when we bought the house, bought the project. So we're going on interpretation here, and we're going by the letter of the staff approval. So to us, it meant that they knew that there was no siding under there because they had said we need to, if you find yourself repairing more than replacing, exceeding 30%, then give us a call. So we proceeded with that, the interpretation of just leaving it historically accurate. Staff wants us to change it to cementous board on the bottom half, which it's not represented in the historical photos when the district went historic. And I believe on the meeting we had in August of last year, it was discovered that the staff or the historic district didn't know that there was no lap siding underneath at the original application from 2019. And then the reapplication from 2021 as well. So it's been like that approved for now 6 years with that application from 2019.
When did you seek your CO?
The CO was submitted in 2023. Do you remember when?
That's how the inaccuracy started. And when we went on to Google, we saw the,
Yeah. It was right around the time that email was sent out.
yeah, so we were trying to work with the designer to fix it right after we received the CO request and noticed the.
Since 2023, we've been working on this project, just.
Okay, and so y'all, you, right, Chris?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Chris.
Chris, you bought this while this was happening.
We bought it in a dilapidated condition with a historic, like the HDC approved application and plan, the COA.
And so no work had been started at that point yet, though?
No, that was sitting for 2019.
Okay, and so you got it still dilapidated, no work had been started, and then you took the interpretation of who with the repair/replace?
We took that interpretation from the approved COA in terms of making it look exactly like the elevation from the original COA, which has complete lap siding on it all the way down, if you want to show that. Down to slide 19.
So the issue is that when they found that siding was not underneath anything, they should have stopped work and come to us as per the COA verbiage in the COA and at the bottom of the COA. And so staff solution was, remove the hardy that was added because hardy siding or lap siding would never have been added over a masonry wall, which is on the first floor. And the applicants don't want to do that. So they're here today asking you just to keep it as built, as shown here. And so that's what your decision is. Do you keep it as built or do you require the removal of it from the bottom, from above the garage doors down to expose the original historic material?
And I also and so the picture that you're referring to is from the 90s. And which isn't historic at this point. And so just for information purposes, whenever we touch something, we put it back to original, which this isn't. This is original from 94, but when you took it off, then there was something else under it. So that would be original.
So if I may, when we started the project, and the siding was removed, as you can see in the picture, that looks like brick, it was referred to as asphalt brick. There was no siding on the first or second floor. And so what our intention was never to do anything outside of historical standards. We worked really hard to refurbish the windows and keep all of the windows when I really thought that the windows weren't savable. We went above and beyond to bring in a company that refurbished them. And even though they may not be the windows that Chris wants and they may be a little drafty, we kept with the historical look of the house. And when it came to our attention, it was, my understanding is that there was an email back and forth with the architect and Candace, and that the architect had stated some things that weren't brought to my attention. I wish that it had been at the time. What we continued to do was work in accordance with the plans that had been approved by the HDC to make the building, the structure, look as close to the house as it could. So we used the same wood siding, we used the same materials, and we thought that we accomplished that. And it wasn't until we were going for closing the permit and getting historical's release and things that it was brought to my attention that we were supposed to stop and possibly leave exposed CMU. And at that time, I went into the historical standards because, to my understanding, CMU is not one of the materials that are in the masonry. That says that the materials that are historical materials are brick, stone, terracotta, concrete, stucco, tile, and mortar. And if any of those materials had been exposed, I could understand trying to take what we had done off to expose a historical material. But the materials that were exposed were asphalt shingles that looked like a brick and CMU block that was very unsightly as well. And so what our intention was and still is, and we think that it would be a disservice to the historical community, and we've spoke with neighbors about that, if we have to strip off the siding that looks just like the plan that was approved. It was actually approved twice because Chris was the second owner, and then we resubmitted that plan and did everything in accordance with the plans that were approved to try to make it look as historical as we could. And the picture that we provided was the oldest picture that Chris was able to find, and he's somewhat of a sleuth on the internet. And so as he searched through the internet, it was the oldest picture that we were able to find. And so what we're really requesting is that you would see in our favor as trying to keep the project the way that you had originally approved it and the standards that I think everybody is held to. That's really all we're trying to do is keep the project the way that it is. We think that it would be a disservice to remove siding and expose cinder block or CMU that doesn't look good, and then do a mix of other materials like hardy and cement board to try to create a new finish at the front. And it's really the view that you see from the road too. And I did put, we take pride in not bulldozing things, not just in historical districts, but all around the Charlotte area. We've rehabbed houses all over Charlotte and plan to continue to do that. And so we really had every intention of doing everything within accordance to the standards that we're all held to.
Can I ask a question? So you just said that you submitted it twice after you guys purchased the property.
So, yes, ma'am.
So
The plans were submitted and approved by the HDC before Chris actually purchased the property. So when he purchased the property along with the plans that had already been approved and sealed by the HDC. Then we, as the contractors, when he was ready to move forward, we resubmitted the plans for approval, and then they were again approved.
So you got that same letter that said if you take the siding off and there's not wood siding underneath there that needs to be repaired or replaced more, or if more than 30%, you still didn't understand what that meant? Like, it didn't occur to you to call them and say, hey, we took it off and guess what? There's not wood siding underneath here.
So my understanding was the architect was working with Candace, and we never got word from the architect. I never received word from the architect. He left town, and it wasn't until we were finished that, and we tried to get approval through the HDC to release it, that this violation came up and that, you know, it wasn't that what was exposed was historical and that was what was wanted to be left there. It was that there was a back and forth between Candace and the architect of what they had said that they wanted it to look like. And at that point, when we were at that point, I know that Chris was trying to get his house on the National Registry. And our concern at that point as well was, if we expose CMU block, how is that going to affect how the National Registry looks at this as well? Because we're trying to get things approved and we want things to look historical. And to my understanding, CMU block, unless it is a architectural block that has been approved through the HDC, that you don't want those materials.
But if the staff tells you that they do want those materials, that means that they do want those materials.
It's the original historic
Original,
material.
yeah, it was the original material in the house.
So the wonderful thing about having such a good historic commission and district is that they are here like 24/7. I mean, I don't think these ladies never, I mean, they're constantly working. So it just blows my mind that you could go through the process 2 times. You could find out that it wasn't what everybody thought it was going to be, and then still make your own decision and then come to us and say, it was not our fault. We didn't mean it. We didn't mean to do it wrong. We just decided that we didn't want to communicate with you at that point in the process. So we get these all the time, and it just amazes me that people go through the process and then only do part of the process, or they don't even know that the process exists. So I get that you don't think that it should be CMU, but if that's what you're being told by the historic staff, then there's a reason why, and there should be a question, not a just, I don't agree with you, and we're gonna do what we want to do.
So that's misinformation. That was not what I said. I
That is
said
what
that
you
we
said. You
did
just
not
said,
know that
why
they-
would you leave CMU block exposed? And
I
you
said
said
that
that's not,
Architect was communicating with Candace and that I did not have information that I was supposed to leave the CMU exposed, that was not brought to my attention until Chris was not able to get his, the COO, and that there was a violation. And then that's when our communication started with Candace, and she provided an email that she had with the architect who had left town, because if I would have known that this was happening, it would have been open and shut. We would have dealt with Candace and then moved forward in that direction. And so it was never our intention to try to do something outside of what the staff, Candace was saying, needed to be done. It was a breakdown in communication between the architect who left town, and then when it was brought to our attention, we were then in the position that we're in now. And when we look at the finished product, I understand that that Candace has said that this is what she wanted to do, and I have the email that she wanted to put a band board around there and then leave the CMU exposed and things like that. But here we are after the fact, and
I would like to also just add some color to the conversation. When we bought this house, it did have the approved COA on it. That was a huge reason we bought it, because what we saw on that approval was a ready-to-go project. I believe the last homeowner here was trying to knock this house down. He had a demo permit and he had stayed for 365 days. He had it approved. We got the project and we were told, yes, you can demo it, or you can work with the staff to make what was already previously approved from that approved COA, make that a reality. So I'm trying to do the same thing you guys are. I'm trying to preserve historic Charlotte. I think way too much gets knocked down. I didn't believe in that. I actually believed in this project pretty quickly because I saw something that could be built up the way that has already been approved. So I never had conversations with anybody about, hey, if you notice that there's no siding underneath the vinyl, please do something. I understand that, staff now I understand that staff is, very available for those kind of questions. At the time, we were working through Josh, and through the previous homeowner as well. So when we got this project, we thought it was ready to go. We didn't actually have any questions because it was approved previously and then it was reapproved, taking the main house off, in 2021, to get the, COA reestablished. So I would say that there's a little bit of miscommunication. I agree that, the standard of what the staff said is, I think, a little bit different than what was previously approved in 2019 and 2021. So it's a little bit of an interpretation as to like which version are we, talking about here, because
There's a letter right there that says that if you have to repair or replace more than 30%, contact.
May I also ask our attorney for clarification? My understanding is that it's the property owner's responsibility to communicate whether, no matter what other parties might be involved.
I mean, I think anybody involved in the project ultimately has a certain degree of responsibility to, to communicate appropriately if there's a question or concern.
Thank you.
Okay, does the applicant have any other comments?
The only one other comment I have is, all the utilities are on the first level of that back house underneath that, stairwell as well as the back. So cutting out siding, we don't really know how to do that architecturally while keeping it, keeping the gas pack on, keeping the, tankless water heater, where it needs to be, power, utilities, everything. Because of the way it was, originally built, we actually didn't move anything there with the power and with the pole there. So it was done in a way that was trying to make it as original as possible. And that, that's kind of going to be a little bit of a challenge in terms of redoing that. And then we mentioned that before, when we talked to staff as well. They wanted us, there's probably some solution there, but architecturally, I really do think this house looks like the original approved elevation plan, and that's what we were working off of, barring any other new information that we weren't aware of at that point.
So all of that stuff was on there when you did it. You said you didn't move anything?
We added the tankless water heater, but
So how did you get it on if you didn't move anything? You can,
there was there was no water heater in the house. The house is completely gutted.
right, but you're talking about the electrical and everything. So if you were able to get it on,
The electrical, the tankless, we had to bring the gas line around to the back, so that was the only addition. Everything is, like the gas line is sitting below on the foundation underneath the siding, so it was attached, I believe it was attached to the wood, so that was the only piece that we had added because the interior was gutted, there was no water, there was no utilities.
all right, so we'll go ahead and close for deliberation.
If I could just to follow up on Commissioner Holtz's question, I think in terms of enforcement measures per the UDO, that would fall to the property owner.
Also, we didn't have any callers for this application, do we? Okay, thank you.
All right.
So at the end of the day, we're reviewing this for two different things, right? And so if we have two different decisions to make, there's just two things. Review the installation of wood lap siding on the second floor, and then review the installation of lap siding on the first floor of the accessory building. So if they were coming to us and this hadn't already been done, and we saw cement block foundation for the first floor wall, and we saw the funny asphalt brick veneer, and the process was going the way it was supposed to go, what does everybody think about, would we have required them to leave the CMU block exposed? Because it sounds like that's the big question. I mean, we do things different based on context and other examples in the neighborhood. I do know that I don't believe that there's a two-story secondary structure in Wesley Heights. I think this is its own character.
And they've provided no information about that. It's completely incongruous with the Secretary of Standards.
The building is a historic two-story building.
Mhm.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I'm more saying they haven't given us any information to.
Right, so if they were saying we want to put siding over this CMU block, what would we be asking them for?
Examples in the neighborhood, historic.
Contextual.
Context.
Yeah.
But,
So,
so when I look at the standards for masonry, it says retain masonry features that are important in defining the overall character of the building. To me, that is not a character.
right, I mean,
I mean, that's like,
The CMU, you mean?
right. I'm okay with covering it up or doing something else.
Is it the character if that was the original? I mean, if that's,
That's the original material for the structure.
the structure itself.
Structure
So-
was built in the 20s.
So
Yeah.
even though,
But it looks, was it also covered with the brick fake shingles, the CMU?
no, it looks like only these areas where there is no CMU. So there was never CMU in between the door and the garage, which is why when staff was trying to work it out, we were trying to, bridge the gap between these two areas where there was no CMU. And instead of making them build CMU, we were just put a smooth cementitious board in between and then trim it out in between the second floor and the top floor. And the CMU is painted, so we also suggested, because it's previously painted, as everybody knows, we don't paint masonry, but since it was previously painted, we also suggested they could paint it to cover the orange color that it is or was.
Yeah, and we do purge CMU.
Yes, you could also
consistently. About for foundations.
We would not, does that go
Oh,
historic?
no, I mean, this is the way this building was built.
I know, but I mean, if it had a finish and they needed to have something that looked consistent with it, there was a way that they could,
They can paint it.
okay.
They can paint it.
So at the end of the day, if they came back with evidence that supported their want, we would at least review it, would we not? Even if we, and then reference it to our standards and see if it matched standards. So I feel like I'm having a hard time with this just because we don't. I feel like when we've done CMU foundations, they have been covered.
But again, that's been a new construction, not
No.
What
existing
we're
buildings.
saying is this was historically built as CMU and the CMU was not covered historically.
Okay.
It was open. So when it was uncovered, you leave it uncovered.
Okay.
Yeah, per the Secretary of Interior standards,
Okay.
per our standards. And Candace is saying because it was painted,
You could
we
paint
can
it.
paint it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So does everybody have their thoughts?
Anybody, if there's any more discussion or not? All right. I'll make a motion. Let's see, we have two different decisions here. So for decision one, I'll make a motion to approve the lap siding on the second floor of the accessory building with conditions. I'd like to add that the standards are 6.18, number 1, and that painted wood lap siding on the second floor of the accessory building is not incongruous with the design standards We'd also request that no wood trim band be installed between the first and the second floors, which is incongruous with design standards for wood 5.2, numbers 1 and 6, and design standards for cornices and trim 6.14, numbers 1 and 2. Some additional facts to add to decision 1 are that painted woodlap siding installed on the second floor of the accessory building matches the original siding on the principal structure, the house. And that painted woodlap siding on the second floor of the accessory building is installed over the top of diagonal wood sheathing, which followed the removal of the faux brick asphalt siding, also historically known as incel brick.
Okay, motion.
Second.
Just to clarify, you are requesting a trim band between the 2 floors, correct?
Yes,
Thank you.
correct.
The motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0.
All right, and for our second decision, I'd like to make a motion to deny the installation of woodlap siding on the first floor of the accessory building. The installation of woodlap siding over concrete block, also CMU, on the first floor of the accessory buildings incongruous with our design, with the design standards for masonry 5.5, numbers 2 and 4, and the Secretary of the Interior standards numbers 5 and 9. Some additional facts to support that are painted woodlap siding in this instance is installed over painted concrete block on the first floor of the building.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded.
Second.
If I could jump in for a quick second, I'd like to address the interpretation issue of the COA. Seems like the commission feels that the COA was pretty clear in terms of what the responsibilities were. If you could clarify that for the record, that would be great.
Also like to add that the commission has heard the applicant's testimony regarding the language in the COA. And based on, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. And the language is contact in the original COA is contact HDC staff if the total siding repair / replace exceeds 30%. The commission and staff believe that this is clear and leaves no room for interpretation.
Thank you.
Friendly or accepted. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Holtz? Yes. Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
No.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
No.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
No.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to deny passes 6-3. 6-3.
Okay. I think our next application.
Christy.
You're in the room? You wanna come on?
Christy?
Yes.
We get like a 5-minute.
5-minute break?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at, well, let's make it 7. We'll be back at 5:20. All right. to get through another few cases today. It's 5 o'clock. I know. So we're gonna get started to keep rolling. And the next application is 215 East Worthington Avenue. This application was continued from October. The gentlemen here have not been sworn in yet, so Chair Bell, if you could swear them in.
Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And this is for canopy addition reversible to 215 East Worthington. There were continued for 9 items. And you can see that they have provided 9 items. Staff really only says, just add some setback information in the site plan. So with that, the new information starts on slide 16, kind of showing where it will be located in reference to the doors and the lights. And then 17 has the requested heights of everything. This is an old site plan from the former project that the commission approved with the, see it here, right out of the frame are those planters. And so there's the site plan. And the pergola will be going over the doors. They have tree protection that was requested. And then a whole bunch of information about how it will be constructed and engineering plans. So I think I'll turn it over to the applicants. If you could state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, and then add anything you have to add. But I think we're pretty clear on what you've given us.
Bush.
You're good.
Yep, I'm Blake Cowick. I'm the owner of Solstice Shade Solution, the contractor for the project.
Gage Mossweiler, one of the owners of the building and business.
Grayson Mossweiler, his brother, the owner of Vintage.
I don't think we really have too much to add.
All right. Any questions? Okay, we'll close for deliberation. Looks like they did everything that we asked them to do. It looks like from a standpoint, just including setbacks on the site plans and any additional changes with staff. Anybody disagree with that?
Looks good.
All right. Anybody want to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application. And it's not incongruous with our standards for new construction for residential additions, page 7.17. Couple of things to note. We need a site plan, including setback information, and minor changes may be approved by staff.
All right.
If you could just note that it's complying with, did you say Secretary of Interior standards, and that it's completely reversible?
And that this is completely reversible.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded
Second.
by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to approve passes 8-0. Also, let the record show that Commissioner Wojcik was not present for the entirety of this project. And thank y'all for doing what we asked you to do.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay. You've been waiting long enough. Sean, it's now your turn. Come on up or come on down. Sean's been sworn in. The next application is 821 Berkeley Avenue. This application was continued for 2 projects. One project is the front porch changes. The commission asked to see the front portico redesigned. And then the accessory building, they asked for some changes to the massing in relation of the second level to the first level. The new information starts on page 11, slide 11. And you can see here that this was the previously submitted plan from the November meeting, and this is what's being proposed today for the front portico. With that, I will turn it over to Sean. Sean, if you'd state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. My name's Sean Green. Address is 1221 Hawthorne Lane, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28205.
Great.
Thank you for being here and going through all this with me. I know you guys have a lot to do. Quickly to the areas that we focused on at our last meeting, certainly the front porch, kind of migrating away from that attic style proposal and returning to the gable end, a full gable end porch roof to be kind of more in line with the neighborhood and kind of what was discussed at the meeting. Also, at the same time, as we mentioned before, preserving what we know to be the actual or very original and historically authentic door and surround, and really celebrating those with a better view by getting rid of the doubled up columns that were there previously. Then at the garage / studio space, where we had kind of landed at our last meeting was a desire to bring that roof massing down so that it wouldn't really be as top heavy. The challenge there being, attempting to maintain viable studio space above. We were able to get that ridge height down pretty substantially by over a foot. One of the things that we've done there is obviously reduce the slope of the main roof, but also in relationship to the dormer that addresses the street, reduce that head height down, and we'll just have the freeze board then kind of come and land on top of the window casing, which again is in line with the historic language of the community there. I've kind of hopefully been able to highlight the areas of difference by clouding them on the drawings. I think from there, be up for any questions or discussions you have.
Doesn't look like we have any callers.
All right.
Maribel?
Thank you also for listening to the comments and coming back with something that, any questions for the applicant from commissioners? Okay.
I just applaud the fact that you did take all of our thoughts into account and you've come up with a beautiful design.
Thank you.
All right, we will close for deliberation. Any concerns with the new proposed drawings? Design? Anyone want to make a motion?
I'd love to make a motion.
Great.
So I move that we approve this application because it is not incongruous with the Secretary of Interior standards, with a few minor conditions. First of all, that the applicant provide material and detailed information for the columns, pediment, and trim to staff, and retain historic elements of the front porch, such as the broken tile flooring. Then with reference to the accessory building, that the applicant provide material and detail information for all materials, trim, windows, doors, and a brick mortar sample. And this is consistent with the standards for accessory buildings 8.10, additions 6.20 through 6.24. And porches 4.8.
And
Right for
maybe
the reverse order.
and new construction, so accessory buildings and new construction.
Yep, and
Chapter 6.
that's 8.10
8.10 and Chapter 6, new
and
construction.
Chapter 6,
Thank you.
reconstruction.
Perfect.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Holtz. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern? Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0.
All right. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you all for your
All
time.
right, let the record show also that Commissioner Wojak was was back for the entirety of this project.
Great. Next up is 409 Walnut Avenue. This was also continued from the November meeting. Angie, we've been rolling through these, okay? You got your work cut out here. Let's keep it going.
Go up next.
It was continued from November for restudying of some fenestration, rhythm, and openings, delineation between the new and the historic, and a revised rear elevation. So the staff comments, the proposed revisions are shown on page 3 with staff comments. And the presentation begins, Angie, where would you like? 8, 9? 9?
9. Let's start with 9.
On slide 9. And Angie, name and address to the court reporter, please.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte, 28208. Thank you again. So as you know, the project was continued. This is a response to an NOV that the owner was issued. And a few months ago, I think it's a few months now, had a staff meeting on site because I felt like we needed to review the project in person. So met with Elizabeth and Candace on site just to see things because I think one of the things that I think is a little bit deceiving is its context from the street and how far up the hill it is and how far back things are. So we walked the property. And there was a few things that I think are resolved, and I think they're noted in here, so I won't waste your time in reviewing the items that I believe that staff can approve. One of the things that was brought up specifically in the last meeting was fenestration pattern or rhythm on both the left and right elevation. So we can start, actually, let's start with 10, slide 10, please. Okay, so this is what was previously approved in 2021, and then what was ultimately built. And then our response is to what some of the options are to an alternate other than a fenestration. You know, as I said in one of my previous presentations, so this house has interior features that dictated what happened, like with windows and whatnot. As you can see in the middle of slide 10, you have a bump that we are addressing in the response to the notice of violation. And that bump was to delineate existing to proposed. That we will continue down and have a foundation. So I don't think that that is going to be an issue of review, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? It can be staff approved.
No, the commission wants to review that.
Okay, so, well, it's going to have a solid foundation under the bump, right behind the gas meter. So the foundation will be solid on both the left and the right. To the left of the bump, which is going towards the backyard, you have the gas meter or the electric meter, gas meter, and the power panel. And then you also have a dryer vent that, because there's plumbing in that wall. Where the control joint is, and based on spacing, rather than cut in a fake window, we felt that we could do another architectural element. And so we thought that we could do a planter box on that side. And I know that scale reducing techniques sometimes is just for massing, but I think it's also for length as well. So scale in horizontal fashion, not just vertical fashion. So while it is not a window and it doesn't replace a window, it is a feature that we want to add. So we do want to add a fixed stuccoed planter box with a trellis in between the dryer vent and the electric meter. So it becomes a permanent feature on the house, not something that's temporary, but something that is permanently adhered to the house. This is on the left side. On the right side, so again, what we did is walking the property, we kind of go behind the fence because it is behind the fence and up the hill in the very back third of the house. And you can see the arrow back there. It's totally behind the fence, but this is a deception because the street sits like 10 steps higher than the sidewalk. So you can't even see into the backyard behind the fence. We were asked to give dimensions and spacing. And so there's equal distance between the back porch and the center window, and then between the window and the bump. We are also putting a foundation under the bump that divides what was existing and what is proposed. Next slide, please. Slide 11. And this is what we're proposing. So internally, there is an entirely finished kitchen that we would have to remove or cut through the exterior wall in order to create any type of fenestration. And you can see on slide 12 where the gas meter is, an electrical meter, and the distance between. And so our proposition right now is to add an alternate to a fenestration, to a window, but create a permanent feature on the side of the house. The rear, so the rear elevation, slide 9. Yep. Slide 9. Yeah, so we are proposing to remove the shakes above the columns and add the band that was previously approved. Not changing anything as far as fenestration on the back. I think that was it. Like window grills were fine to be staff approved. And the band in the back, the brackets, adding the brackets back in because they were not added. So they would be added back on the rear elevation, which is on slide 9. Doors, windows, trim. I think that's it, folks.
No callers? Chair Bell.
Any questions for the applicant? Go ahead.
Yes, is the landscaping irrigated?
The landscaping, the whole yard?
The trellis.
Well, I mean, the
I
planters.
do not know that there's irrigation in the yard. I cannot confirm nor deny. I don't know. Sorry. Are you asking that because of plants in the planter?
Yes.
I know that there's plumbing, there's the hose bib just to the left of the containers. We could possibly do something for misting, for water. I mean, we can have grass dye. I'm not, I don't know. But I don't know that there's irrigation, to answer your question.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wojcik?
What's the trellis going to be made out of?
So initially I thought steel, like some type of metal that is permanently adhered to the wall, and using similar window pattern in rectangular format that you could mount to the wall. I do want it permanently mounted, not just like stuck in the ground.
I mean, normally we don't take into consideration vegetation, so it's really the planter box and the trellis themselves that we're considering for the
Truly understand
fenestration.
that.
And then on the other side, you pointed out those dimensions, but why did you point out those dimensions? Just because they were asked for?
Yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
when we walk the property, when you walk back there, it's not as like offensive. Like you don't feel that length. The photo really extends the view of it and the angle. And not only that, you're right up against the fence. Like you don't, your perspective of that drawing is way down the road, right? Like you're not standing 5 feet away from the property line and your perspective view, it's just not there. So it doesn't feel as overwhelming as it is. And also, again, I point out that it is behind the fence, uphill, that you cannot see. And I pointed that out in slide 11.
11.
Yes. So you can see the fence and it's way on the other side. So if you can zoom in, and I'm going to stand up.
Okay.
Go up about 11 steps, you go up the hill, behind the fence. We're talking way behind this bump back here. It's not visible at all from the street. It is visible if you're standing in the backyard. You can't even see it from the neighbors because they have a 6-foot tall fence. So.
That's all. Thank you.
Any other, I guess I would say that I feel like fences are the same as other things when we say they're removable. So I don't know if that's your argument. Like I hear the private realm piece, but yeah, and the elevation of the lot, I just want to say that fences are not the.
No, I truly understand that,
Yeah.
but it is so far back.
Yeah, no, I think
is-
that's, yeah,
That's part of the private realm. And on top of it, you have 11 steps or so up from the sidewalk to even get to the front sidewalk before you get even into the house. So
I just want to put on record that people can't come and say there's a fence. And so.
Understand.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? All right, we will close for deliberation. So we're looking at fenestration and a way to avoid adding an additional opening. And it looks like the other stuff the applicant is willing to do with the bump out and everything. Any comments on the planter box instead of a window?
I would hate that to be a precedence.
Yeah.
And while I understand it aesthetically, it's just not congruent with the standards.
Right.
I don't know if it's applicable here, given that the house has no shutters. However, one thing we have done in the past is have applied shutters as if they are closed to give the appearance of a window. We have done that typically on like colonials that would have shutters and stuff. Yeah.
Is the
What was
private realm?
The main objection to adding a window.
Said it was the main objection to adding a window.
Oh, can I?
Everyone can speak into their mics loudly and clearly.
Sure. Let me try this. 409. Oops. Use some street view. So you can see the visibility of everything. So, and this is how it's currently built. Here's what it looks like from the left elevation. There's their bump out, there's those windows. And here's, well, can't really see the right elevation from the vegetation. The fence is not up yet, but you can kind of see that wall right there. There's the bump out, there's the HVAC, there's the wall.
Yeah.
And then going back to planter elevation is on slide 10.
I mean, in my opinion, I don't think that the planner does what the standards are requiring. As it not being continuously irrigated, I don't know that it doesn't just die off. I'm not sure that even ornamental grasses go to a dormant period where they are not fully active. So I don't think that the trellis and the planter box work to meet the standards. I mean, I think the biggest issue is what was approved previously on page 45 was already requesting a window in a section of the addition that is now 18 plus feet longer. When we were requiring the window at this point, when it was, I think, 18 feet in addition linked, 18 feet 5 inches in length for the addition. Now that it is 35 feet in length, I don't know why we would make a decision to not require a window when a window was required when it was 18 feet shorter.
Okay. Let's see, so that's the window fenestration. Add a delineation, provide a raised rear elevation showing the brackets. Okay, so it sounds like the other 2 and 3 were done, so really the conversation is around 1, and it sounds, well, I won't say what it sounds like, we'll just see how whoever wants to make a motion on that, if there's no other questions or conversation.
I feel like the planner cannot substitute as fenestration on that wall, long wall. However, on the other side, on the right elevation, I do think that those windows cover that wall fairly well, but I have not gone back to the original COA to see what was approved on that side of the.
It's okay. You're approving it as if this is coming to you,
Okay.
right? Yeah. So would you approve this?
I personally have no problem with the rhythm of the fenestration on that wall. And I think it's in keeping with the historic districts. However, on the other side, the left side, I do not think a planner can substitute for that.
Sounds like a motion, Commissioner Stanley.
I just have a question. On page 12, which is the interior. Is the window or where the planter would be in question right after the bump out? Is that, you see those little squares? It's right there.
So the planter would be right here
Okay.
and trying to,
2 little squares.
here's the bump outs here, here's the utilities and the planters all the way back here. Looks like this is a closet. Yeah, the closet might be an opportunity.
All right, is there any other questions before someone makes a motion?
Can we break up the
Yep.
motion into 2 pieces?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
So I will make a motion that we approve the fenestration on the right elevation of the addition per design standard rhythm 615, number 1, letters A through D. And the bump outs, let's see, sorry. As well as the window to door change on the rear of the addition. design standards for windows and doors, 615, number 1. It maintains the same ratio of solids and voids, walls to windows and doors. That we approve the foundation, the bump outs with the addition of a foundation base, based on it not being incongruous with the design standard for foundation 6.12, numbers 1 and 2, and standards for addition 6.20, number 6. Approve the addition of the rear trim band at the bottom of the gable and addition of the knee bracket matches the detailing of the original, matching the detailing of the original house, as it is not incongruous with design standard for trim 6.14, numbers 1 and 2, and standard for porches 6.17, number 2. However, deny the addition.
Wait.
Okay. Oh, two. Okay.
So motion made by Commissioner Stanley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Okay, let's take a vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm? Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0.
Part 2. I move that we deny the addition of the planter and trellis to the left elevation, as it is not a replacement for fenestration and is incongruous with the design standard for rhythm 6.15, number 1, letters A and B, and context 6.12.
Okay.
I have a question. If we deny it, can they just come right back with a new, I mean, we're asking for something different, so should we continue it for a restudy versus denying? I'm only saying that just because if we deny it, can you request for something? Oh, you can? Okay. Do either one of them impact timing?
Okay, so we should continue it.
Okay. Thank you.
Scratch the first thing I said. I move that we continue the application for the planter and the addition of the planter and trellis to the left elevation, as it is not a replacement for fenestration and incongruous with the design standard for rhythm 6.15, number 1, letters A and B, and context 6.12, with the request that they come back and add a window to that wall.
Motion to continue made by Commissioner Stanley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Allred. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm? Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0.
Okay, the next application is 2011, 2015, 2019, 2023, and 2027 Thurmond Place. The applicant is with us in the room. Hi, John, welcome. Were you just sworn in?
I was not sworn in yet.
Okay, let's swear you in.
Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And no one else has joined us online? Okay, great.
Before we begin this one, if I could just provide a comment. So I know you all are familiar with this development and this particular project. Building 1 came before you, I think in October, and was approved. This is Building 3, which is a different building, different application. Remember, you're not a precedent-setting body, but if you do reach a different conclusion, please provide the facts as to why. And part of the presentation is going to show you what you approved for Building 1 and its comparison to Building 3, just for ease of reference. So you have any questions, let me know.
All right, this is Building 3 at Van Landingham Townhomes, and this application was continued from the November 2025 meeting for the following items listed on pages 1 and 2 of the memo. And items provided by the applicant are listed starting on page 5, with staff analysis starting on page 8. Then we also have supplemental information provided by the applicant. Okay. That is not this. Here we go. We have supplemental information provided by the applicant, and we also have a comparison of the items that were approved in Building 1, as Paige had mentioned, and how those items that are similar in Building 3, just have them side by side for your review, just to have that in front of you. And John, you've been sworn in. Just state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know where you'd like to start.
Yeah, John Mang, 2459 Wilkinson Boulevard, Charlotte 28208. And Intech Group is the name of the firm. And thanks, Elizabeth, and thanks everyone for hearing this today. I did want to remind or just kind of point out, as this was continued from the last meeting, there was a motion on the table to approve it. And then there was one window that kind of got things a little bit sideways and squirrely. And the motion was amended to continue it. So if you could, Elizabeth, if you go to slide, and this is in the presentation portion, I believe it's number, try 13.
Okay.
I just want to point out the one window that was that we could not identify that was in error is, if you go to the top, the middle, the very middle bay right there where the cursor is, the original COA approved drawings had a double casement window there. And the as-built condition is directly below that, with the double hung with the transom above, which matches the majority of the windows on that elevation, and also breaks up the rhythm of the glass panels to be more harmonious with the rest of the windows on that elevation versus the larger double casements. And then you can see down below, that's the proposed elevation where it does not change from what it is. So I just wanted to point that out as we go through the presentation. What we did was we took the meat of the presentation from the last time, and we kind of broke that apart and responded to each page of the deficiency letter, so that we could review all of the items side by side, and not have to flip back and forth from slide to slide as well. So just to start from the beginning here, slides, you don't have to slide through them, but just for reference, 12, 13, 14 are all of the elevations that have the approved COA elevation with the as-built condition, and then the proposed at the end, which summarizes everything. So they're all in one, kind of a series of slides, so they can be easily compared to one another, and just kind of show and highlight the fact that, and as Paige mentioned, we are trying to be harmonious with our responses to all these items with the approval for Building 1. So we, even though they are different buildings, different applications, that we do have some consistency between all 4 buildings on the site. There will be Building 4 that will be following in the next meeting or two. And then Building 2, which has not been, it's being framed right now and under construction. We're working with Elizabeth and doing site inspections. We've been engaged to kind of help the contractor along at this point to make sure that the Building 2 is constructed as per the COA drawing. So hopefully we don't have to be here for Building 2. I just wanted to point that out as well. So if you just want to continue down, Elizabeth, again, the window restudy that was requested, we highlighted window 11, that was the 11A, that was the one that was, we couldn't identify. There are 59 windows on this project. The ones that are in, we went and back and compared the COA to the as-built. The ones that are highlighted in the gray are the ones that were off a little bit, and you can see by the sizes, they're off by a couple of inches. They're not dramatically, have not dramatically changed. I want to highlight the style as they were off of the original window schedule as well. So we would go back and restudy that, and outside of that one window, 11A that we just discussed, all of them are as they were, the style that they were in the approved COA drawings, outside of a few inches here and there to get within the window manufacturer standard window dimensions for that style. Continue down. Those windows are the ones that have changed in size, so we noted that. Windows W9 and 13, as we get a little bit further down to the page by page response to the deficiency letter, those windows were not, the heads were not aligned in the original, in the COA drawings as they were installed. They were installed to have the windows align. I believe the heads are in alignment. So that is a difference there that was corrected, or at least proposed in the field. So we're asked to do a study on all the pitches. This slide here has all of the pitch and foundation wall heights that are a little bit different from what was originally approved. There are some foundation wall heights that are a little bit higher. They're a little bit lower, but they are not anything more than a couple of brick courses. So when you're looking at it from a percentage basis, it's off by maybe 5% in some areas. And then the dormer pitches, which were adjusted in the field, again, were a result of egress windows and egress components that were required by code. So that is something that happened just along the way throughout the construction process. I want to continue going down, again, some more pitches and foundation wall heights. And is this the supplemental? I guess we can keep going.
This is the presentation.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to keep going down, Elizabeth, here's where the inspection report comes in the summary. So everything that was in green, again, is staff related items that we've been working with Christy and Elizabeth on. We did highlight some of those in green text just for consistency in our responses. All of the gable vents that were not observed at the time of the inspection reports, they have been installed. There was one bracket that was mentioned in the deficiency report that was on site, and it was not installed at the time of the walk. That has been installed. The windows, I'm sorry, the doors, as you're seeing here, these are the doors that were proposed and approved for building 1 for all the public right-of-way facing doors that will be installed. And we can keep going down here. I think this is one thing that we did not discuss in depth at the last meeting was the planter at the patio for the end unit. We have proposed a thin planter to help kind of soften that edge as you come in. That's the drive aisle into the alleyway off of the garages. And there's kind of a lot going on there with the way it was installed with some exposed aggregate concrete. There's another step that was installed that was out of the exposed aggregate concrete. And our proposal is to kind of in harmony with the approved COA drawings and some of the foundation wall details and screen wall details that were originally approved, propose this planner that would add a little bit of kind of work with that area to kind of frame the stairs that come down from the patio a little bit better, provide an edge along that stair, as well as provide a little bit more defined entry going up to the entry door on the side, as well as offer a little bit of greenery in a otherwise kind of barren drive lane, and kind of strip along the edge of the building there and the curb. So that is something we'd like some feedback and hopefully approval on. This elevation, there are, again, you can see the gable vents, the trim has been increased on the top part of the trim band there to match what was approved in the COA drawings. So that elevation should be closer to in compliance as it currently was constructed. Excuse me. And keep going down, Elizabeth. Here, there are some additional bump outs to the porch overhangs. We're proposing to clean those up and remove that and get it back more into compliance with the COA drawings. These are some photoshopped photographs of what the desired end result would be to make it more in compliance with the COA drawings. This one in particular had, it came out, it didn't have the return on the right-hand side into the brick, but we feel as though that needs to stay consistently where we have gutters, because if you remove that, you will have a gutter that's floating that will have to bend over and come down the face of the brick. So we feel as though the right-hand side of that kind of helps ground that gutter along the brick facade there. Want to continue. Again, these are some of the same issues. I will go back up, please, Elizabeth. The yellow box right there, that is one of the areas that we were asked to restudy in terms of the foundation wall height that you see in yellow. That is about 4 brick courses taller than what was in the COA drawings. We've noted that in the supplement, just so you have a reference point there. So that is a little bit taller than what was intended. And again, I think when they built this building, there are some grade issues that caused the grade on some of these buildings to go down in some areas a little bit greater than what they originally anticipated when the architect of record designed this. Again, same comments. The gable vents have been installed. The trim bands have all been installed to match the COA drawings. And then again, doors, windows here, the yellow in the yellow box with the 3 panels, trim panels in between the windows. That detail has been provided in here to match what the approved direction was, not only in the COA drawings, but for building 1 as well. So that's something consistent that we will carry through to building 4 and building 2 as well. And again, that's the approved COA drawings. We're proposing to go back to that. These are really the same comments, and they've been, the trim bands, the gable vents, and then the door on the public facing elements. The canopy here, That was one thing that, canopy on the right-hand side over the door. The roof overhang and that entire bay, for whatever reason, is actually a little bit wider than what was originally drawn in the COA drawings. With that, they expanded out the be a little bit wider than what was originally approved. In this, we are actually, there's probably a 18-inch overhang on the left and the right. We're proposing to bring that back down into scale a little bit. And from the brackets to the left and to the right, on the edges, to bring that back into compliance with what was originally drawn in the COA drawings and approved documents there. However, the one bracket is still a little, the door is not centered as it's drawn here. There are no other, the only other canopy on the back side is the canopy to the left of that. And that's not, there is a column that frames that door a little bit better. But that, there's no other canopies on that facade that has a door that's out of center. And there's no particular rhythm that has been established by the canopies and the brackets on this building. So we were just proposing to cut those roof edges back. The last item, I think, was there was originally there's a bump out, a brick bump out that was not on the approved elevations. There's some CMU behind there that is tied back into the foundation, and it, for whatever reason, when it was installed, projected out. And when they bricked the building, they actually created a just kind of a bump out that relates nothing to any of the fenestration or the other brick elements of the building or the windows above. So we're proposing here to actually extend the bump out to the edge, right-hand edge of the window that you see there, and then return, because there's a severe grade drop there, which is actually a pretty dangerous condition right now. But to actually put a little bit of a site wall and a brick wall that continues out to hold the, to make that transition down a little bit. And this unit does not have any patio, and to create a little patio space out there as well for that unit that would have the, concrete surface with the brick band, edge band around the concrete, which is in harmony with all of the remaining concrete patios on this building and the other 4 buildings on site. We touched on the landscape and the area around the pond. This is something that changed at the request of the Historic Landmarks Commission during their approval of this, and somehow it just did not make it back through this commission for approval. But what you're seeing on the left is the survey of some remnants of some old walking paths, which were actually in very poor disrepair. They showed up on the survey like they were there in good walkable condition and everything, but they were really just kind of brick, just kind of brick walkways and some pea gravel walkways here and there that was really fallen into disrepair and unsafe. At some point that was from the Landmarks Commission, there was the agreement to actually remove those and to go back with some pea gravel walkways in those same locations to honor the history of and the location of those, marking their locations. That has not been installed yet, but the intent is to go back upon the completion of this building and to provide those pathways, which now, because the site slopes so far down to the pond, there's a bit of a concern that the gravel is just going to wash off and down the slope in heavy rain events. So they've agreed to exposed aggregate paver walkways through that area where the old brick walkways and pea gravel walkways were. So that was something that we're asking for approval on to be in agreement with Historic Landmarks Commission. There's also the tree save has changed the footprint of that a little bit. That is the result of some revision to the approved plans. There's some overhead power lines. There's some trees that had to come down. The owner's been working with the city arborist and other, the planning department to have that resolved. And there is a approved, you can see in May of 2024 here, there is an approved site plan that was actually approved by the city. And again, I'm don't have an answer for you, not being involved at that time of why it did not make it back through this body, but we are asking to take a look at that as well and approve that in accordance with the city approval. And then going down, there is a walkway on the approved plans from that stair you see coming down that goes out to the sidewalk on Thurman. That has not been installed yet, but that will be. That's noted in here as well, and that will be installed. And then here's some higher level details of that patio that we're proposing with that walkway by that bump out. And then the supplemental information that was in response to some of the staff notes based on what we submitted for this presentation. Again, we went back and restudied the pitches on the roofs again and the dormers and the brick heights just to verify. So I included that again. There were a few numbers that changed on here, but you did see this previously or further up in the presentation. But there were some different notes added onto here, and as we re-verified that, particularly in the upper right hand or left hand corner right there, that's where we noted the brick coursing height difference on that corner that was identified in the inspection report. So you can see just the height difference there as noted. Again, that's more of the same. And then we're also asked to provide the bracket dimensions. There are only 3 brackets on this building. All 3 of them are the same size, and that is the dimension on them. The door, we do have some 6 light doors that are installed, that were also installed on building 1. That detail is there. And then we don't need this detail for window where we are adding the custom muntins on top of any oversized double hung windows to bring them into compliance. We don't need that on here, but I included that just in case we needed to revisit that. It is here to approve and look at. Again, that would be something that a custom woodworker would adjust a window on site to match the closer to the intent of the COA approved drawings. And then I just included these. These are the full surveys and the full RTAP, city approved RTAP drawings instead of just the snippets there, just for record. So you guys had that to look at as well. Questions?
All right. Do we have any callers, Marilyn?
Who wants to start? Okay.
So the water the pond area, so really the tree save state changed. The trees changed and the sidewalks changed. Is that,
The sidewalk.
or the
coming from
walking
store
paths?
Out to the street, the walking paths.
The walking
around the pond.
Right.
Have changed or will change. They haven't been installed yet, but they will change.
Okay.
What was there was again, the original survey had the outline, the historic footprint of them. They were, like I said, they were over the years just so degraded. I mean, it was a kind of a bit of a hazard out there. Half of them have been demolished over the years, but that was the historical remnants of it that you saw in the original survey.
So what's the material of the new pathways?
The material of the new pathways, because of the slope of the down to the pond, they're going to do an exposed aggregate paver, which matches, which in theory, according to in the Landmark Commission's eyes, matches the pea gravel that they had throughout the site and the other walkways on the property closer than anything.
Have a picture of that, or is that something you can
I
provide?
can bring a sample by.
Okay.
We can get that
And
sample.
Is that something that you guys can finalize with them? I mean, you're doing all the other detail work.
No, I want to see that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what it is, so. Okay.
All right.
Anybody else? Is that material used anywhere else or just around the pond?
There is exposed, and again, this is at the request of the Landmarks Commission, around the entire perimeter of this building between the curb and there's like a 1.5 feet, maybe a 12-inch strip that goes up to the facade of the building, to the brick. There's exposed aggregate concrete all the way around this building at the base. And that was something that Landmarks Commission requested.
It's this material here.
Yeah.
Okay.
That seems incongruous with our standards. I'm surprised that I understand you're saying it's a landmarks issue, but can staff give me some guidance on that?
Yeah,
That's one of the reasons why I included it, why staff included it in this in our analysis. And I called it out on the final inspection.
No.
It looked like you had some.
Where to start? I am still looking, okay. A number of times in this conversation, in your presentation, you told us about things that would be done, but you've not presented drawings or plans or materials, and that's not acceptable to me. I don't feel that we can approve anything without those details. I appreciate your narrative, but I don't think it's sufficient for us to give approval. And I'm curious as to the other commissioners' thoughts on this as well.
Well, I think they're drawn correctly. I think the drawings represent what it is that they're.
Yeah.
You just said the plans were not, you said the plans are not what they will be.
There are some things that have not been constructed yet that will be changed pending the approval of the application. So if you go back to those first 3 slides, the drawings are there of what it was approved as, how it was built, and the final.
Okay, tell me which slide you're talking about.
I think it was 12, 13, 14. It's very clearly noted that the top drawing is the COA approved elevations. The middle is what was there and what is built currently as of the inspection report. And then the elevations below that are the proposed final solutions when all of these items are approved and it is remediated and built will look like. And we have that for all 4 elevations. We have provided the details for the brackets, the details for the windows, the details for the doors, the details for the patio restudy with the planter. We provided the details for the patio that we are proposing on the backside of where that brick bump out is.
Actually, go back to that patio because I recall that that was not part of the original approval at all.
That's probably down into 35, 36.
It's 37. 37.
Thank you.
B26 is the number on the.
Yeah, and we have full drawings for that, including plans and some elevations blown up in detail. A little bit further down too, there's a whole sheet dedicated to that.
So really the things that don't exist, that weren't part of the COA, that are different are the planter box and the patio.
Correct.
Everything else
Everything else
is going back to what it was. And the reason why patio is happening is because there was a construction issue that needed to be
addressed.
dealt with.
Yeah, well, we can't, yeah, it cannot be undone, unfortunately.
What?
Undone, I'm sorry.
So many things can be undone. I really don't think that that's an appropriate, again, if we brought this plan at any point before it was built, we would have a different reaction. And I think that we have to be true to our standards and hold true. I feel strongly that there is a potential here for someone to say, after it's built, what can one do? And I think that that is undermining our principles and our standards in a way that is pernicious.
So what specific pieces, if we go through what's been proposed, are there specific pieces that?
Frankly, what I would like to see is not only on those early drawings, 3 unlabeled, I understand that you say they're labeled what was approved, what you would change, but I don't see the detail. I need to see it all at once. What you just did was you rattled off a long series of information. Things don't foot. You say things are designed, but are going to be changed, but I don't see what exactly you're changing. And when I visited the site, I was so dismayed by the lack of consistency across the buildings that I just find this to be, it's a mess. I can't get my hands around it. And I can't approve something where I can't tell what he's actually going to change in response to our questions. And if staff who has also had the site visit can give me more guidance, I'm very open to it.
So I think each one of these individual boxes, right, Commissioner Holtz, each one of these, here, let me see this. Boxes, the orange box aligns with what was approved, the way it is now, and what they're proposing. Now, not in every instance are they proposing something new, so it may look like the as-built, but I think the applicant did describe that, the windows are off by inches, so it's not a drastic change that they're asking for. So, and these are kind of, minor details. I mean, this window is slightly narrow than it was as built, but let's think about it as if this was built, would we approve it when it looks like this?
I understand the window changes. I'm more concerned about the other exterior things, the
Okay.
height differentials, which still haven't been addressed, in the places where the gables haven't been addressed, and the concrete right up against the brick siding.
The orange boxes that you see on all of these that are consistent on these elevations relate directly to the inspection report. So if you can draw your eye to those orange boxes, that's where all of the changes that we're proposing, or not even changes, actually going back and either going back to the approved COA drawings or showing that it is in compliance, or something that hasn't, like the gable vents have not been installed. You can see in the middle box there, or you just see if you can scroll down just a little bit so you can see all three of those, or I'm sorry, the upper left-hand box, you can see there's a gable vent smack in the middle, on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, either one. You can see that there's a gable vent there in the approved COA drawings. You go down, that's the as-built condition that we were asked to provide to show that we were in agreement with the deficiency report, which is very true. And then you go down to the one below that, and there's the gable vent to be installed per the original drawings, which relates down further into the set of drawings for the application. So we're not proposing changing everything. We're proposing bringing everything back into compliance and in compliance with the inspection report within those orange boxes.
Okay, those orange boxes, I understand. Let's talk about the other issues that were identified in the inspection report. That have not been, that I don't see them being addressed specifically. So if you can point out to me where they were specifically addressed, I'm eager to hear that.
Commissioner Holtz,
we-
if you have a list of those items, then we can point you to those items.
Why don't we go through the items that were asked to be addressed
I was gonna
for-
say,
of the applicant?
I would agree that if we could go through them one by one, and if there are things that the commission can approve to move things on, then I would suggest that we do
And-
that.
And I would like to point out too, that as of the last meeting, we were asked to provide a lot more in addition to what the deficiency report suggested. And in terms of kind of bracketing this somehow to have some sort of, I know we got to be in compliance at the end of the day, but we were addressing specifically the things that we were asked to address in the deficiency report. And then that seemed to have, opened up a little bit more of room for adding more things onto the list and more things onto the list. And I just want to make sure that we're asking for approval at the end of the day for what has been presented.
And just a friendly reminder.
Not like pick it apart piece by piece outside of the deficiency report, because for all intents and purposes, the little items are very much in line with the original COA drawings and Building One's approval, which I know is a separate application. And Elizabeth did a really good job of outlining those items there as well at the beginning. So some of those we may have glanced over because being in harmony with Building One's approval, that we want to be continuous in harmony with that, so.
If I could too, sorry, before we get into that, Commissioner Holtz, you did mention a site visit, which we do need to disclose, and if you can
I
provide
disclosed-
any.
I disclosed at a prior meeting that I had driven to the site and seen some of the conditions.
Can you provide anything to the commission that you're relying on or that you feel like is relevant?
It seemed that this was several months ago, and it seemed that there was a lot of inconsistency among the buildings themselves when the plans that I had seen in these meetings expressed a desire for consistency across the plan. That was the thing that leapt out to me and caused me to have concern.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so if we start back what we asked for continuance from. So the first thing was accurate drawings that clearly highlight affected items. That's these with the orange boxes. Okay.
Right.
So then we went to roof changes on all elevations. You provided as-built roof pitch dimensions. And yeah, so you provided those.
Yes.
Are you good with where they provided those, Commissioner Holtz?
My understanding was that we were asking them to provide them so then we could have a conversation about whether they were appropriate.
Yeah, so are you good with where they were and we can go there and have a conversation?
Yes, I understand they've been provided.
Okay. This is,
I
the-
think we need to have a conversation about whether they, yeah.
so here they are. How do you feel about the
I think
pitch dimensions?
we would typically approve those in a design in this neighborhood.
Um, so then we go to windows. We're not we're not closed. I was hoping that we could do this and he could get the questions and then we would roll right into it.
You're exactly right. Thank you.
Window changes on all elevations.
I understand the window changes. I'm comfortable with those.
And anybody else also?
I'm good with them.
Okay. Door changes.
That was what we originally approved, and that's what they're gonna put in.
Foundation, so you provided as-built foundation wall heights, and we asked a restudy of the height of the new foundation.
Where is that indicated?
All the heights are shown in red, dimensions. They were shown in the original application as well. If there was some,
Where they are now. Should I look in the supplement or the original?
you can look at the supplement, that's fine.
So how do we feel about the new, would we approve these foundation heights?
Just for the record, the foundation heights are on the supplement, slide 11.
What'd you say, Commissioner, or Commissioner Wojcik? Sorry.
I mean, basically what we're referencing is the height of the water table as it transitions from the foundation up to a siding. The grade,
What concerns me is that the foundation is hardly visible on many of these. And that seems incongruous with the standard. That the height of a new foundation, relate the height of the new foundation to the height of foundations on historic buildings found within the context of the new building. Avoid lowering the grade to achieve greater overall height. This grade is minimal in so many places.
I think it varies substantially.
And I think just a friendly reminder to the commission that similar changes to building 1 were approved. So if looking to make a different decision on building 3, we would need to back that up with facts.
So, I mean, a typical home that's on a slab, most homes that are on crawl spaces, which these are not, it's commercial structure, but most homes, and that's what have typically a 2-foot rise from grade, and you're not going to have any rise for a garage. So you may see an exposure of approximately 18 to 24 inches on a historic house. We've seen them substantially less, and we've seen them substantially more. And that variation is because of the site, not. So I think with the variation in overall heights, I mean, they had to adjust the foundation, but you're looking at a garage door that has to touch the ground. It's not like.
Don't know what what could remedy it. So I'm going to defer to your opinion on that.
Well, this is a water table, not the foundation, though, correct?
Correct, because there is no foundation. It's on a slab.
And the brick goes around 3 sides of this building. I think there's one on the Thurman Street elevation. There's one area where it's less than like the 18 inches is at that building F where you have the patio and you have siding coming down.
And they're basically using the water table to break up the vertical facade. And as a scaling, if it's a 3-story structure, they put the water table to kind of ground the bottom third of the structure. So it is proportionate to the vertical element. It originally was different than the COA, but when I look at it, it doesn't look out of proportion to the structure. It's not really the foundation because that's a different element. This is just a scale reducing tech. Bless you.
Thank you.
I mean, I think that they've done a pretty nice job of cascading down the hillside and having it flow and step in a rhythm. If I'm looking at the horizontal divisions as it moves across from right to left or left to right, I don't find it offensive at all, and I don't see proportions that are out of scale. I mean, originally, again, it was different than what we originally proposed, but I'm not saying that I don't think that we would have had a problem with it if this is what we saw at the beginning. I think it's just because it's been so confusing and hard to figure out that it becomes more frustrating. But if I just look at this structure, I think that the proportions and the scale of it are appropriate.
I would agree. I don't think it's a detriment. It's a
Oh.
construction mistake.
And sometimes things happen on sites that we can't plan for as much as we like to. So yes, I would have, yeah, it would have been great if it would have been caught before it was done. But I think that the way that they're going back and fixing things is going to work, It's going to tie it all together and make it look like it was supposed to be like that.
Okay, so sounds like we're, for the most part, good with foundations. Going on to cornices and trim changes, so restudying the proportion and scale of the trim as compared to scale and trim of historic buildings. Can we go to that slide?
John, do you have a,
I didn't see that.
Down, let's see, go to 25, I guess. So I think we have that same comment was the from above.
I'm sorry, can you speak a little bit closer to your microphone? Thank you.
You can see the note there above the windows. I believe that's what the response to the comment was originally, was the trim band over top of those bump out windows in the gables. And I believe, Elizabeth, if I'm mistaken, you had a note in your staff report that is in line with the kind of historic precedents.
Yes.
Yep.
our staff analysis provided a comment that the trim change was not incongruous.
Okay. So elevation details. So north and south elevation, we were looking at at dormer, or a lot of dormers.
So the restudy the dormer proportions, was that the window, the glass to the wall, maybe? I think there was some that had more glass and some that had more siding, is what I think I remember that referencing.
Yeah, I think the window on the the left-hand side, the window on the upper floor to the right of the bump out was a little bit wider than what was originally drawn. So that window increased a little bit in size.
Is that the one that you said was on the schedule? Or was that one of the ones that was on the schedule that you said was a little bit different in
Yes.
size?
Yeah.
Okay. You have that documented in a different way. This is the roof pitches. There's another one that you have highlighted
This had some dimensions for like
for the
the
windows and
units
stuff.
in the dormers themselves.
I-
But let me know if you'd like to
Yeah.
go somewhere else.
I thought there was a better one that helped us. Was it just the chart that you did that said what the sizes that were different?
Yeah, it was farther up in the presentation and
The window schedule.
try 16 maybe.
Yeah. And sorry, I thought you had it specifically. Yeah.
Yep, it's W34. So that was the one that was highlighted. That was in response to that comment.
So is that well, those are the windows, not dormers.
Oh,
Right.
sorry, the dormers, we did go back. That was part of the supplemental information. We went and I think the request was to dimension the unit, overall unit widths and then dimension the dormers in relation to those. We have both of those dimensions on there. So you can see those in relation. The
Supplements 11?
Yes, you can see right there, where it says unit G, for instance, we got the whole dimension between the unit plans, and then we have so you got 19 feet and change there, and then we have the dormers dimensions either side of that to show the proportion and scale to the overall bay.
Now that we've got the dimensions, can we talk about whether we would have approved that?
Ratio proportion of dormers. Have this problem. I mean, I think we already did, but we already approved that? I mean, the dormer sizes didn't change.
They did a little bit because if you go back to the COA drawings, the architect drew the windows, so there's basically no return siding. So they got about 6 inches wider to be able to have enough to frame
Room for a wall and trim and.
wall and your trim and return siding and all of that. So it was it was a constructability issue, but it's in harmony with building one. And it's also, if you go back to the slide that confuses everybody, if you look at all of them side by side and it's very tough to tell the difference. That's how small the change is.
Is it a drawing error that the left dormer's window is not centered?
It's
not-
a
that's not
complete,
an
it's a
as-built
bad
condition.
set of drawings. I mean, there's no way around it. I mean, there's the window is literally, there's like the window.
It has to be centered.
trim, and then there's like a phantom 2 inches before the dormer just stops. So you can't even get a stud in there to be able to get sheathing and insulation and everything else to return it. So.
Okay.
I understand that, but we're talking about the as-built proposed condition and it's shown as not centered. And you're asking for approval.
Well, the windows are all centered. The windows are centered in the dormers. I don't think there's any one that's not centered.
In the supplemental information that we were just looking at before with overall dimensions, the
Yes.
leftmost dormer, single window.
Yeah,
dorm-
it's not shown.
Unit G.
Unit G's dormer. Do you see how that's sitting?
Yeah,
That's
I'll
that's a
verify
drafting
that.
error.
That might be, that's a drafting area. Yeah, there's not a window out there that's not, and there's probably a picture of in the inspection report that'll back that up.
The only thing that I find unusual that I didn't notice before is just that the rake dimensions are different from the single dormers to the wider dormer at the end of the day. Is there a picture? Do we have a picture of that, you guys?
There should be, and it's.
This page of web now. That's the.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that. I mean, it looks.
So.
Again, the drawing looks like it's got it like an 18-inch.
Correct.
Wide.
Is-
overhang
Right.
on the side.
In the original, and that was, I believe there are some brackets that were approved to be removed at some point that
Yeah.
were on the original, and we had the same thing on building one as well.
Yeah. All right, so
So are you proposing to take it back, to the extended overhang
No,
or
we're
not?
proposing to keep it as it is.
I mean, I think the biggest challenge is that the latest application has 41 pages.
yeah,
That we received 6 days ago. And a lot of the elements on the elevations are highlighted, but there's not a notation regarding how they are addressing the comments and concerns that we made previously, nor the staff concerns. And then there's 12 pages that we received yesterday of additional information of a large project that takes, obviously, the commission a large amount of time to review. And if we are having to go and hunt for each one of these items as they are addressed, and then the elevations as proposed, as built, but the pictures are different, then it leaves nothing but room for confusion.
Yeah, and we need to make sure that we're looking at the same blow up from those pictures to the,
but this is what we did last time, you
So
guys.
this
This
may-
is exactly what we did last time.
Commissioner Allred much more eloquently stated my concerns and confusion. Again, I would ask that we stop this conversation. We ask the applicant to come back with a footed, detailed, correctly drawn set of plans and photographs so that we can look at what we approved, what is being requested, the staff notes, one by one, each item individually with appropriate time to review them instead of this deluge of information at the last minute. That's my request.
I can't speak to the timing of when you got the information, but we submitted the larger application well before the holidays to even get into the queue to be in this meeting cycle. And I don't believe the supplemental information was 19 pages. I think it was only 6 or 7, if I'm not mistaken. But maybe I'm wrong with some of those numbers, but.
So, I mean, we're supposed to be, I just brought that up. I shouldn't have brought it up, I think, because I'm like, I would have just said, if it's existing, it's not going to change unless we're making them change it. At some point, we're just going to have to get through the things that are open. I mean, we can't keep going back to the whole project every single time.
My recommendation to the commission is to go through each item and, approve what you can. If there's a motion that passes to approve it, and I will say the timing of the publishing of the agenda, is out of the applicant's hands.
Well, how about this? I'm taking back what I just asked about the roof overhang, and we didn't even have that discussion because that wasn't even on this list, and we shouldn't have talked about it. I mean, realistically, we shouldn't have talked about it because it's not on here for what we were re-evaluating it for.
Agreed.
Right? Okay.
And in
So I'll
fairness,
keep moving.
we came in with a very streamlined presentation in the last meeting. We were asked to provide all kinds of information in addition to that, and that's.
I understand. This is hard. I understand. And I do drawings all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you're using computers, you hit a little button and all kinds of things shift. And you just go, what? I didn't even know that was like on page 16. So I understand the complexity of translating. I shouldn't have brought that up, and I apologize. That was a fear of mine that somehow we would miss something, but at the end of the day, that wasn't supposed to be addressed, and it's already the way that it's supposed to be, and it shouldn't have been discussed. So I think we should just keep going because we're getting somewhere. I mean, that wasn't even something that we were supposed to be talking about. No, the overhang.
So I do think we should go through the rest of them and then be able to write a motion of whatever it is we're going to do. So we think about the dormers. Where is dormer?
So the proportions of the
Proportions of the
dormers are proportionate to the width of the unit. They're centered with the unit. they break up the space, there's flow, it transitions from gable to gable. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the proportions of the dormers.
Anything else about the dormers?
Sorry, I'm gonna harp on this. He just told us that there's something wrong with the proportions of the dormers because the windows are so big that you can't get the appropriate siding and the other things around them.
They were too small on the original drawings. They're not now. He didn't say these are, he said that this is what they need to be so that there's trim.
But now there doesn't have it doesn't have enough trim on the outside. When again, when I look at it, it just looks wrong. It looks skinny and weird and out of proportion.
Gotcha. So you do
so
think
that's-
that they need to be bigger?
To me, it seems that they need to be bigger, but again, I'm ready to defer to the architects on this, but don't tell me that there doesn't seem to be any problem with this.
Well, structurally, there is a wall and there's trim work and there's a jamb and they've got studs in there. And so if you proportionately want to see more wall space on either side of the window, then there is something wrong with it. But older European houses typically had very tall, skinny dormers. They weren't big, fat, wide things.
Okay.
What item are we on?
6A,
6A?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the original design was even smaller than this. And it got passed.
Responding to what I'm seeing now.
Okay.
Okay. 6B, east and west elevations, changes in spacing around gable vent and windows on gable bump outs. So what is that? Is that putting the vent in? Is that what?
Yeah, I
Putting the
think
vent
the
in when it
size,
wasn't, right?
the size of the vent changed, correct?
Yeah, and the roof pitch may have slightly changed in the
Pitch, I
gable.
believe the pitch has gotten a little bit, the pitch is a little bit different. So when it comes down a little bit, the gap between the edge of the vent and the breakboard or the bottom of the fascia, soffit, gets a little bit narrower.
A little bit tighter.
Yeah.
So. I mean, can you zoom in so we can see if there's I mean, you guys have seen it in real life. Is there enough? Elizabeth just said that it's been discussed and can be addressed and is being addressed or has been addressed.
Yeah, I mean, the vent is in, the brackets are in, like, the only difference is the pitch has slightly changed, so of course that's gonna change, everything in
Little
that
bit more.
area. But like proportionally, I think the language is the same as what was approved in the original COA.
Okay. I mean, if that was an issue, then you would have that, you would say that that was an issue.
Correct. I mean, when we do a final inspection, we call out all differences.
Okay.
But yeah, this is not something that our staff comments called out as being incongruous.
Okay.
Okay. Again, here's the approved. And you just see a bit of a steeper slope here, but the language of everything else in its layout, it fits with the adjusted roof pitch in the as-built.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions about that one?
Okay, planter, restudy the plan on the east elevation.
And there's a concrete little patio, right? And then the planter's getting built next to it?
Basically on top of it.
On top
So
of it.
Raise it up about 3 courses to match the top of the steps that come down from the Thurman Street elevation. It's 23. Yep. See.
Sorry. It's not liking me.
So you can see right here, the top step is down from the patio height. So we'd basically be raising that to match the top height of that step coming down to frame that view a little bit better and make it look a little bit more consistent and intentional. And then also it gets it above the steps going up. They're just kind of floating. So it helps frame that additional step that goes up to the doorway.
Does the stoop to nowhere stay?
The stoop, which one, the left?
That stoop right there.
This
Green?
There's no, to the left.
This one?
That-
Yeah, the stoop.
The one that has the
Nope.
steps up to.
That stays, yep. So everything, we're just essentially adding the planter to help frame that and make it flow a little bit better.
Originally in the COA, this element here, this stoop was not included. So that was added in the as-built project. That wasn't in the original approval.
That was just supposed to be ground.
Yes, it was just supposed to go straight to the ground. And then to revise this as-built condition, they're proposing the planter.
So on the floor plan where the stairs are, and then there's a section detail and just right there to the north. All right, letting up right there. Where's the plant go? Like, where's the building? So is the big part of concrete that's existing, is that staying concrete? Yeah, right there.
That'll stay concrete, yep. And that section cut is just through the.
Here's the
It's a
planter.
very thin, narrow planter, just to get.
So
them-
when you're doing this,
Yeah,
when I look at
It's more
that,
like, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And so really, that just gives us visual separation from the foundation of the structure to the driveway space.
Correct, yep.
And the stoop on the left, the stoop to nowhere, that was part of the original approved COA.
That was part of the
Yes.
drawings, yep.
From a standard,
There's a note that says that stoop was not on the original COA. So
The elevation is different, because the grade changes and the elevation height changes. It wasn't to be so high off the ground, I don't believe,
Yeah.
this one here. The,
or anything here for it to get to.
Commissioner Whitlock,
the
I
window.
don't think anyone heard you.
What?
I don't think we heard you.
I said there's no door. It's not going, I don't think it was originally supposed to be there. There was a note that specifically said it wasn't supposed to be there. I just,
maybe not.
Is there,
Like the elevation changed a lot here from what was planned. I'm sorry, the mouse is not cooperating. Like it was supposed to be pretty close to grade, and we have a larger elevation change in the as-built
So where's the stoop?
right there.
There.
here.
On the front.
Oh, sorry.
Is there a reason why that concrete can't be taken out so that instead of being added on to? Because we don't, that one of our guidelines is that we don't like hard surface up to the foundation. I'm assuming that is covering something.
The stoop on this elevation or the one with the planter?
Where the planter is.
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, how difficult, I mean, anything can be taken out, but I would have to go back
Yeah,
to the owner.
I mean, it just seems, it's a walkway, but there's nothing to walk to because then you can't get to the steps and wrap around. So it doesn't really make sense.
And I think that was part of their thinking was
Yeah.
to add that in, so you had a walkway to get to that stoop.
Which
on
that
the
would have made
backside.
sense, but it doesn't do that, so. And you said that these places, like, there's not outside because the other side's got the garage on it, right? So if these people want to come out, they'd have to come out that door and then walk around and sit there.
Yeah.
Okay. Christy, is there, I mean, retaining walls are supposed to be functional in themselves. Is there any reason why that whole foundation wall could just not be a planter and the concrete come out if possible? Because that would give us our separation of foundation to the structure and to allow us to have some planting.
It's up to y'all. And, I would say if you have a problem with it, you can give it back to them to design it.
Okay.
You don't have to solve.
Sorry.
No. Everyone wants to help this project move forward, I know, but we don't have to solve
Yeah.
tonight.
Okay.
But if you can give specific direction, that would be advisable.
Well,
So the planters in question, along with the rest of that part. North elevation, front entry concrete steps,
you know, what a. Page.
S5. Elizabeth? Can you go to the north elevation, restudying the addition of front concrete steps? I think it has S5 on here.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Concrete steps. This is on the south elevation. Did you say?
North elevation.
Okay.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that's. Yeah.
Okay,
piece right
so
here,
that's that
piece.
material again.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I think installing these steps was in response to the difference of grade.
Grades.
And we do allow concrete steps in our guidelines, so it's a material that's consistent. It's just different, right, than what we thought.
It's
Yes,
just
we-
different than the other.
We have the one brick step and then the two exposed aggregate concrete steps.
Oh.
On the rest of them, is it like that? Like
Mhm.
the rest of the units?
Yeah, there,
Oh,
we
it's
have the
just one
condition
step,
here
yeah.
too,
Oh.
which is,
And then south elevation, increased width of the unit. And, sorry,
Oh, yeah, we didn't,
we didn't.
I
My
mean,
bad.
we're making notes, but
Are we keeping track of what we might be able to approve and what we cannot?
Yeah.
And-
It sounded like concrete steps was not, it was gonna be,
well, concrete steps in themselves are appropriate as a material, but this application, I feel like is dangerous or it's an unusual transition between two materials.
so it sounded like a. some type of
I
step.
feel like,
Yeah.
Okay. South elevation, the increased width of the unit. I'm sorry.
We go to
Elizabeth, can we go to S8?
what are we looking for?
South
South
elevation.
South elevation.
323.
Okay.
It says page S8.
Sorry.
Yes.
That, yes, it's just very long.
It's the south elevation of that.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is. Those are labels from like a previous meeting, so I'm not, yeah. So I'll
I'll get to it.
All these are supplements numbers.
This is south, that's north.
Sorry. So they're not supplements, it's like responding to the comment I
Yeah.
heard.
Okay, I just think that's from far back.
Yeah.
Sorry. There we go. I apologize. Okay.
Is that it?
We're just thinking it's probably, the numbers are from the supplement from the last meeting.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
okay, so do we, unit 2023?
so that is this unit here.
Okay.
So the overall width is larger than it was
Yeah.
drawn?
It is a little bit.
This one. And we have in the supplement the dimensions provided. If you want me to go to that or not.
Does it say what the original was supposed to be and what it currently is?
No.
Does that matter?
I was gonna say, I mean, if I look at it, it looks proportionate to me, so.
Yeah.
And massing, I would say
Doesn't-
we would approve that.
Yeah, I don't.
I want numbers.
I figured somebody wants the numbers.
So friendly reminder too, you don't all have to agree.
Yeah.
That's why you vote. So just putting that back out there. Also, if, just a comment in terms of the concrete steps. I don't think it's necessarily, this might sound weird, but it's not necessarily in the purview of the commission whether or not it's dangerous. It's whether or not it meets the standards. So just reminder for that as well.
That's good, thank you.
Okay, so what are we looking for? Are we, you
It was
want
the width of
numbers
the
for
unit.
the width of the unit? For 2023?
Yeah, the comment was that this unit is wider than what was in the approved COA.
Yeah, so I think Commissioner Holtz wants to know what the difference between what was approved. But even though it seems, we would be looking at this as if it's not, and it looks in proportion.
Correct. Can you see the number, Commissioner Olds?
I don't.
It's up at the very top.
There's 201? Yeah, separate. Okay.
19,
Yeah.
Exactly.
19. It's the same as.
It's 19 feet wide.
When did we approve?
I don't know, but the one next to it is almost 21. So I would say that it's in scale.
The original COA doesn't have the individual units. Dimension, well, they are in floor plan, but
We've got unit G versus 2203. I don't know what.
Is it G, is it unit G that's in question?
yes.
Okay.
The G is to a.
So
It's
the
unit
one to the right
2023.
was 25 feet, the one to the left is 21 feet, and the one that we're talking about is 19 feet. It's the smallest out of all of them.
But aren't we talking about the bump out, not the unit itself?
I don't know. It says
That was the increased width.
an increase.
Increased width of the unit.
Yep, that's what we're talking about.
Okay. I don't have an issue with it.
You do or you don't?
Don't.
Okay.
Okay. And then on that same unit, looking at the rear patio area and the proposed stoop for unit 2027.
That's the stoop to nowhere.
Oh.
That's that's the
or
stoop
that's
to
the
nowhere.
stoop to nowhere.
This is unit 2023 stoop to nowhere. I'm sorry, excuse me, 2027. Here's 2023.
2027.
Yeah, it says
2027
restudy the
is a
covered
covered
rear patio
patio.
area for 2023 and the proposed stoop for 2027. So that's what we've already discussed, correct?
That
The planner was 2027 and the stoop
The
was
planner was on a different elevation.
really? Okay.
Yes,
Yep.
around the corner.
So
So what is
So
this?
where's
Because
the
I don't see a
covered stoop?
covered rear patio on 20.
May I suggest that we say they have to restudy this and bring it back to us with details instead of us doing this work, this?
As, for the applicant, do you know what this is? Can you point us to what
2023.
is unit
There may be
G?
a typo with it.
It's the
It's
roof.
this, it's this.
Okay, so those aren't the
That may
same.
be my mistake.
So those aren't the same. So we were looking at the wrong width for the other one.
It's my mistake.
Okay.
This was the width we were looking at. I made a mistake with unit 2023 with covered rear patio. It is this unit.
Okay.
We're looking at the covered rear patio.
All right.
And that's the one where we're trimming the width of the porch roof overhang back inwards to make it smaller.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's unit F. And John, do you know what unit number that is? It's okay. It's unit F on slide 11
Of the supplement.
of the supplement. Thank you.
Okay. And then the proposed stoop, is that unit G or is that unit?
No, she said that was unit F, that little
No, I'm talking about the next piece, the proposed stoop.
The proposed, well, there's the planter, the stoop is the one on where the bump out, the brick bump out and the site wall that connects the sidewalk that goes out to.
Okay, so this is just the back elevation of where we saw the planter. The
It's on the
planter's
other
over.
side, yeah, so it's on the far left side, not on the right side is the stoop.
So I'm sorry, where's, the stoop is what unit? Unit H?
No, it's on the other end of the building. It's not on the screen right here. If you
Got
go down to, there you go. That's the stoop right there.
Okay.
Oh, that, okay.
This is 2027.
Okay, so we found the patio, that width is being reduced. Now, the proposed stoop,
We're looking at the proposed stoop at unit H. Okay.
On slide 11 of the supplement.
We're also looking at the covered rear patio here of unit F on the supplement.
Slide 11.
Geez.
Next to the planter.
Correct.
Look like the one I'm seeing on the phone. That's not.
No.
Correct.
No.
Those are two different
Two
ones.
Different stoop.
Stoop. This is more of a patio. A stoop goes somewhere. So let's be clear on that.
Okay, so for this, would we have approved that? I'm not sure, what was the restudy for?
I'm assuming this because it's, the door's not centered with the roof.
The door
That's correct.
with the roof.
Is that what it,
Yes.
what it was?
It was that and the
Yes.
size of the size of the roof was bigger than what was on the approved drawing, so we trimmed it back to be consistent in the overhang to the left and the right of the bracket that you have on the overhang to the left and the right of the bracket to the unit G.
So I'm sorry, is that elevation showing the proposed change?
That's the proposed, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it's still not centered over the door. It's just, okay. Just trying to clarify.
There was an overhang that was
That was
as built.
stretching into
It was
that.
not in the
Okay.
original.
Got it.
Zoom out.
So are you asking for something different than what's up here? Because it's not centered?
Clarify what was going on.
Okay, are we okay with what's up here if this is proposed and it's not centered?
And just to clarify, we are talking about unit F, the covered
Yeah,
roof on slide 11 of the supplement.
yes.
Not centered over the door.
I'm fine with it because the window that's above it is over to the left-hand side. So I think that it looks more in line having it offset to the left.
It lines up with the window. The edge of that roof will come right down, smack underneath the window, and it will look awkward.
I mean, it's not symmetrical on anything. So I just don't think it matters.
I agree, since the window above it has also moved uncentered from the door below it.
That screwed all of it up. The window needs to be centered, the awning needs to be centered over the door. This is.
I don't believe the window moved left to right. I believe the window moved up to line the head
I don't
heights.
think it moved.
The window did not
On the previously approved COA, it was centered over that door.
On this,
Slide 13 of the, whatever the
yes.
application is.
Don't.
So outside of the previously approved COA,
Uh-huh.
if we saw this not centered over the door, the window, all of that, would we have approved that?
Is that centered? I don't think that's centered.
That's so funny. I would have.
You would have?
Yeah,
Okay, so this is, I
but
mean,
nobody else would.
I mean, you get everybody gets an equal vote.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the rear patio area. Can we go to, oh, that's a different, can we go and, did we finish with the stoop? Because we started talking about the patio again.
The stoop on H?
Okay, so can we go back to, yes. So now we have the stoop on, oh, that's what it is. Both units are level H. Okay. Left H.
Left H.
So what was what was the issue with the stoop?
It's new. It wasn't in the design, and they're doing it to ground the brick offset.
He's got this label ribbon. It goes HGF, HGH. It goes, he's duplicated it. Something's wrong. It's
Oh,
based on each other.
there's a typo, but
Okay, so we're looking at
The
the
left.
we're looking at the left H.
oh goodness.
Actually, that's not a typo.
Oh, okay. It's not a
Can you
typo.
hold on? Go ahead.
Actually, that's
We-
not a typo. If you look at the site plan, they're labeled by letters and those are the same unit types. They're mirrored. So it's not
It's
a,
the
they're not
explanation.
intended to be
It's the same design.
sequential. It's the same unit type. It's,
So then, so we should have numbers on this instead of.
Okay, we're looking at the left unit H with this stoop. What was you were putting it in there to do what again?
This is what was here. Just a moment, let me zoom out. This is what was here as built, this brick bump out. So they proposed building.
Got you.
This is the proposed patio, not a suit to nowhere.
Okay.
The patio that's next to the window?
Yeah, that's what they have on the other side too. There's gonna be a walkway that goes from the front door out to the street. So if you're approaching, you wanna come and visit your friend, they could meet you on the patio and little chairs, and you guys could sit outside and talk, because that is the only place that's outside living.
4 steps, risers like that, or 5 risers, you don't need a railing?
I don't know where you're seeing 5 risers. There's,
That's not our
not our
purview.
and it's not 5 risers, it's 2
Two.
risers.
Okay, so do we have a problem with this?
I do not. It gives them an outdoor living space.
I don't either. I wish it was a little more intentional than a mistake.
Okay. All right, the last piece, site changes. Concrete made pavement right up to the building foundation.
How many places did that happen? I mean, obviously it's at all the garage doors and all the entry doors and all the front porches. So where else is it that it's not supposed to be?
It happens all along the east elevation and then the north elevation with the garage doors.
So pretty much what you just said, Commissioner.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I think that we're gonna have them address the concrete steps, and we just have them address areas around these electrical boxes and stuff, and cut the concrete out or something. I mean, that's the only, there's no, I mean, there's really no space. You're gonna end up with a 3-foot circular patch of dirt.
that's what we're gonna end up with.
Yeah.
Where the electrical meter is.
John, can you turn on your mic? I'm so sorry.
I mean, that's what we're gonna have is where you look at the steps right there, to the left of, or to the right of that, where the electrical meter is before the garage door, you're gonna have all these little 2 and 3 foot wide slivers of something,
Yeah.
of dirt. You can't grow anything in them.
No, nobody's gonna take care of it. It's gonna be a mess. So I don't know. I mean, I think that's something to discuss. I think the planter where that walkway is to nothing needs to become a planter so that you can get that vegetation and
Not our purview,
that, I mean,
not
we
our
just-
purview.
we want not concrete there, right?
I mean, that's up to you, but like as far
How
as
to do it?
maintenance and how to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, that's the only place that it's not, you can't not have concrete. You can't-
Building 1 does not have this condition.
I
They-
think we can
So
Yeah, so they can just
continue the site changes.
Yeah.
and Have them come back with proposals. For
yes, something
all the
different.
Places that we're the
Concrete
planter
is up
and
in.
stoop and the concrete steps and
No,
concrete up to the buildings.
we had a project approved last year or a year and a half ago. New construction in Fourth Ward. And we had a very similar condition to this, and we were allowed to bring hard surface directly up to the foundation of the building because it was deemed that the rationale and the reason behind that in the guidelines is to protect the foundations of and the perimeter of the buildings of historic structures. And because we were doing a new building and it was new construction and the foundations were designed as such to be able to handle additional hard surface, especially around a driveway, in a similar condition of this, that it was allowed to be done.
Yeah, Christy, are there exceptions I mean, if you have a walkway to the house or a driveway to the house, the driveway is going up to it.
Way does not go up to it. We separate it by.
No, I mean like actually where it attaches to it.
Yeah, it goes up to it.
And then, so what's the goal? Is the fear of water infiltration or misdirection?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, traditional development patterns too, and this is a townhome. This is not a traditional development pattern. So, you can rest on that as well, that it's new infill construction in a different form.
I'm just bringing up an example of on the project where they did not pave right up to the foundation.
Yeah.
And it is a small little spot. We're not asking to not have a paved driving apron.
Sure.
It's just these like interstitial spaces, and here this is filled with pea gravel, just as an example.
It looks like it's probably 4 or 5 feet, which is, space, whereas, 2 feet is not really.
And I believe that's the biggest instance, and there, originally there was, in that area was the condensing unit for the air condition, for the heat pump for that unit, and it kept getting hit by cars. So they had to take it out. So that's how tight we're talking about here in this back alleyway. And here on this slope, that slope is so steep going down from the garage door to the door, the pedestrian door on the right. There's going to be washout. 'Cause that's a pretty steep angle right there from there to the right.
I have no problem with the exposed aggregate concrete being the anchor for the project. Where it tends to start to fall apart is when it also becomes the steps.
Mm-hmm.
Page 7 of the supplement.
I'm lost on which one we're on.
Yeah, I'm not.
I believe you. And then to interrupt that band of aggregate exposed concrete to suddenly have pea gravel, I would be, it would make less sense overall, especially as tight as the areas where the gravel would be allowed to happen.
I agree. I think that's a good.
Yeah, I think the steps need to be masonry steps.
Well, they need to define themselves outside of what is being considered the perimeter base of the project, which is the exposed aggregate
Aggregate.
concrete.
That one makes sense. It's got a brick
Because it's got the
step.
brick step.
Yes, exactly.
And then next door.
This is
somewhere
building
on the
one
building
here.
Has the aggregate exposed concrete step.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we're on the same page with that.
Okay,
Well, that was, yeah.
all right,
For those of you who feel that way, can you cite the standard?
yes, it'll.
Well, it's in material.
She says it every. Okay, applicant to provide information regarding the missing planting strip around the building foundation.
That was that item that we.
That's what you're saying. Okay, sorry. I'm losing it. We were just talking about this too with the pea gravel. And then the last thing was landscape, hardscape changes. Removal of existing landscape and hardscape features. You talked about that with the.
Is that what was on that site plan? That?
Correct.
With the landmarks.
Correct.
No, well, that was just a safety issue. I was gonna say, do we need to, is that something that we need to cover, Christy and Candace? Is that something that you guys can work with them on?
Can you restate the question? I'm sorry.
I mean, is that, it doesn't look like it changed that much. Is that something that you guys can work with them on, or is that something that we need to review and approve or deny or continue, or, I mean, the pond looks like it's in the same place. It looks like some of the trees may have changed a titch. I mean, should we go through and evaluate each tree? Okay.
This is what it looks like.
Are the walkways out there under our purview?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that was the main point that they were.
So
like
it's the
historic-
walkway.
Yeah, walkways that were removed. In some way changed, altered.
And those, I believe the walkways were, I'm not sure if this was part of the COA, but they were going to be constructed and built during building 2. Closed out, so that was, part of this may be a little bit of sequence out of step with that, and we can work, since building 2 is under construction, it's just being framed now, we can run that through potentially the correct process and provide any additional details as part of building 2 closeout, if that works.
Saying that when you guys are doing your state visits, you would work with them on that when they're out there doing their reviews?
Yeah.
So we don't have to worry about that in this. Well, you have to make a decision on
the material
and if, to put it back and that it matches what it was.
Okay.
And then.
That's a continuation item. They can bring material to us to show us when they get to that
Do
point.
you still want to see it in person? How do you bring a poured aggregate concrete sample? Is that a thing you can do and bring to us?
They're pavers, I mean,
They're pavers, okay.
Or even a picture of it. I just want to see something that lets me know what they're talking about putting in.
Oh, well,
It
the
looks
picture
exactly
of
like the strip around the building. I mean,
Right.
It's the same thing, except in being poured, it's going to be in paver form.
So it's the aggregate concrete,
Yeah.
exposed concrete in the form of a paver. Just like the steps that we're speaking of, it's gonna look like that, but in paver form.
And you're just replacing what was taken up.
That's the intent, is to, go back, and that's part of the landmarks commission requirements, is to make it match what was there historically.
Okay.
It
All
looks
right.
like the trash cans uptown.
Yes.
From the 60s.
Commissioner Wojcik, you would just make that part of your, approve with conditions, or if you're approving it, you can make that as a condition to work with staff.
Okay, so that's everything. It sounds like they 8 or 1 through 3. Oh, wait, 1 through. This is in trims. Six A1 seem to be things that were potentially okay. We'll see how the motion goes and how people vote. And then the things that felt like, at least based on the conversation, needed additional study or continuation were around the planter, materials for north elevation, the covered, maybe the covered patio, the stoop, landscaping, and some pea gravel material stuff.
No, it seemed like it.
I'm sorry?
It seemed like it.
Okay. So it sounds like 2 motions.
Are we still open?
Oh, yes, thank you.
And-
We,
Can I just add one thing before
Yes.
you close and go to motions? For when you're formulating your motion, your direction, if for things like the steps, if you can be definitive and say, we want brick steps instead of the the exposed aggregate concrete, we would be totally open to that. I don't think that requires any restudy based on the conversation. It's good. If it's going to be brick, it's going to be brick. If there's anything like that we can discuss and get into the motion to approve it, that would be agreeable to the
Okay.
applicant.
all right, anything else before we close? All right, we will close for deliberation. So like I said, it sounds like there's 2 motions. And some of the things we could go ahead and approve and give direct feedback. And then there's some things that seem like they need a restudy.
Well, I mean, the dormer situation, Commissioner Holtz, I think, was concerned about. Well, I mean, we can can't, I mean, I'm just going by what people seem to respond to. Not to be bossy.
I think we can move to approve everything through 6B. And then the rest of it is kind of hardscape, landscape, exterior stairs. Right?
Restudy planter, restudy. Yeah, through B. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I feel like also E1 can be approved, or I think the width of the unit.
Yes. What about the proposed stoop?
I think we could do that too.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just creating an outdoor patio area for that unit. So really, it's the concrete entry steps and the restudy of the planter that really are that, and then yeah, just the concrete to the foundation.
Recentering.
If you want that.
The restudy of the planter really needed.
Well, I mean, only if,
I mean,
based on our guidelines, the concrete's going up to the foundation. If we want to say that that's okay in this particular circumstance because of this particular grade on this particular project, we can do that.
I also haven't seen, I don't remember if there was an actual width of the planter itself. It looked like it was maybe 6 inches wide when I was trying to measure by bricks next to it. It looks frankly untenable from those plants that I know of.
You know the width of the
We're close. Would you
Yeah.
like to open?
It seems silly to have them build more on top of something that's already odd to me. That doesn't I mean,
Study on that?
picture of it. We can, but Commissioner Whitlock, what are
I
you
know we're
thinking?
not supposed to design things,
I mean,
Yes.
but
That seems.
is there possible to just connect them? Can I have the mouse? Like, why can't we just pull this out and connect all of this and make it look intentional?
I'm fine with that because it gives them
More space.
more space and it's a patio, not
Correct.
driveway up
Correct.
to the foundation of the house.
Correct.
I just,
So just continue it and say they need to come back with a different design solution than the planter.
Aren't we adding an element that they'll need to come back in and get approval on in a handrail design for that area?
1, 2,
Bring a handrail design back if
One,
you
two.
continue it.
3, yeah,
So unless you're approving it or denying it,
yeah,
coming back for this,
okay,
okay?
yep. Okay. Oh, do you want?
I'm just waiting for
Yeah.
first.
There was some discussion about the steps. Is there any approval with conditions? Does anyone feel like could occur?
Which steps? Oh, the
He said that we
concrete?
could just
Yeah, he
tell
said
them
we could.
to do the brick.
I mean, I think the
Yes.
brick, the
That's-
steps need to be brick to
Yeah.
match the rest of the steps around the entirety of the project.
Yeah.
So then really the only thing that we're asking them to do is restudy the planter box or this walkway thing.
/2.
Yeah, to know.
And the concrete going up to the building.
Oh, well, that's true.
And the
Okay.
land, staying in the landscape.
Okay, there are, okay. Well, does anybody want to do it?
No.
All right. He wants to raise his hand. He's
Who
raising
raised
his
their
hand. Applicant.
Oh, sorry. We'll open back up. Did you have something to say?
Yeah, I just want, about the, hard surface right up to the foundation. Pea gravel could be an option if you were so inclined to motion and making that into the motion as an approval condition in those areas that are between the steps and the doors.
Christy, can we just go ahead and specify that?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We are closed again, waiting for Commissioner Whitlock. Commissioner Rocha.
Commissioner Whitlock. Okay, well,
I'll do the first one.
yeah, all right.
That's all approvals.
Okay, good. You do that.
Okay, I move to approve a portion of this application. And this would be from page 1 of the package. Items A, item B, 1 through 6. Let's see, 1 through 6A, 6B, and 6E.
E, oh, yep, yes, and we said E. I think we're gonna,
Is it E just 1 or E 1 and 2?
E1 and 2. Restudied. That was my understanding, but
I think 2 was just around Commissioner Holtz. Well, I mean, it's a motion. People can vote how they want.
and the walkway. The hardscape removal, where's the hardscape around? Oh, I guess it's not. No, it's not on there.
I think that was all of the approvals, as I understood it. That,
I'm sorry.
I think that was all that we were ready to approve. So that's the motion.
Sorry, 6A, B, D, and E, right? Not C.
Correct.
Okay.
But D, you said D, the
Oh,
concrete?
sorry, not D.
Well, it is D, but with the condition
Yeah.
that it be brick.
Yeah. So, yeah. D approved with the condition that the steps will be brick.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Whitlock. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion? All right, Commissioner Holtz,
No.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
No.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
No.
Commissioner Bell. No, motion approve. I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Okay,
All right. So now the restudy.
yes.
So we are continuing this parts of this application. Number 6C1, restudy the planter. And then the site changes, number 7, remove the concrete that's right up against the foundation and allow for, and then B, the applicant should provide information for missing planter strips. I feel like those two things go together. And then we didn't really talk about this, change the 6-foot wide concrete sidewalk at the front of B11
I thought that was,
to pea gravel. Oh, changing the 6-foot wide concrete sidewalk to the front entry towards, okay, so no, we're gonna leave the concrete walkway. Right? Am I,
We didn't talk about it. Let's ask them to bring it all back. Let's look at it all together. We'll look at all the site changes together.
The staff comment was that the change from concrete to pea gravel was not incongruous.
was not incongruous, so it's acceptable. The material change is acceptable. But we didn't talk about that, so we'll just bring it back. Okay, so we would like to address 7A, B, C, and D.
I would suggest it's the discretion of the commission, but if there's a staff note about something not being incongruous, that we go ahead and address it tonight.
Oh, you mean before we, okay,
And do another motion to approve if that's necessary.
okay.
Then can we discuss it? Because I don't think pea gravel is a good idea in a project
Not
of this size with how much paving is immediately adjacent to it. It'll be quickly washed out and then gone in dirt.
Why don't we just continue for that? Let's do it. Section that we're talking about.
I mean, it's all clustered together. I mean, basically what we're talking about is landscape and site materials. So, okay, so we're gonna continue the application for number 7, A, B, C, and D. And then, and also the restudy of the planter, which is number 6C I. Per standard 6.12, number 2, standards 8.4, number 4, and standards 8.2, number 8. Number 1. What else did I not? I think I said those. Number 4, 8.2. So 8.2, number 1 and number 8, and 8.4, number 1. And number 2. Yeah. I think that's all of them.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Wojak. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Commissioner Holt,
Yes.
Commissioner Soash,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Kern.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Two quick things. We need to close the public hearing.
We are closing the public hearing.
Okay. And
A motion to,
I think
We did not approve the meeting minutes from last meeting.
we already did a motion to support it, but let's do it again, just in case.
okay.
Do a motion to support the submission of the National Register nominations for McCurry Heights and Oakland Park from the commission.
Anybody want to make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holtz, Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Kern.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to support the National Historic designation for McCrory Heights and Oakland Park passes 9-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Allred. Have you read the November minutes?
Yes.
Yes, we have. Okay, we've got 3 people. Perfect.
Second.
All right.
November. We haven't sent December.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash.
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Kern.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, motion to approve the minutes passes 9-0. That's it?
Yep.
We're done. Oh, I
Oh.
closed this meeting at 7:52. I can't remember what.
We will hear applications
Yes.
11 through
Oh.
16 at the beginning of the February agenda unless otherwise requested.
Yes,
And
we've reached the end of the meeting. Agendas or any further business? This meeting is adjourned at 7:53.
thank you.
Thank you.
And submitted your economic interest form, please. Oh, thank you. Please hand it over or email it in. Thank you to everyone who passed.
Thank you. Have a good night.